Bruh. Bruh.
Hey, good morning. Futures gapping up. Not much, but it's there. Good morning. Can't even believe I'm here. I think I've just picked up the habit of waking up this early. I mean, I don't know. I could have slept through the alarm, but I don't know, man. Why not just finish strong? Been live this morning, in the morning, every day this week and last week. So this is 10 trading days in a row. 10 trading sessions in a row of me being up for the morning bell. So, why break it, you know? It's the triple witching today, too. So it's like,
Good morning, brother man. I hope you are doing well this morning. Kings.
Bruh.
You know how it is, man. I'm real tired. I'm exhausted. It's been a long week. I think we're since last Friday, I've streamed for 44 plus hours now. So, you know, it's not easy, but dude, I love it. I love covering the markets for y'all. It truly is, I don't know, passion stuff. So it's, you know how it is. Thank you, man. Holy crap. Out the gate. So 24.26 in the S&P 500. You think the gap's gonna fill? Like, say it fills, and say we're gonna have a good day, right? Because like, think about how much incessant, stupid selling's been going on, and you have all these futures contracts that are expiring today. So, like, you know, Jeff's right. I mean, last night we were talking about it. It's like, what do people that are all short and have puts and, well, not short, but people who have tons of puts and just all kinds of different mechanisms and strategies with options, if they have to close out their positions today, that means that they're going to have to cover. And that's pretty much like they're having to buy back. And so, yeah, that means that, like, volatility should calm down a little bit. Or it should be calming down a little bit. It shouldn't be a violent day, I don't think. I mean, maybe it would be volatile because of the day itself, people closing their positions, but after the triple witching, like, volatility should subside a little bit, which can maybe be good for the VIX, which we want the VIX to go down because it's extremely elevated right now. It's not good, man. It's like the way it was when Lehman went down in '08. We need the VIX to go straight back down, and the only way to do that is for volatility to die, kind of, on the markets, right? So, again, man, you're still gapped up. You're still just hanging around gapped up, kind of in a weird spot. I mean, dude, again, like, normally you always, on gaps like this that are so small, you just go fill them before you go to the moon if you're going to, you know? So you get a wick down there. Or worst case scenario, more Truman Show guy news coming out, and we sell off and we go below it. I don't know, and we come test this area again. You don't want to do that, but could we please just get a chill Friday? Thanks. But just sitting where you opened, not much movement, right? Thank y'all for being here. For most of you, you don't have a choice. You're at home. I'm not saying you don't have a choice to watch the stream. I'm saying, like, for most of you, you're at, you don't have a choice of being at home right now. So, if you do like watching me and stuff, it's like my responsibility more than ever to stream as much as possible. Since I know so many people are just, you know, not able to do anything. Sucks, man. Somebody sue the Down Jones. That Down Jones guy, he's a bad guy, man. Dumbest meme of all time. Okay, so we're going green, man, before we even fill the gap. Nice. Maybe we'll have a good day. It's very possible. It's been too much selling, dude. Too much selling for too long. We touched the 2350 support twice yesterday. One time, okay. 2 times, hey, we might be onto something. And that critical support, if you don't know, goes back to December of 2018. The insanity. The V-shaped recovery we got. Well, maybe we get V-shaped type part 2. Just kidding. Because it's probably not happening, so don't get your hopes up. But maybe it just acts as a base of support. And would go sideways, just stabilize up and down for, you know, a few weeks. And that'll definitely get the VIX down. The risk would, you know, risk to the markets would subside some. That's just what the VIX means, right? So we want that to go down. But, hey, man, don't worry about it. Because if the stock market fails you, well, we got Bitcoin. That, if you can even believe it, hit $7,000 last night. How in the world did it slip one by us? I've been live for pretty much forever these past 2 weeks, and the short amount of time I am not streaming, it got me, man. It was up. So, nice stuff. Hype in the chat for Bitcoin.
Hype in the chat!
Now, it pulled back, but, dude, what it's doing pulling back is good. It's decent price action, because it's like every time, what are we doing, man? We are breaking resistance, then we're back testing it, holding it, and then we're breaking resistance, and now we're back testing and holding again, right? What is this? It's the 382. What else is it? Look left. It's a support. It's the support. It was the resistance yesterday from December of 2019. Ironically, no irony. Sorry, we have to go back one more year, because there were 2 December bottoms. 2 December bottoms for the stock market, right? Kind of. 2 December bottoms for stock market, 2 December bottoms for Bitcoin, 2 different years, back to back, 18, 19. Nice, dude. Well, look at that, dude. All right, so you're already back to that 20,404 resistance support area. Look left. Nice. But you gotta break it, man. You gotta break that and hold it and run again. You can't just sit there and use it as resistance, man, 3 times. Maybe 3rd time's a charm. Again, though, I really do think that a gap fill's gonna happen. Even if we're just to bounce and run to the moon. Like, you don't just sit here with a vacuum so close and not fill it. Bots, help me out here. Thanks. Just do your bot thing. The bots know, dude. Revenge of the Corn. That's right. Is anyone there? Chat? Can you hear me? Is this a static video? I don't even know anymore, man. I feel like I'm dreaming. At least it's a good dream this time. Welcome. It's early, man. It's early on a Friday. Most people are still sleeping. Did FYX make it, dude? Is he alive? He should be so happy, man, because we gapped up. Hopefully, whatever he did, he closed his position and he can just relax for the rest of the day. Because, I don't know, man. On a triple witching day, not really. I don't know. If you want to trade the weirdness of that with options expiring and people closing their positions, and come Monday, the New York Stock Exchange trading floor is no human beings. Right? Not saying there were many to begin with, but because of just how much algos control these markets now. But still, that's a big deal, man. And I don't even know. Probably last time since World War II or something. You know, like something stupid. Oh, I forgot to do that. Yeah. Normally, someone else will do it for me. Here, I got it, man. So, there we go. The gap is about to fill. The gap, chat, has filled. Easy. So now we can be kings again. Hopefully. But again, it could go the other way, you know, right? I mean, I don't know. It's Friday, man. Here you go. I'll add everyone. Thanks for reminding me. The mods are so freaking good that they spoiled me, right? Like, I don't ever think about that. I mean, I do, of course, but it's not like something, oh, I need to do this. I need to ping at everyone. Again, because it's like mods are amazing. Are we going down? Maybe not on Bitcoin, but kind of looks like it a little bit on equities, but they could all change. Easy. Gross third rejection, man. That's real gross. But I don't know, man, because it's like, remember, this is a piercing line bullish reversal pattern, or it could be. A lot of wicks, I know, but like that is signature where it closes or it opens below the previous close and then it pierces through 50% of the previous body. Then that's like reversal. It should be anyway. But like the thing is,
History was made for you and I both yesterday. You went live 3 times in one day and I was able to catch all 3 streams. Haha. Legendary man. Thank you for the literally insane coverage this week.
hey man, it's I don't know, dude. I feel like nowadays it is, if I have the ability to go live, and I understand that there are millions of people who are out there now that can't work, they can't do anything, they're stuck and confined to their homes. It's like my responsibility more than ever to be live as much as I can be, despite how tired I am. It's not an excuse, man, right? So thank you, man, for the 20 on the day already. We've been live for 12 minutes and 43 seconds, going on 45 hours in the past week of uptime on streaming. Excuse me, man. Still waking up, kind of, you know. So 2404 error on the S&P. It's selling off, but not much, man. All it did was go, and Dow Jones too, just filled the gap, and at any time could rally. I mean, I'm not saying I'm bullish per se, you know, as someone was saying in the chat, but dude, it's just like there's a lot of uncertainty, and it's more like a neutral position on Friday, because do you want to have like puts open? What if, like, dude, at some point it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be quite possibly algorithmic, or someone's gonna, you know, like Ackman, he's just gonna go rogue long, and one day we're just gonna see a stupid green candle on the major indices, and it's just gonna be like, it's the largest pump, single largest pump in history on the stock market, and you're gonna be like, what? I can't believe it. But you should, because reflexive rallies occur and they can be ushered in with insane volatility like that. At the same time, right, you have to look at both sides. I mean, we've got martial law, not martial law, but you know, what's it called? What did California, like, it happened where they're locking down the entire state. New York's the same thing. I mean, that is going to put so many people out of jobs, that it's going to affect the economy so negatively, and it's still happening. It's like we're getting this news like yesterday. And what's the news today, chat? There's going to be the Truman Show guy today, and he's going to be like, go ahead and queue up something insane that we didn't even think about yet. Oh my God. And chat, y'all are going to be talking about it. I'm going to be talking about it. It's going to be nuts, but we just don't know what it is yet. And when you have like that happening every day, it's really hard to be confident in that reflexive rally happening, right? Because just economic damage just keeps being done, and it's hard to bake in that price. Shelter in place. That's it, dude. Medical martial law. Instead of a gun at the holster, in the holster, it's one of those forehead thermostats, right? What's Bitcoin up to this morning? It's fallen, it's pulled back $500, but not before hitting $7,000. Bitcoin at the bottom left of your screen. If you want a better view, I guess. Just trying to keep my eye on the indices that is, selling off after opening higher. And after the Dow Jones ran up to touch that critical 20,400 resistance for the third effing time. It's now down to near its lowest point, below 20K again. But maybe it can use that 20K as support, just like it used 20,400 as resistance. All right, so Bitcoin. Here's the thing. I didn't do a measure move of this, man, because I really didn't think it was like a huge pattern. And I didn't know it would be able to get to a measure move even if we had it. So I didn't want to get people's hopes up of that pattern because of all the resistance and the fact that on the wave analysis where we are, where it's like, I think we're going to, the sell-off, the major sell, then the rally. This rally, because the sell-off was so bad, the rally is as common as it's always been on all assets, right? Because you're in between the 382 and the 618. It's been a good rally. And dude, if you can get above some key areas, it could continue on. But my worry is, come tomorrow, this evening when the daily candle closes, we might very well be in positive momentum territory. We might be getting our first positive momentum histogram wick since February 14th. Stayed home dad last night was like, remember that time when we had positive momentum on Bitcoin on the daily? I remember. Bitcoin's like, oh yeah, you can be my Valentine, but it gave you coronavirus right after you went on a date with it, right? With price action. Not a very good gift. So the Valentine's date hangover. What now? A simple recovery after just tremendous amount of selling. We talked about this, the days it happened, the volume so high, that is when local bottoms, temporary bottoms get put in. That volatility right there can shift things, and it certainly did. And it really started again on the 4-hour with the bullish divergence on the RSI identified. But if this RSI divergence didn't take us to higher prices. All right, that follow through on the 4-hour divergence was beautiful. Very proud. But hey, to me, I thought it's more sideways. 5,800 again, 6K again, sure, no problem before dumping again. But you're going up a little bit higher, and that's okay. So we're okay now, chat. We're okay. We're just hanging out. Nearly 2,400. Not sure how today's going to go, but hey, look what the Dow Jones did, man. It did exactly. It bounced off the 20K support. So it's just ping-ponging between supports and resistances. Nice. Not bad, man. How's tech doing? The Qs gapped up a little bit. So the Qs, man, are barring acts of God, barring acts of the world collapsing economically because of this potentially bioengineered, supercharged virus. SARS, COVID-19. You'd think that it'd be a reasonable area for reversal for the Qs, just like the S&P 500, where you've hit, excuse me, man, sorry. You would think like where we've hit, right? Here's 4-hour bullish divergence on both oscillators. Yep, positive momentum again, nice. Daily, though, the only way is that parabola line. And you really did. After, 1 and 2 and 3 on the bottom, you hit it again. You also hit support levels looking left from May of 2019. So you'd think that might be a decent bottom area. But again, unprecedented circumstances in this market. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this would be in any other case when, if we weren't going through this triple black swan event of pain, uncertainty, death, unemployment, global markets collapsing, this would maybe be a decent trade. But with that being said, maybe not, because of the real circumstances at hand that are unprecedented, with volatility being still so high. Maybe not, but I mean, this is how you would size up any asset on any market in normal circumstances, to where, like, this would bounce off this area. It could come back down one more time and test it. We get triple MACD divergence. I don't care, but you think at this point a rally to 201 and 210 is reasonable, at least. It would be reasonable in normal conditions. What am I thinking for Bitcoin? I think it's almost miraculous, the fact that we hit 7K last night. I still think that this wave to the upside will end with more selling. And when we sell off more, I'll be looking for an edge on the market on the daily, looking for bullish divergence of some sort. That's what I want, man. I want an edge. I had an edge on the 4 hour, but man, it went higher than I thought. Even though we knew there was reversal coming, it happened, but it went even higher. Okay. And that's how it works, man. It doesn't tell you how far it's going to retrace. It just tells you that a reversal is coming. And so you do use Fibonacci to determine where it could go. So I think that the wave will end on Bitcoin, this rally up, and we'll get some more selling. And if we can get some bullish convergence or divergence with a slightly higher low, double bottom, or lower low, that's when I'll be much more confident for a long on Bitcoin. For like the daily time scale carries you much further on reversals if you get that edge. So, like, please understand where we are on Bitcoin. The party could come crashing down. If the rally you've had where you've increased like 30-40% in value in the past few days, if that's not good enough for you, you might want to go to another market, man, because that's spectacular. And now it is, I think, any buying now at any time is high risk, because hey, at least when it started there was divergence, and then you could have bought on the bullish engulfing candle, right?
Is that a joint?
Got to see all 3 streams yesterday because of quarantine. Thanks Corona Connect. Gangs.
Hey Aiden, man, thanks so much for the 420. Appreciate it. Hey, should have done the 3 streams today, right? Because of the triple witching. So good, man. Holding on. I mean, this is great. I think this is exactly what you think would happen. You'd come down, you fill the gap, you're crapping around. Not much selling yet, and Dow Jones actually bouncing pretty well. So I dig it, man. Not bad at all. So from now, people closing out their positions, mainly the positions have been short and puts probably, right? What's up, Itani, though? I was just, responding to your question. Congrats on your channel success, though. What do you do, man? Thanks for coming in to the stream. It's an honor, man, always. What is this? Soccer? 631K subs. Yeah, looking like soccer, man. Nice, dude. Am I crazy? Is it not soccer? Yeah, nice, dude. You're finally someone who comes in with over 100K subs that's not a Fortnite player or Fortnite commentator. Fantastic, man. Hey, if you like soccer, man, this guy might be for you. Itani, man. Check him out if you like soccer, dude. All right. We have a check mark among us. Not even 100 likes. What's going on? What's up, Megan? Well, it's football. Well, we have football in Norte Americano over here, and we call it football, but then we call it soccer. So yes, it is el football. El football. Oh, it's a football game. Okay. Well, either way, it doesn't matter, man. Better than Fortnite. Mark Fox, can someone answer that question for Mark Fox? Because I think y'all know the answer to that. Want to do a morning chug? No thanks, man. No friggin' thanks, dude. I'm seriously considering discontinuing the chugging for at least a little bit. Maybe until quarantine stop, man. It's killing me, dude. Hard enough streaming like this. Okay. No, it's El Football. I thought it was F-U-T ball with, like, you know, tilde on the U. Mr. Wolverman. Okay, so if you want to know what a triple witching is, which is today, it is the quarterly expiration of stock options, stock index futures, and stock index option contracts all occurring on the same day. And it happens 4 times a year. On the 3rd Friday of March, hello, that's where we are, June, September, and December. All right, that's it. $65.57 on Bitcoin. I love it, man. We have it up on the screen so you can always see it. Sucks though. We replaced the Russell 2000 yesterday and it pumped like crazy. I think it was up 4%. Kicking a ball. Have you heard about base jumping? Yeah, I heard about it. Kind of a little bit more dangerous, I think. A little higher risk. You know, people are trying to risk off, not risk on with base jumping, John, right now. All in base jumping in my portfolio. Football, you play with your foot. Simple. Well, you know, in college football or in NFL or any Norte Americano football, there is foot play. Oh, man. Omar was right, man. He was right. I guess so, dudes. I guess so. But no, you're still holding without a trading plan, right? You're still holding without a trading plan. And you're only up a few $100 from that, okay? So, just wait, man. I'm telling you, this wave will end. Like, all waves end, man. And you just got to know where we are. We've retraced a little over 38% of the way from its high points. Dude, I've seen it a million times. So, whatever. Oh, man. Hey, this is good, though. Like, if we just stay like this the rest of the stock market, that's great because that's going to help bring the VIX down, which is what we all want. VIX. Bring it up. Look at this gap down on the VIX. Wait, isn't this awesome for FYX here? Dude, it got all the way down to 63.86. Great. He might be sleeping right now. IBLB. Your roommate woke up yesterday to my TA, came back from work with my TA on. She was going to bed with Patreon now. Like, what the F? Yeah, dude, tell her it's a rare event. A triple stream. Morning, afternoon, and night yesterday. Who did the triple chug last night? Oh, I mean, that was a 1G project, man. French Canadian Jesus, man. Been part of the community a long time. So yeah, again, the VIX volatility index has a nice big gap down. Not big, just a decent gap down, but it's starting to go green again. Blah. But maybe that's just because the indices are coming down a little bit, but not much, man. They filled the gap. They're just going down, up, down. It's not supposed to be insane. Well, Bitcoin is currently testing a support right now. So closing above that would be exceptional for if you want higher prices on Bitcoin. Here, I'll show you. Oh, you're actually at it. See, yeah, I get the wick, but you know how much I care and put emphasis on candle closes too, like 6,600. You're kind of like at this area. And you look left too, November of 2018, that's a high. You know, if you break 6570, why do you think we went to 7K? We talked about this every time, man. Which support resistance is like, look, there's one right there. If you break 6,800, 6,600 or whatever, you go to 6,800. Yeah, if you go to break 65, you go to 68. If you break 68, I'm kind of surprised you up thrusted through 7K and pulled back real fast. But if you break 6,800, you got to understand there's no real resistance, chat. I mean, until like 7,400. That's real life. You're getting back into these normal support resistances we've been talking about forever because we've been near those prices. So you see this zone of resistance here. It's all over the place. So if you want this to continue, it would be great to close above $6,600. But like really, if you want to truly be a king, you want to close above 6,800, because if you close somehow above 6,800, you're probably going to 7,400. That's how it works. Simple support resistance. Up, down, up, down. Okay. Nice. All right. See, this is what we're talking about. You fill the gap, and you could have a huge green day today. It could end green. You gonna be mad about it? Kind of figured that would happen, you know. So good, you're about to go green on the Dow Jones. S&P is probably going to go green too. Hey man, maybe this is it. Dude, I'm telling you, right? 2350, not once, but twice. And on the Dow Jones, the piercing line. Don't even act like we didn't talk about a piercing line. Which is a reversal, Japanese candlestick reversal pattern. And it held on to support. Now, it's not as critical because I think you've really, that's not, it's kind of critical, I guess. Any support you can get, dude. But that's very weak. This is strong support down here. This is actually should have been strong support up here, but capitulation. You just blast through all of it. Welcome to a crash. But good. Maybe this is when we can stabilize and the market can start to recover a little bit. Maybe we set up for that dead cat bounce on the weekly. And then, well, of course, if a recession's happening, then we retrace 50% of the way in the course of 3 months, and then we dump again. Yeah, 6650. It's holding on to this 6600 support. It's nuts, man. Bitcoin is being so strong right now. And you think it might have to do with just the fact that it has such low liquidity compared to other assets. And just think about the liquidity. How many crypto market caps were pumped into the world economy? I mean, you can't even fathom it. It's stupid. Trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars from all the governments collectively. So if they can pump that much liquidity in the market, you got to think we're in a new paradigm now of money out there, liquidity. So why not Bitcoin? Why not pump Bitcoin in these times after the crash? Long and strong either way, man. To $1 billion or zero. That's the motto. And guess what else is helping Bitcoin? The indices that are now going green again. Dow Jones, not yet. The S&P will. It's gonna probably do what Dow Jones is doing. mean, seems like this one's leading. Yeah, man. Here we go. Big day incoming on a Friday. You know, people have to close out their positions, right? So, just crossed 200 deaths in the U.S. Well, when you're exhausted from selling off so much, you know, I don't even know. I mean, I think that's something that markets could start baking in, or like, you know, mortality is rising everywhere. The things that would be scary for the market would be like, oh, we're just going to randomly start halting all flights. We're going to have a national lockdown. That kind of stuff could screw with the market still, can make dumps happen still. But now things are starting to be like, okay, everything's closing down. Everything's closed down. So you can't really close down anything else. That's good. You were going to hit like a point where that was going to happen. So now we got to wait for, you know, things to open back up. Need to vaccines in clinical trials. Vaccines starting to work on patients. That stuff those news events need to come out. So, but again, dude, like Bitcoin's in the bottom left of your screen right here on the daily. So yeah, it's 66.41. Still hundreds of dollars off its high. Somehow it made it to 7,000. Very good. 50% retrace at 7,200. So very reasonable target from a high point to low point. Right, 50% before reversing the downside. It's almost 100% from its 3,800 low like 10 days ago. Yep, private wins. That's what happens. Volatility. A volatile asset is, you know, an unregulated asset that has a low market cap is volatile. More news at 11. Black Monday. Sorry, Teresha. We've already had 2 Black Mondays. I doubt we're having 3 Black Mondays, okay? You're a little late to the party. You clearly weren't on either of those streams. I streamed both those Black Mondays, so... Legion Trading, I think I've given my view on Bitcoin like 4 times already in this stream that's only been live for 38 minutes. Okay. My God, y'all. Everyone just trickling in. So up and down, across the markets. So one very concerning asset, well, for me anyway, to think about is Disney. Or unless I'm mistaken, and you can research this to refute or confirm, but like the majority of Disney's money come from movies and theme parks, right? If you combine those sectors, that's the money for Disney. So you got to wonder, is it priced in with this straight line down? I mean, what a nice recovery. You know, you hit down $78, you're at $92 now. You just got to wonder, like, how, I mean, this is one that seriously negatively affected. Like, it's the last thing that Disney would ever want is a coronavirus, because it just kills their sectors, multiple sectors. So you just got to wonder, I mean, this is like Disney praying for the indices to rally so we can get a rally too, because it already has gotten one. If you talk common retraces high to low, so you're already at a 236. You've hit a 236 now as of today. Hold on a sec. Answering a question. Oh man, death cross, dude. Really? Hold on a sec. You're trying to tell me a death cross happened after Bitcoin lost like almost 100% of its value in like less than a month? Of course, it's a lagging indicator. Who cares? Yeah, death crosses are bad, and death crosses are prerequisites to long-term sustained downtrends. But guess what, man? Bitcoin's in a downtrend right now. If you haven't noticed the channel that is down sloping, right? That's downtrend. That's not this. That's not an uptrend. It's a downtrend, and so you're now hitting the heart line of the equidistant channel, right? The dead middle of it. So I'm just telling you, man. In a downtrend, when you retrace 50% of the way, and it's off the first like huge wave down, and you don't have divergence and stuff, I mean, I think I'm serious. I don't care when it is. It's gonna be in the zone where we're at. And yes, of course, we can go up to 7K again. Heck, man, with Fibonacci, we could go all the way up to 618, which is 8,000, 7,950. We could go up there, and it would still be fine. 7,950 up here, maybe, right? But like at that point, or now, a reversal, right? Or maybe you just go up a little bit more, man, and then we come down again like this. And then that's when people start giving up and they're like, oh man, Bitcoin's screwed, right? And then your oscillators, do this on that huge low, on that move down. And then we get this. And that's what we're looking for, man. We're looking for an edge on the market so we can be confident in our trades. Not, oh, I don't know, man. The world economy is kind of collapsing and Bitcoin was showing 4-hour divergence. But, you know, the reason why it's rallying is because we knew this was going to subside and go back to neutral eventually. And it is on this price action. So this is what I'm looking for. Stuff like this. Daily seller exhaustion. We just don't have it yet. The momentum is still in the hands of the bears despite your rally. I don't care. You can have all the Omars in the world come in just screaming buy, buy, buy. They don't care about your money. They don't care about wave analysis. They don't care that another dump could come and could ruin you and it could freak you out. He'll never respond at that point. So like, dude, again, remember what technical analysis is for. It is not for price predictions. It's not for telling the future at any given time. It's not fortune telling. Technical analysis is used to give us an edge on the market for a trade. If I don't have a real edge on the market, it could go anywhere. It's whatever, man. I'm not. But when it does show divergence, when we do have an edge on the market, our probability increases of a nice major reversal to the upside in this situation. Okay? That's it. It could go to a lower low. It'd come down to 3,800 or 3,300 again, and we could show this. But we're waiting for the edge. That's it, man. Hello? Anyone? S&P kind of just farting around. I mean, that's kind of expected. Volatility, man, on a Friday, triple witching, people closing out their options. And, dude, again, like, just the macro, the meta now. The meta that has shifted to almost as close to apocalypse as it's ever been, you know? I do enjoy thoroughly the past. I mean, I know March 18th was rough, dude. Where we, like, had fallen. It was so scary. But yesterday, and hopefully maybe today, lacking in volatility, where it's been so volatile every single day, right? Look at the trend of volatility, the huge candles. Man, having small candles like this is awesome. But again, there's so much time left, it could do anything. So you get it, man. It's not just this is not just me talking about Bitcoin. This is me talking about any asset that exists on any. It's like you can apply this technical analysis anywhere, but it's not People just get misconceptions about what TA really is. And it's probably because of so many people out there that, I don't know, that do it wrong. Right? So people think that, get a preconceived notion from scrubs that it's like this end-all be-all. It's not, man. And when you get down to these levels, that's low risk, high reward opportunities. So then we start talking about risk management and talking about down at these levels, you can have 3-to-1 reward to risks. Easy. You could end up 5-to-1ing, 6-to-1ing, 7-to-1 with this type of setup. Look, man, look what happened last time we had bullish divergence that we so covet, that we wait for patiently, like kings. Low on price, the lower low on price. From that divergence, once it played out, from when the divergence played out to the top, you had an increase of value of 62.75%. Edge on the market. From this low to this lower low, when you had bullish divergence, you didn't have much time, but if you were up that morning with me, you did have time. You had an increase of value from that divergence, 42%. Guess what, chat? See, the divergence here it was a different scenario. This was like finally the bottom came in with divergence, where from when that divergence played out, it rallied up 37%. We do this all day, man. Look, I mean, look what happened here. You know, you had all this divergence, and then it ended up turning into a pattern, and eventually from the divergence, when it played out, it got up to 47% increase in value on the daily. All right, we could do it again. You know, you get it, right? Bullish divergence on the MACD and the RSI, increase in value,
Can you look
50%.
at my lord?
Sure, we can look at Tesla. Yep. So just waiting for the same thing again, like that we've been waiting for. We've been doing this for 2 years, right? Just waiting on the divergence on the daily. We don't get it. I don't care. It's not my business to be making calls on Bitcoin where it's going when I don't have an edge, okay? Dude, Brandon, I've been on early for the past 10 trading sessions every day at this time. Man. Good to see you though, dudes. Dallas, I'm sure, is on lockdown too. Everywhere, lockdown. We're all screwed, man. Thanks, Kingsman, for the 420. Okay, so it was down a lot after hours, 8% or something, but has gapped up. It seems like it recovered those losses this morning, pre-market, and you filled the little gap, or you gapped up, you filled it kind of, right, with a wick, and now you're back up 443, up 3.65%. Look, man, you're bouncing off the 200-day moving average. What else are you bouncing off of? The areas we thought might have been used as support, you just fell below it, and now you're springing. Remember, you broke the support, but I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it till I'm dead. It is not about breaking a support or resistance. It is always about the follow-through price action after you break it, right? Perfect example. Follow-through price action for the Dow Jones when it broke the critical ice line. When it broke that, you should have gone straight. You almost did. You were only a few hundred points off hitting that next support. But what was the follow-through price action? Complete rejection, and you closed above it, and then the next day, same thing. You fell below it and rejected it, and you're above it still twice. That follow-through price action is not bearish, right? That's like bullish. Same thing with the S&P 500. You fell below it, but you didn't confirm below it, and you sure as heck didn't do anything when you fell below it. Right? Follow through price action, like so. You need to see resounding selling commence after you break it. If not, it's not real, and you if it's real. Dang, man, we're going hard. We've been live for almost an hour now. Bitcoin 66.64. Hit 7,000 last night. We know the golden zone on Bitcoin for a common retrace could yield you anywhere between 6,400 and 79.50, 79.79, whatever. Common retraces, and this is where you majorly would reverse to the downside to get a second bottom, whether it's a slightly higher low, a double bottom, or a lower low. Always want those lower lows because, of course, you know, if it's a lower low type double bottom, according to Bulkowski's research, those perform best when they do, if they do play out. Okay. Where did I plot the 618? What are you talking about? I mean, this is the anchor points. The high from 10,500 to the low. That's how you get your Fibonacci targets. Okay. Oh my god, it's FYX here, man. Do we need to start playing the MLG montage parodies? I didn't see him, man. Oh, there he is. Guys, go long, because I'm in a put. Alright, you hear that, everyone. Let's, every tick that goes up, FYX loses many tendies, so let's hope for huge gains to the upside today. We're always rooting against FYX's positions. Alright. It's just how we do it, man. Club Nexus. Wayne Batson, I just don't know when to unveil the new graphics because I think yesterday afternoon would have been perfect. I don't think the files were quite there yet. And then I still got to figure out, I got to get another webcam and, you know, for my other scene. And I also have to work on the remote control, the OBS or the Stream Deck remote control, dude, with the phone. It's nuts, man. All right, so FYX is underwater right now a little bit. Perfect. Cue it up. I mean, you can use Fibonacci if you want, always stacking. You can. And that's being creative, but it's not like the law. I'm just using linear. Linear is doing fine for me. It's not screwed me over. It's definitely still giving me the common retrace targets that I need. Okay, look at this climb, dude. Once FYX said he was in a put, the market started rallying like immediately. Get wrecked, dude. Antonio, that's possible, man. I know that was always in the cards. Bullish divergence on the weekly. Yeah. It's true. Look at that, dude. Nice. FYX is the key to this market. Where to learn TA? Everywhere, dude. For years. Since I was 23. I'm 32 now. So, like 9 years. Oh my god, man. Going on 6,700 on Bitcoin. Let's go, man. Hour 36 minutes till that 4-hour candle closes for crypto. You know how that goes. Looking strong, real strong. And there could be more upside, you know that, but you understand the zone is always vast between the 382 618. So you'd think if the continuation of this rally is imminent, then 7,200 is probably your next bet, you'd think, right? Just because the 50%. Yeah, self-taught, I guess you could say. Also had help from, you know, a couple people who actually, like, worked at institutions and all that, so. Yeah, based on the waves and stuff, Bitcoin should, it'll rally, it'll run its course, and then it's going to sell off again to make a slightly higher low, a double top or a lower low, I would think, and that's when we can get our edge on the market on the daily. That's when I'll feel more comfortable with a long position. But it's not to say that Bitcoin, you can't say Bitcoin didn't show 4-hour bullish divergence. It's just the follow through has been so nice, and that just might be because the violent amount of selling that is so rare. I mean, even for Bitcoin, that dump was so rare. Capitulation completely. Do I think we'd hit a common retrace and dump? Of course we'd hit a common retrace and reverse our price action. And I don't know how far the reversal is going to be. But you'd think at least from like when the reversal does occur, all you have to do is go from this low to high, wherever the high is, and you get retraces, right? You come down 80%, 61, 78%, right? Sorry, man. I'm still just kind of out of it. I'm like, I'm just tired, dude. I didn't get the most sleep last night. Had to chug some beers. Patreon night. Alright, dude. FYX, you're the golden ticket, man. Stay in those puts for us, dude. Because the moment you swap, we're screwed, right? It's going to dump. So stay in those puts. Be our sacrificial meme. 67.20 on Bitcoin and rising. Bottom left of your screen if you can see it. Bitcoin's rising with the equities market. Go figure, right? You spilled. What are you talking about? Dead letter, bruh. Oh, bra and bros. Those are what you're talking about. Sophisticated conversations, of course. Dow Jones above its open again. Nice. 20,300. NASDAQ 7,300. Will Bitcoin rise and catch up to the NASDAQ, man? They're neck and neck. Perfect. Good music. So again, 7,200 is a 50% retrace. Very possible we could see that. And if you're lucky, and I'm saying extremely lucky, 79.50, 79.79, depending on like the nanometers you move the anchor points. God, it's got to be like pinpoint for it to be exactly the same. Volatility on the Dow, nothing like the past couple days or the past freaking 2-3 weeks, man. This is scrub compared to that, and it should be kind of scrubby today. You'd kind of think it'd be scrubby with a triple witching, with the expiration of many different contracts. Sorry, man, just drinking my Irwin.coffee. Tesla 449, up nearly 5% now. Oh man, I'm telling you, the follow through price action on this asset. There was none. Yeah, you broke critical support and now look at you. You know, I specifically said a couple days ago, this area is maybe where if you're short or you have puts, closing out your position might be prudent. And then you fall below it. And then it's like, oh, I feel like an idiot. But look where we are now. You're above that. That's the point.
$25. Hey, Mitch. Living on the edge. Waiting for the edge. Thanks for your live streams.
Crypto Fractal, man. Thanks for the freaking 25 coming in and one up and loan Sofos by $5. Man. Session top Jesus. Thank you, dude. Very grateful for y'all. Thank you all for watching. Bitcoin 67.23. And remember this morning when I was sleeping, and I haven't slept very long because we were live until like 2 a.m. Eastern last night, Bitcoin hit $7,000. So thanks for the 644 people here. Come on, man. The universe knows FYX is in a put or puts. So you'd think that we'd see green for real, hardcore. 2 seconds. Deleting the Streamlabs crap that I have to delete every day. Okay. Give me un momento. Perfect. Change is saved. Oh, dude, 3 likes away from 200. Is it possible we get it, man? Ever? Hey, Bitcoin. So you just gotta think about, like, I'm not really concerned where Bitcoin closes at. All I'm concerned about is this zone and understanding this is where we're probably gonna reverse our price action to the downside again. So again, man, like, I'm not a fortune teller at all. That's not what TA is actually meant for. It's meant for getting an edge on the market, and there was no edge on the daily really, besides just stupid amounts of selling and lots of volume that came in. That's not how I typically swing trade. I wait for the waves. Wave 1, you're on wave 2, there's going to be another wave down, and then you're going to get a much larger wave to the upside. XABCD, wave analysis. So I'm just waiting for that sell-off and the reversal so we can get down to these lower levels, and that's when I'll be looking for a shot. Excuse me. Oh man, my baby is kind of just chilling today. Amazon. This is my 2020 darling. And 1917. I mean, yeah, there's going to be resistance in 1964. You almost touched it today. We're pulling back a little bit. I don't know why this would pull back. I mean, it should be a market driver. And now look, you know, climbing again on the indices. Look, you're hugging now. You are hugging 20,400. You could very well break this today. I'm not even kidding. Dow Jones, man. Prime. Telling you, dude, this is a good price action, right? Look what you did. You gapped up, you filled the gap. Then what you did, you came down and you tested this critical support. You held it, and now you're rallying and you're right back at that resistance. That's good price action, dude. I'm sorry. John T says Federal Reserve to increase frequency of dollar transactions, foreign central banks. Central banks taking over the world, man. So back below 6,700, just a little bit on Bitcoin. Go figure, right? Oh yeah, dude, that's true, John T. I saw something like that. Someone's posting in Discord.
Is that a joint?
We love you.
Coffee Crypto, love you too, man. Erwin.coffee, let's go. Keeps me going, dude. It's my energy source. It's like my nuclear reactor energy. The core is exposed.
Thanks, Mitch. Could you check out Pega, NYSE, Roll Tide?
Papiga, Roll Tide. Thanks, Vince K, for the TN super chat. Sure. Roll Tide indeed, man. Pega Systems. Okay. Oh my god. What insanity. I'm going to talk about how it bounced off support. Pega, you know, it had that range. You see it? It's like a range, man. Like you had a beautiful 2017 to 2019, a multi-year long range. You finally broke it. Then you just, look, you kept back testing it, and what was once resistance became support. And then you just had the extreme parabolic move up, and then the crash with everything else. But then look where it went. I mean, you realize with this green candle here, like on whatever day this was, one of the black days, you opened at 39.90 when just the day before, you hear me? Just the day before, you closed the day $75. And then the next day you wake up and the price is at $40, $39. That is crazy. And then of course, all day rally. And now look where you are, not too far off. But as you can see, where you are, critical areas, a resistance now. Breaking that could be very good, but then you'd have to back test it and hold it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like that's insane price action. That's where, like, hey, price action like that starts making TA kind of less relevant until you got to get stable. Like price action stabilization is pretty important for swing trading and using technical analysis to gain an edge on the market. You got to have a stable market condition Okay, you can't have instability like this. So like I'm talking like using Fibonacci here doesn't work because like, dude, I mean, it's like it opened down there. That was the low shirt. You're at near a 50% retrace. Great, dude. That doesn't help me really. Okay. All you can do is TA and market volatility like this is just horizontal line support resistance. That's all you got. That's all you can really rely on. Okay. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The range you had and where you are, and you know it's a resistance. So breaking $68 or whatever it is, 60, wherever we are right here, the 68, 69 area, you break that. If a rally occurs, you could see $76 again, right? $80. But if you don't hold, right, if you've rallied all the way through it and you don't hold, think about the downside potential for this asset. If there's a recession here, if the market crashes again, look at all that room, you know, like that's what it could do. You're at the very peak now, at a top of a range. So take heed of that. Thank you again, Vince, man, for the 10. Good Lord. All right. FYX still getting wrecked. Perfect. FYX, please don't panic. Close your puts yet. We need some more tendies. We need some more gains on the day. Come on, Dow Jones. You got to break that 20,400. If you do, could have a nice run up, dude. I'm serious, to 21,166. Could be glorious, but you got to get some buyers, man. I am digging the lack of volatility. I like it. It's not near what it's been. Like yesterday was pretty volatile, actually, between 23.20 and 24.60. That's a crap load of volatility. 140 points, man. This is a kid saying Bitcoin not respecting the TA on the way down. Well, I respect it on the way up. Well, that's what I'm saying. And that is why, like, people like that Omar guy, you know, can come in and insult people and, oh, he's right for now. He's right for now. But it's because of, and that's what I'm thinking, like, because there was such violence and almost, I mean, we've seen it before. There's been volatility like this in the past on Bitcoin, what is way more immature as an asset. But the sheer amount of insane capitulation, now you're getting like a knee-jerk reaction early, and you're getting to come and retrace areas. But, you know, I was just thinking maybe it could go sideways and maybe we see 6K up and down for a little while. But nah, Bitcoin's like, hey, this much selling, fine. There's gonna be some compensation in the volatility to the upside too. And that's what you're getting. All right. With that being said, you make a nice recovery. People think it's all over. The selling's done. We're going back to bull kings, right? Omar continues to buy right now. Omar's just loading up. 6,600, 67K, he's loading up. He says, I don't care. Screw you. F you, man. Screw this guy. Good. Watch what's going to happen to him when this does reverse and we get our simple XABCD stuff. You'll see, man. But again, I don't care if it happens or not, because I have a hold position. I have a long position that got devastated, that is rallying, that's doing well. I'm not concerned about Bitcoin when I don't have an edge, because I'm making money, losing money. It's all over the place for me, like it is for you. But on the trader side of me, I'm waiting for the conditions to be favorable for me to have a higher probability of making money. And that, time and time again, when we get divergence, our edge is there. Didn't have an edge here on the daily yet, but we knew we had to lose that negative momentum first. So, and get out of oversold territory, so we could just maybe get oversold again and get even more negative Momo, so we could set up for higher prices, more major price. Like, you get divergence like this on the daily, this could literally rally you up to like the top of the channel or higher. That's like divergence. It can work out on every time scale. 60 minute it can play out, but it's only going to take you this far, right? 4 hour bullish divergence can play out, which it did. You can't say we weren't here identifying it, calling bullish divergence. but it can only take you so far. But in this situation, because the volatility and selling was so immense, maybe there was that, again, that compensation in price action where the divergence played out and then you made a higher low and you ran again. So the fall of the price action off that divergence is gorgeous. All right, you get it? Divergence there, man. But look here. Look at this. 1 hump, 2 humps, 3 humps. Eventually, dude, I'm telling you, you haven't seen negative momentum on the 4 hours since March 14th. You think that this lasts forever. It doesn't last forever. You're not just going to stay with positive momentum forever. So we keep going. It's pretty interesting how it's holding, right? Kind of like that. Continuing on up. See, you know, I've been tempted continually to just take this anchor point and do this, but we haven't reached the top yet. Like, if anything, it's like if that was the top, it's gonna look like a channel, like an upsloping channel, flag, wedge, whatever. It's like, this is not a wedge, dude. It's now too high. If it was a lower, yeah, you could say wedge. It's not now. It's like definitely like more parallel, which is understandable. Like in a downtrend, you get this, you get these rallies, down, up, down. Okay, great. But we don't know if that's the high yet. It could keep going, man. So like, I'm not gonna adjust quite yet until we get a real swing high in. But yeah, I get you, man. Come on, FYX, man. Don't you need to buy some more puts, dude, to help us go to King levels? I think FYX may have switched. Just kidding. What's up, the future? Just reading some chat, okay? Calm down. I've been live now for 1 hour and 13 minutes. Bruh. So I'm over 45 hours of stream uptime in this past 7 days. That's not, not easy, man. And Omar's defense, a broken analog clock is right twice a day. Exactly, dude. And it was like him coming in here. The only reason he was in here is because of stupid emotions to begin with, right? And you're supposed to take out emotions from trading. And Bitcoin is the master of manipulating emotion. Oh, yeah. FYX is an iron condor. Okay, now he's in an iron condor. So maybe the 60-minute might be telling us some buyer exhaustion. It certainly is, chat. See, 60-minute is implying impending price action reversal to the downside, and it hasn't been doing that. This is the first time. So here you go. So take heed. I mean, again, this may, if like things are so bullish now in Bitcoin, 60-minute divergences I've discussed with you, often won't take you very far. You like seeing 4-hour bearish divergence, but this is how it can start to begin, right? The unwinding. You get rid of all this stuff, man. It's just the hypotheticals. It's what we look for. It's like just the example of what we look for over and over and over again. If we don't have it, we don't worry about a trade on it. We'll find something else, which we did. I did find something else. Okay, don't worry about it. Patrons know what it is. So 66.13. And see, the thing is, the divergence has played out. Like, you have reversed. But you'd think that we might go lower too. I mean, that's what you see. That's what it looks like before reversals. Okay. But again, it's not a very significant time scale. So the amount of follow through you get from the impending price action reversal downside may just not be that crazy. You get what I'm saying, man? Oh wait, oh my god, I'm like not on the, am I on the wrong screen? Yeah, right here. God, I don't even know if y'all even saw that. Sorry. Trent, we used to have a meme about that. George Soros. We had an actual pump devoted to him. It was the largest short squeeze in the history of Bitcoin at the time, and it was certainly when there was bullish divergence showing, and there was like, it was like all-time highs on Bitcoin longs chart too. It was like a wedge outside of a wedge outside of a wedge. It was so crazy looking. OLN, man. Well, Don Clem, go. If you do something for me, I'll be very happy. And if you report back to me next week or something, Don, I'd be, dude, you understand how happy I'd be? You need to go read or listen to the audiobook Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Don, you do. If you say you're emotional, go, please. If you think that was good advice, go read that book and your life will change. I'm not kidding. Bitcoin does not have continuation divergence. It's not class C. That on the 60-minute Bitcoin chart, this is bearish divergence, class A. Indefensible. You can't argue. It is unarguable. Class C is when you double top on the histogram with higher highs. This is certainly not a double top at all. It's a lower level of relative strength, lower level of positive momentum.
Bruh.
Because don't tell us, man. He's gone Super Saiyan.
Look at me, look here, listen. I shall remain such in top Jesus. And this is my emoji ball now. Lol, just kidding. Much love, man, green heart, green heart.
Get wrecked. Cryptofractal. Lone Sofos is overtaken. Thank you, dude, for powering up 3212 on the day. It's not your first contributions at all, so very appreciative for all the ongoing support, man. Thank you, dude. FYX, what are you doing over there, man? We were supposed to be pumping. Yeah, the audiobook's on YouTube. Yeah, you don't have to go buy a book or something, but I don't know, man. I really do best with retaining knowledge and information. Everyone's different. I just do better when I read something. Like, I retain a lot more. I don't know. You could do both, man. You could listen while reading at the same time. It'd be nuts. It'd be like you're watching a movie. Stonks. Dolov, it's not steponks. No one ever says steponks, man, okay? Volatility is at, I think, today its lowest point, at least since March 6th. That's big time, man. Lowest volatility in a while. Very happy to see that. You know what's funny? If the Dow Jones closes just right now as it is, oh my God, I'd be so happy. You know why? Because it'd be the first time since, like, I don't know, in like 6 weeks that the Dow Jones had back-to-back days in the green. Oh my God. 6 effing weeks, dudes. That's ridiculous. You gotta go back to February. Late February, early March. Wait, what's 6 weeks? Back-to-back winners. What was that stat, dude? 6 weeks. It's not 6 weeks. February 28th? No, that's not 6 weeks, man. That's only a few weeks. What are they talking about? Back-to-back winning days. Boom, boom. Okay, don't worry about that stat. It's just like the first time, it would be the first time since February 28th and March 2nd. But maybe it's just talking about back-to-back green days like intra week or something, right? And that's 6 weeks. I think that's what they mean. And that's understandable. So don't worry, man. This could end up being a good day. Thanks for watching there. What's up, Jaw? Is FYX you speak of on NASDAQ? No, FYX is just a guy in our community who loves tendies, who's young, ambitious. He's got a chip on his shoulder, man, and he tries to play options every day. And so, since he does that, the meme has just become inverse FYX, but we're always hoping it goes the other way because the Wall Street bet effect. Well, again, man, the way you closed yesterday wasn't great, but I'm telling you, the price action we saw yesterday was amazing. We're talking about the second time we touched that December 2014, 2018 low. I mean, that is gorgeous. Holding it twice, and it's like double bottoming in a way, right? You gotta like it. The weekend will be brutal. Could be, man. I don't know. I don't do insignificant time scales for doing. I don't do patterns on whatever time scale you're talking about, Ilex. All right, man. I just don't, because those patterns are extremely unreliable. Pattern development for me is 4-hour minimum, pretty much. So, Lil James, good to see you, man, too. We'll slow down on Bitcoin, AKL, man. I don't know. I've said my lowdown on Bitcoin like 10 times today. So if you just want to rewind, maybe the beginning of the stream or something, just so I don't repeat myself again. Remember, like in the past 7 days, 45 hours uptime plus streaming. All right. So with people not being able to work and people being quarantined and getting sick and stuff, man, I'm doing everything I possibly can, you know, to be here for you, because people got questions, people are freaking out, people's portfolios have lost so much value. But maybe today could be the beginning of the dead cat bounce, or the at least reflexive rally that we've just been waiting for so long, man. It's all good, AKL, man. It's not your bad. And I'm not even complaining, dude. I'm not even saying like, oh, I can't believe you'd ask me that, AKL. No, I'm just saying, man, I'm just, you know, I've done the reiteration of Bitcoin analysis like 4 or 5 times because most people are just normally coming in when they ask that question, right? So I'm just like, blah. Is there supposed to be another meeting today? Maybe we finally pump. Hey, guess what? Dow Jones breaking above 20,400. Trying to anyway. And if it can, I'm telling you, we could see 21,166 today, chat. And it wouldn't be weird. Is
that a joint?
Thoughts on Violet, signed Romo, bullish hammer on daily. Hit 88.6% bouncing off old resistance.
Fish Chat, we'll take a look. Thanks for the 420. VIAC. What about Tony Romo? Huh? Viacom? Also, make sure I'm right one. There's multiple charts. Yeah, this is it. This is it, dude. Oh my god, complete devastation like everything else. So you're asking, bullish hammer on the daily, 88% retrace. What is he talking about, the 886, chat? Well, you have to go all the way back to 2009 and anchor on the bottom to the very top. He's right. 88% retrace like the Jesus man. Very deep retrace. That's the Mariana Trench retrace, I call it. The beautiful bullish hammer. Amen to that. extremely oversold. Divergence doesn't look like it's at, I mean, kind of, but yeah, these are value areas where one could take a long if the market recovers, dude. Think about how many gaps you have. You know, your first target, a reasonable target for VIAC would be 1982. Easy. You don't even have to use Fibonacci. We know that's going to be at the 382 maybe, or something from the top. So, yeah, maybe, dude. The bullish hammer. But you know how it is, man. Normally it's like you'll rally, you'll run up to targets, and then you'll sell off again. Like we're waiting on Bitcoin to sell off again after that rally. So yeah. Sure. Reasonable. But it's broadcasting. And Viacom, man. Trying to think about their sector again, how exposed it is to that 3,600 film titles, 140,000 TV episodes, along with Paramount Pictures Studio, CBS Broadcast Network. Well, you know, Comedy Central, Nickelodeon. I mean, you'd think, right? You'd kind of think something like that could be like double whammy because, you know, doesn't CBS cover like March Madness and stuff? Like sports, they're getting wrecked on, but then they've got like, you know, cable. But then again, it's like cable might get a rebound because of the circumstances at hand. Dude, Lou James, man.
Thanks for being here again today, Brew. I'd love to be confident in this market, but I don't think we've seen the total fallout from this Chinese virus stuff yet. Hang in there, everyone.
Thanks, Lil James, dude, for the 20. Much love. True, right? No one's saying the true bottom is in. No one's saying that it's over. We're going to recover and be kings and see all-time highs again. But what can be said is this is a reasonable area after so much selling, the fastest drawdown in history. I mean, just dominated 1929, 1987. They got nothing on this drawdown, this 30% drawdown. It's reasonable to think because it's not just the daily that is on your side here. I'm telling you, dudes. It is also the 4-hour. And I'm in the middle of a Viacom contribution tip analysis, but on the 4-hour, on both oscillators, the RSI and the MACD, they're both showing seller exhaustion. So you got that and the daily RSI divergence at critical support. It is reasonable to believe that this is a potential pivot point reversal area.
Could it be a massive harmonic? The Scientomo Romo, trying to get the Super Bowl bid.
The Super Bowl bid. Oh, Fish Head. I love the Super Bowl. It's my favorite sporting event ever. But they've canceled everything, dude, so we're screwed. I'm confused now. You know, Probst talked to Romo. Romo owns like the Uber for Uber Jets or whatever. So he tried getting me out to Texas, and they're all Viacom, who owns whatever, I guess CBS or whoever Romo works for. They're all grounded. They can't fly no matter what. So yeah, Romo. I think that's Probst's neighbor, actually. Man, just lost my train of thought. I was on a roll, dude. Could you think it could be a massive harmonic on what? On S&P or XABCD? The target would have been the 786, not the 886, right? So it could be one of those unconventional ones, right? XABCD. Since it's a cipher, no matter how shallow the retrace is, the PCZ always stays the same at the 786. But the legendary trade setup that I posted in November on Engine, it was the same situation where, I don't know, man, the 786 failed, Bitcoin kept selling off, so the 886 was when we took the entry. That was the entry for the trade setup. So yeah, absolutely, XABCD stuff, even though kind of C to D was kind of scary and you kind of went straight down. Normally you want it to be methodical and maybe have like a wedge pattern, you know what I'm saying? A little different, but yeah. 200% retrace confluent, not bad down here. So, yeah. And if those were the targets, right? excuse me, if this is the bottom for now on Viacom, here are your targets with Fibonacci, not just the gap. You think this is insane. And this may take months to play out if it even does, but it may not because, dude, we are in black swan territory. This has never happened. Not even in 1929 when the stock market crashed, when the Dust Bowl came, did the entire world stop working. Okay, a lot of people lost their jobs. Seriously, a lot of people lost their jobs in their homes in 1929. Ridiculous amounts. But it just pales in comparison to what this quarantine, this panic, this pandemic has caused. All right. So I think it's reasonable here, since it's so high up, that 33.27 be a target. I think it's a reasonable secondary target could be a 50% retrace. $33 and $40. But let's just say, hey man, in the short term, 1982. 1982, man. On Viacom. For the gap fill. But these are the major ones. If it's truly to play out, yeah. Third target could be, or fourth target could be 47.54 at the 618. Common retrace levels, dude. Why can Viacom not do it, but Bitcoin can? It can. So there you go. So we're just praying now with the triple witching today that come Monday or Sunday evening when futures open, we don't see blood. Because futures in the past 2 Mondays, we've had limit downs. Circuit breakers have triggered. And that is what has begun the entire week of the past 2 weeks of carnage. Futures getting devastated at open on Sunday evening. All right, 2445, 20,456 Dow Jones breaking resistance. 21,166 is in the cards. If you can stay above this, if there is the demand, that's the next target up here. It could happen. Let's go for FYX. You were just kidding about him getting wrecked. You know, of course we want him to succeed. We want the stock market to succeed, man. It's not about FYX. We want people's portfolios to return some of the losses that have just been stacking on day after day for weeks. So shots popping off. Yeah, man. Everyone, I mean, participating in markets is making money again a little bit, you know. I just like this area, man. I really like this area as a support, but yesterday made me really like the second touch and rejection, seller rejection, where you climb back up 2 times. Confirmation. Definite confirmation of some sort here on the NASDAQ too, at critical support. Look left. All right, supports. You're above both. Nice. Bitcoin 6,600. Didn't quite ever get that 50% retrace. You know, in the golden zone, a reversal could come at any time now. And the fact that we've already identified 60-minute bearish divergence on Bitcoin indicates that we could reverse soon, like more majorly. Yeah, AS, yes. You're talking about Bitcoin, yeah. XAB. We're on XA. We're A to B right now on Bitcoin. Going A was the bottom, and now we're working on B, a peak. We'll create that peak at some point in between 6,400 and 8K, and then we'll sell off again, and that will be B to C. And we're looking to trade C to D. It's the asteroid rally, Statham Kings, man. Yeah, dude, and it's like gonna miss us by like, it looks like 3 to 4 million miles. So asteroid rally is canceled due to lack of hustle. Bruh. But yeah, I mean, the economic damage every day now is going to be getting worse and worse, despite any kind of pricing in from any analyst. I'm telling you, dude, it's like there are 600,000 restaurants that exist in the United States, and most of them are closed. And the ones that are open are certainly not working at max capacity at all.
I looked at CGC recently. Could be some serious bullish divergence on the weekly. Also bouncing off old resistance, and around the 88.6%.
Sorry, man. Gosh dang, I'm sorry. You bounced. Look, you went down the 886, the Gartley. It played it out at the look at the 786. It rallied so much, but then the stock market crashed. Sorry, no guess what, chat? It's not going to play out for you if the stock market crashes. Your patterns, your trades, your TA won't work when crashes happen. When coronavirus closes down restaurants and businesses everywhere.
Muted, didn't any of that. Also piercing line on weekly.
Yeah. Piercing line on the weekly. Bullish pattern, bullish divergence on the RSI, and working on the MACD at a critical support. Mother God, dude, this is certainly a potential long entry area. Yes. Yeah. Trim and mute. Yeah, go ahead and cue. You can't hear me, dude. So yes, and again, I don't know. The fibs should be there. Should be there too. Yes, 88% retrace. Piercing line. I might buy some. Like legit might buy CGC right now. I know it's the problem is though, what am I supposed to do when an asset is up 15% on the day? Like, how am I supposed to buy it? You know, like, it's tough, dude. It's because, like, next week it could be down like 10%, you know, and then what? You know, well, that might have been a better time to buy, right? Yeah, so being up so much today kind of pisses me off a little bit because it's like you don't want to buy on 15% up days, dude. You don't really want to buy on red days or something. So, but yeah, that is certainly a bullish reversal Japanese candlestick pattern. The piercing line at an 88% retrace, which happens to be confluent with your next support from February 2017. Boom. With the said divergence, I think. Garlic works. No, Schwab, it doesn't. It's unconventional. But just because you hit an 886 doesn't mean it can't reverse there. And if you're showing like at an 88% retrace, bullish divergence on the RSI, I mean, it's not a valid pattern, but because it's not the 786, but it still doesn't mean you can't reverse majorly to the upside here. Like, that's crazy to think that. Oh, just because the 786 fails means that the 886 won't work and you're just going to go to zero, right? You're just going to go down to $5. That's not how it works, man, especially if you're showing seller exhaustion. It's not, you got to think about the coinciding variables. You've got to use critical thinking here. You can't just be like, humdrum, I am a robot. I am only going by the pattern. I am not using oscillators or any other other ways of using, harmonic is one form of technical analysis. So harmonic, Japanese candlesticks, divergence, receding volume on lower prices, right? Critical support resistance. Like, there's just so much more than just a stupid harmonic, right? There's more to it than that, is what I'm saying. Nope, no one's supporting your channel, dude. Go build your own community, grind every day like me for 2 years, and then, again, build your own community. I ain't got no time for clout chasers. Because no one had time for me. But I never reached out to anyone for clout anyway, so. Hey, there's 4-hour divergence on the 4-hour, even better, man. We're talking about CGC. Another conference this morning. Sweet. Maybe I could rest my vocal cords for a few moments. Gone too hard this week, man. I will when is it? Is it supposed to be at 11 again or something, chat? Yeah, dude, Nike Gaming straight wrecked. This time it's different, Element up. I mean, like, I know, man. But you can't say the 786 wasn't a good reversal. We see, hey, remember on Engine even? It had a 786 reversal and then did the same thing. And then got to the 886 and then became kings. Washed everyone out. But then you could see more seller exhaustions. Beautiful. Yeah, John C. I think that info came out yesterday, a couple days ago. I'm just repeating it. Goldman Sachs slashes U.S. GDP forecast and now predicts economy will shrink 3.8% this year on an annual average basis and 3.1% on Q4 to Q4 basis. Q1 minus 6%. Q2 minus 24%. Q3 plus 12%. Q4 plus 10%. It's nuts, man. So that's why you think, like, certainly recession. We're in a recession. But even in recessions, you get reflexive rallies because selling has been so overdone for so long, man. If clout was an asset, it would be recession proof. True that, man. I'm sorry. It's futures. Another quad screen. Bitcoin bottom left. Dow Jones top left. S&P 500 top right. NASDAQ bottom right. 2441 on the S&P. 20,473 on the Dow Jones, breaking that resistance, but you got to get some follow through price action. That would make me feel better. Impulse says, Mitch, just wanted to say that these streams have made working from home way more enjoyable. Spend the majority of my work days listening to the TA. Thanks, man. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate the support from all of you. It's a truly magical journey these past couple years of getting into content creation or just live streaming. If you had asked me 3 years ago, or if you would have told me 3 years ago what I'd be doing right now, I'd probably start crying tears of joy because I wouldn't be able to believe it. It's like, you mean to tell me I'd be doing what I effing love more than anything for a living? Are you kidding me? And it's all because of y'all. So again, truly grateful. So Charles, we've been down, but it's high risk still to take positions. And if you say we're going down still, then fine. Cash is king. I mean, you want to go below 40. Yeah, you need to stop being so elevated on the VIX. That's what's truly killer. Like the fact that the VIX is up, VIX is supposed to be straight up, straight down. Right? Within 2-3 weeks, straight up, straight down. It's not like that. It's like been straight up and it's staying at high prices. Okay, so Bitcoin's right below 6,600. Oh, I got a new sound clip, chat. Can you believe it?
And then
Just like that.
Bitcoin going to zero.
Correct. What's up, Paul, man? Thanks, dude. Hello, DJ Theory. Bull Run Bear. Business as usual in Rockland, New York. Miss Ken. Yeah, for most places, not business as usual at all. So again, any time for Bitcoin, reversal areas, and we know in the 60-minute we've got some sort of small edge to believe that maybe a reversal. I mean, look, it's already happened, right? You were at $7,000, you're now at $6,576. That is reversing. That is a reversal. No, it's all good. Sends in Kitchen Man. I fully expect my Patreon numbers to just drop like a rock. I mean, just based on the economy and what's happened to people's accounts, man. So, like, I completely understand. I mean, everyone's going to be affected, including me, right? It's kind of tough to trade in market conditions like this. Kind of impossible to post viable trade setups that make sense in conditions like this. So, like, imagine, you know, y'all are going to get hit. I'm going to get hit too. So for the ones that do stick around for next month, again, it's just extreme amounts of gratitude. Gas prices just went up in Brisbane. Get wrecked. Dead letter opener. In an Australian way. Audio engineer says his industry has been decimated. What a word. 11:45 Eastern. Okay, so AS probably gonna be like 12:15 p.m. Eastern when actually is, right? Okay, makes sense. Everything will come back, but not everything. Some things will become extinct. A lot of retail industry will be, you know, this was it, man. This was like the dinosaurs were doing their thing. And, you know, Amazon was kind of like global cooling, started making the dinosaurs smaller, started running out of food. But then years later, the asteroid came and wiped all the dinosaurs out. This was the asteroid. No, I'll never do a Patreon discount, Evan, man. It's, I mean, what's the point, dude? All that's happened is the Patreon has compounded more value every single month because of all the educational clips that keep getting posted and they don't get removed, right? So, nah, man, it's like, hey, dude, you just gotta think about, it's about supporting the stream, man. Like, the people that truly want me and, you know, want me to come back, like, those people join the Patreon. They, you know, those are the ones that, it's like the core. There's like a core of like, I think 120 or so that every month, no matter what, they're always there for me. So I don't know what's going to happen, man, but it's always kind of scary, you know, for everyone. Also, VO dudes. Oh man, kind of just rough, dude. You know how it is, man. I'm like, again, 45 plus hours of streaming this week, and did 3 live streams yesterday. I think it was like around 1 a.m. my time when I went to bed. It was like, no, that was like when I got off stream. I don't even know. I was live like 5 hours ago or 6 hours ago, I think. So, oh boy, here we go, dude. Getting rejected again. $24.20. Have they confirmed a check for everybody? I think they have for anyone that makes under $75,000 a year. Yes. Bitcoin's already been selling off, man. So in 5 minutes, whatever, dude, you're like, dude, it went at $7,000. It's 65.83 now. So stop trying to time things. That's not how TA works, dude. Yeah, everyone's a genius and can predict in 5 minutes something's gonna sell off. Okay, dude. Imagine being a bull re. Yeah, re indeed. Dude, it could just as easily just rally back up, man, and you can get wrecked. It'll be okay, man. Spot 220 Monday, Kings. Yeah, right. And all of a sudden, it'll be hilarious FYX if it happens. 3,000 plus day on the Dow Jones. It's the largest point run we've ever seen in the history of mankind. FYX. We got him live on the other line. FYX, man. So how does it feel to lose the most amount of money you've ever lost in a day? Well, I do want to thank God for the inverse tendies, man. It was really, really tough, but shout out to everyone else who inversed me. Something like that. Okay, look, already bouncing back a little bit, man. No big deal. It's just up and down, dude. It's Friday. And what I love so much about today is just we don't have much volatility. I'm digging that, man. On a triple witching. Yes, Cosmic Elf, we can see you, dude. I love it, man. It's too much fun. Okay. So weekly, gross, man. I mean, like, how does it doesn't even look good. I know you like held support, but dang, man, weekly's sick. Because when we close today, this weekly candle, it's gonna be the breakout candle of the uptrend we were in, right? Because last week, you realize on Friday, we had this miraculous run in the last like 5 minutes of trading. And you thought, hey man, we closed above the 200-week moving average. We bounced perfectly off that support. But then Black Monday 2.0 came around. And it's like, that feels like 10 years ago. No, it was just Monday. So here we are. Volatility was insane this week. You're well off those lows, but starting to fall a little bit more. But certainly, it will be the first week we close. And it will be confirming. It will be like the confirmation that the 2009 uptrend is certainly over now. Cosmic, I don't know, man. I'm gonna go to Disneyland. So what are you gonna do with all your inverse tendies and debt, FYX? I'm gonna go to
Thanks for
Disneyland.
recommending trading in the zone. I guess I can learn something from a Bama fan. Seriously, thanks for all the education.
What's up, Orange Blood Vomit?
Is that a joint?
Just kidding. Thanks for the 5, dude. Hold on, I'll
Do
address
not
that.
lose hope. Stay strong. Be kind.
Oh yeah, don't lose hope, man. I mean, like, believe me, America, the world, the West, really, is very resilient. Humans in general are just very resilient. We've been through far worse throughout history. We'll make it through this too, man. Though people will be a lot more poor and people will be a lot more rich. That gap between the haves and have-nots is ever widening right now. It's getting real. I mean, this is like something like an event like this can destroy a middle class. Can it? I mean, am I wrong here in even saying that? This, where no one can work? I mean, who's being affected the most? People with a lot of money? You're lucky, dude, because there are so many. For every one of you that has a lot of money that's going to be okay through this, there are like 20, 100 more people plus that are not as fortunate as you that are going to be devastated by this. So it's not funny for anyone. It's really actually sobering. And unless you're a sociopath and you think about that, you have to feel bad, man. Real bad. New York institutes 100% workforce reduction. Go ahead and cue it up. Perfect. This is the Truman Show. The Dow was smacked. Dang, man. The Dow was smacked at that 20,400 for the third time. But maybe we get an afternoon rally or something like that. Up, down, up, down, up, down. All right. That's true. Little James says the middle class taxpayers are always the ones who foot the bill for these bailouts. Small businesses are getting worked right now. Oh yeah, dude, one of my best friends opened a business in frickin' January, dude. I feel sick, man. It's so unfair. Steven, not right now, dude. I am cash. Olin, Amazon. It's kind of it. I mean, like, in terms of, like, plays made recently. Gold. Higher low on the S&P. Oh my god, we're gonna do it, man. Remember, FYX has puts, so he's so euphoric right now. He might be in the money a little bit. But I'm telling you, with FYX position, it's like a tornado, man. That tornado could shift and start wrecking him any moment. To law, pretty much middle class becomes lower class, upper class becomes middle class, and then the lower class that existed before all die from coronavirus. Sucks, dude. Or just, I don't know, man. Like, the humans find a way, always. Of course I'm always holding Bitcoin till the end of time. Up, down, 0 to a billion. It doesn't matter for me. No, we don't want FYX to close his position because the moment he closes it, it's going to dump even more. Right? We want him to hold it for the inverse tendies. What's up, Bizico? Thanks, man. He says he can't. No day trade. Diamond hands, man. No, say it. Say this. Hands of a surgeon. Uh-oh. We're climbing again. FYX, you're about to be underwater. Alex, the S&P, the Qs, the Dow, they all have 4-hour bullish divergence at these levels, so yes, I am, man. Like, either way, I don't think you should expect much selling today. Like, if there is, man, that's pretty wild for a Friday to be selling off and closing down at 2350 again. That would be nuts, man. Bet just 240 before we break 237. Is that true, man? Is that Truman Show? I don't think so, FYX, man. Remember, the universe is against you because it's the Wall Street bet effect, okay? It's gonna follow you everywhere, dude. I agree, Steven. It's just getting started. Now, I think the drawdown, 30% drawdown in record time is definitely trying to price in. It's doing all it can to price in the layoffs, the companies shutting down. the government mandates of lockdown where people can't do anything. So trying to, but the problem is with pricing that in is like there are so many unforeseen closures coming out. It's just hard to price things in. Crypto Light's coming in from Spain. They're locked down over there for 2 weeks. He's at home trading. He says, 8K, here we come. Be careful because of the 60-minute bearish divergence on Bitcoin. Remember, it can always start with the 60 minutes. But you did. You have reversed for sure on the 60 minutes. But don't know how much it's going to manifest. How much the lower prices are going to manifest.
You have to admit you're whipping boil at the crypto rally.
Dash, sure, man. Yeah, hit a critical support. No, I think Engine, well, maybe it led it, but Engine kind of outperformed. But yeah, dude, Dash certainly had a big rally. But just give it time, man. Just because you had a big rally, dude, it was a crash reactionary rally, which is scalpers' dream stuff. I don't do it. I wait for an edge on the market because it just could have as easily, if Bitcoin kept selling up, it could have just crashed and fallen below those supports. So yeah, he's talking about Dash, man. In log. FYX, are you sure you didn't buy any longs, man? Just kidding. Yeah, big old move up, big old rally, man. I mean, you almost were bullish engulfing or close to it. Kind of bullish haraming, holding that support. Look, man, this is the abyss support. You know you were below that, right? You know how scary and insane that is, right? But we know it's always about follow the price action, which we didn't get, and you even back tested it twice. Just Bitcoin kind of did the same stuff. But yeah, nice rally, $67.
Might it be wise to start looking for short opportunities like nice 4 hours divergence to ride Bitcoin's next wave down?
Sure, yeah, 4 hour bearish divergence would be great, but we already have it on the 60 minute. So I don't think it's developed yet on 4 hour. Now, if it does, okay, yeah, that'd be a great shorting opportunity on Bitcoin. If we get 4 hour divergence, oh yeah, dude, because we're already in a downtrend. We show buyer exhaustion in a downtrend, could be a great opportunity for short. Yes. So I think it's supposed to be like 15 minutes, man. President Trump's supposed to speak. Indices just kind of chopping today. Very little volatility. 23.99 SPX, 20,094 Dow Jones, Bitcoin 65.94, Nasdaq 72, Honda. Yes, Josh, you can. Yeah, collectible reviews. How do you say his name again? Kumio. Mandating 10% workforce must stay at home, excluding essential services. Yes. But what'd you expect, man? Next will be flights being grounded. FYX versus Universal Tendies. Circa 2020. Picture of Christian Bale cross-eyed. Oh my god. Germany will decide after Saturday if people can follow quarantine recommendations. What do you mean, Racing Tiro? If people can follow them. I don't understand, really. Yeah, 11:40 a.m., so basically 12:30. Yeah. The King of the Netherlands going to speak this evening. Gerard, is that some sort of rarity? Does he not do that often? Trump's been live like every day. He's been on our stream every day, man. Yeah, if Wex, you still holding, man? I know your position changes every 5 minutes, but he's holding puts, man. He's lucky right now. He's getting real lucky, man. So yeah, go ahead and queue up the IRS moving tax filing deadline to July 15th. But I thought that was already knew. Maybe that was on the table and now it's confirmed or something because multiple sources are reporting it. Oh my God. Turn up, man. Oh my God. I'm in the chat. Let's go.
Make the day a good day.
That's right. Make it a good day. Go to your local. Oh, wait. You can't go to your local anything because everything's closed. Thanks, dude. Very grateful. Session top Jesus now. 58.40 on the day. Lone Sofos. What happened, man? It's,
And then, just like that,
Delovs. Session top Jesus. Well, thank you, man. Wow. Attendees are just barely hanging on. That's the, pretty much the story of the day. Good music. Digging that. Excellent MK, man. That's what it's about. Dude, Olon Johnson. The stock of the century. Or the stock of the decade, right? Like literally. Oh, is the S&P going to be double bottoming on the 5 minute? Time to wreck FYX, man. Here comes the climb, dude. Yeah, dude, that's definitely like, I think this, you hit your one bottom, and now you're right back at the same bottom from earlier, so who knows, man. No one just donated 8K Torchin, man. That the top Jesus is different than the session top Jesus, okay? Alright, there we go. FYX, you're now wrecked. It's all over. Imagine having puts right now. Oh, Jack Dorsey's Square Bank will open in 2021. Let's go, man. Thanks for the update. Go ahead and queue up an NBC staffer dying of coronavirus. No, I didn't see that or know that, Rocket Boy. Truman Show guy just queued it though. But it's not affecting the markets, right? We're just ready for FYX to close his puts. No. We want him to keep his puts. Never mind. Because we want the market to pump. So, inverse. That's perfect. Because if he sells his puts now, that means that the market might dump, right? I'm just kidding. That literally has nothing to do with the markets, but it's fun, dude. We still have a fun time with it. Yep, still waiting on that White House press briefing, man. You'll have it live here. I've been live now, if you can even believe it. 2 hours and 9 minutes. Well, that's crazy. It's the first approval for an industrial bank in over 10 years. Dang, man. Oh, he can't close. He's locked in. Oh, man. So if a pump happens now, it's even better, right? I mean, it's even more fulfilling. Or not like fulfilling, but it's even more like... it would be more poetic. Because of the way the universe works, right? Eight finally showing 19. Dude, 8 got obliterated after that scrub out inverse head and shoulders. It was perfect. And then, but it's like, you can't, trades won't play out if the whole market crashes. It's just impossible. Uh-oh, US 10 going down. We could look at that. Oh, man. Dude, I'm like dead right now, man. Like so dead. Oh, it is. Wow. It's under 1% yield. Uh-oh. Well, we have to look at it on the weekly because it's just... Yeah, that's not good. It's down 20% almost today. Wait, what happened? Oh yeah, we didn't look at it in log because it's so gorgeous. The touches you get anchoring like this, it's like some of the most beautiful touches I've ever seen. The respect on all 25, 50, 75, 100, it's still good. But anyway, what he's talking about is the 10-year treasury yields. Look at the volatility. Talk about from this week alone, 62 or 0.62% all the way up to 1.28%. Wow. And now you're just spinning top. Joshua wants Bitcoin to hit the golden pocket. It'll be tough, man, with that 60-minute divergence, but you know, it could happen, man. It's not impossible. Remember, it's like because of that insane, extreme sell-off, when you recover, your recoveries can often be more insane than you think too. So that's why I'm saying it's not out of the realm of possibility if Bitcoin was to hit a golden pocket, or just at least the 618, the golden retrace itself, or really a 50%, all viable. Yeah, sorry, FYX, man, it's just not going to work out for you. Sorry, dude. Wrap it up. According to the release, Dorsey's Bank will provide commercial loans to merchants using Square's existing payment system. Excellent. Maybe that'll make the price go up. Because Square got devastated. Obliterated. So if like you were at a bottom, you rallied pretty nice today, and you sold off and you just hit around the same bottom, would you think that that's confirming for the bots and the day traders that the bottom's in, or is it just going to be a 5-minute scrub out pattern and dump more, right? I don't know if it shows up on the futures chart. Yeah, you see it, like that's what I'm talking about. It's like a low and like a higher low, right? But is it like a dump and then like a 786 retrace and now you're about to rally? Oh, is it a bear flag? I mean, I don't know what it is because it's a 5-minute chart, but I'm just saying the intraday price action, right? The trading range now between 19,762 all the way up to 20,406, right? So it could climb all the way back up, man, right? The higher low is good. Look at crude. Yeah, dude, crude futures just 2360 just dumping, man, again. Well, why not, right? This is just like some sort of volatility contract that Probes had or something that just expires today. What was it? Beer flag for sure, man. Yeah, dude, no doubt, man. No doubt. Higher low bear flags are scrubby on significant time scales. They often aren't. Okay, at least we got like the podium up. Yeah, okay, got an US oil chart on its rally. Just ride it up some sort of potential demand line. Not sure buyers will be there since it's oil, right? So that 10-year treasury yield hang around, about to go green again maybe if you're lucky. It's down 17.6% now, and it's off its lows or whatever of the day. 2403 S&P 20,150, Dow Jones, Bitcoin 6,592, and the Nasdaq 7,228. Again, still waiting on President Trump, man. It's like, how is he gonna pronounce China today? DJ about to break out from Feds. You think it's about to break out to the upside? Hey, man, it's always possible, right? I mean, I don't care who you are. At this point, how low we are, the reflexive rally could start any time. You get that right. You expected to see 250 today. Oh. FYX is not impressed with the bullish price action to the upside. He thought we were going to see 2,500. No, dude. It's all right. Not yet, but maybe later when you think you have tendies. What would be worse, right? Going to 2,500 and killing you immediately, or going down to much lower prices only to rally towards the end of the day and hit 2,500 after you thought you had all your tendies. That would be probably the most hilarious scenario, I guess, for all of us, right? Where it's like, I should have been what is it? Like on Dodgeball, FYX is like at the end of the movie when Ben Stiller has a fat suit on. That should have been my trophy. Those should have been my tendies. On the live stream of the press conference, people are spamming Bitcoin's the answer. I mean, it kind of is, in my opinion. Like, dude, inflation, brace yourself. Inflation's coming. The amount of money that they're creating and injecting into the system will create inflation, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen in time. So yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, I've technically been accumulating Bitcoin for years now, so I'm not really concerned where the price goes. But you would think theoretically, in time, Bitcoin would rise in price because of just the system and how it's built and how it's just blah. And it's like there's no way out. Every effing politician just kicks the can down the road. Let's just print more money. Let's just create more money to get ourselves out of this situation so we can get reelected. And it's not, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about every president. It's kind of the same thing, man. All right, let's come up with huge government subsidy systems. You know, let's whatever. I mean, like, everyone does it. Every president spends a bunch of money because it's the only way that, you know, that, hey, man, legacy, getting things done requires stupid amounts of money for a huge populace. What do I think about the halvening? I don't know, man, because we've only had 2 other halvenings. And historically, those 2 were, you know, you ran up leading up to it, then you corrected for a few months after it, and then you went on to a parabolic run to all-time highs. But circumstances are much different here. So I don't even know how we could think about it being the same thing. We're like, global economy is like in the process of potentially collapsing right now. So that's different. Bitcoin's never been through a recession. This would be the first one. So far it's crashed, but look how it's recovered so much of its losses in such a short period of time. Gotta love it, man. But I think, like, recovered, you hear me, you've recovered a lot in a short period of time. That could reverse to scare people, but man, if we reverse and get a double bottom or a slightly lower low, and we show bullish divergence, man, that could be a godsend buying opportunity for Bitcoin. It could be one of the best ones since February of 2019. Sorry, FYX, man. 2401. It's all over for you now. It's all over. Trump's not on yet. I mean, like, maybe I'm just delayed or something. I'll, like, restart my... Yeah, I'm, like, behind just a little bit. I think that's okay. I'm just gonna put it on. Yeah, I'm gonna reopen it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, they all came out, so it's like just a matter of moments now. Pretty good. They're only 5 minutes late now. Futures. Ed says, it's a 5-minute bear flag, man. Definitely, dude. We're screwed. But it's a high or low, so it's hard to say that it's a flag, right? High or low flags are not normally, so. But again, it's a 5 minutes, so it doesn't even matter. It's all bullcrap. But we're just talking about the intraday price action. Sorry, dude. 24/7. Yeah, you're certainly screwed now, FYX. Forget about it. No way national lockdown happens at this conference. Whoa, hot blonde girl? Oh my god. Well, of course there's Sarah Eisen, but I'm talking about in Washington, man. Whew. Trump's coming on soon. It will be, I mean, like, I think I have like a 30-second delay or something because I'm not on direct cable, I'm on internet. So, you know how that goes with everything. Oh, mushroom farm. Let's go, dude. So Bitcoin's 66.30 holding on, you know, after that 60-minute divergence did help reverse the price action. Maybe that was it. Here we go, chat. Gosh.
Sarah, thank you very much. We are awaiting the briefing here with the Secretary, Pompeo and Azar. Let's take a listen.
Elements of the deal, and the Democrats are very much wanting something to happen, and the Republicans likewise are very much wanting something to happen. And I think it will. I spoke with at length with Mitch McConnell, and there's tremendous spirit to get something done, so we'll see what happens. But my conversation was very good with Senator Schumer. I thank you all for joining us, and I'd like to begin by providing an update on what we are doing to minimize the impact of the Chinese virus on our nation's students. With many schools closed due to the virus, the Department of Education will not enforce standardized testing requirements, very importantly, for students in elementary through high school for the current year. They've been through a lot. They've been going back and forth, schools open, schools not open. It's been all standardized testing, and, you know, it's we're not going to be enforcing that, so I think you can let the people know. I think probably a lot of the students would be extremely happy. Some probably not. The ones that work hard, maybe not, but it's one of those things. Unfortunate, very unfortunate circumstance. We've also temporarily waived all interest on federally held student loans. They'll be very happy to hear that. And I've instructed them to take that action immediately. And today, Secretary DeVos has directed federal lenders to allow borrowers to suspend their student loans and loan payments without penalty for at least the next 60 days. And if we need more, we'll extend that period of time. Borrowers should contact their lenders, but we've given them very strong instructions. So we've temporarily waived all interest on federally held student loans. That's a big thing. That's going to make a lot of students very happy. And we have more to come on student loans, more good news for the students, but we'll do that at a different time. This morning, the Treasury Department also announced that we're moving tax day from April 15th to July 15th. So we're moving it out to July 15th so that people will have time and people will be able to, hopefully by that time, we'll have people getting back to their lives. Families and businesses will have this extra time to file with no interest or penalties. We're getting rid of interest and penalties. However, if you have refunds or credits you would like to claim, you may still file. In other words, you can file early if you are owed money by the IRS. Other than that, we're moving it all the way out to July 15th. No interest, no penalties. Your new date will be July 15th. Today, our team will also provide an update on our continuing effort to prevent the transmission of virus across America's borders. And I watched what's been happening in California with Governor Newsom and this morning with Governor Cuomo, and I applaud them. They're taking very strong, bold steps, and I applaud them. And we're all working together. We're working very closely together, including those two governors. But I would say, based on the call, the media was there. I think we can say that with respect to virtually every governor on that call. I think every governor. We had almost all of them, if not all of them. And I would say that you could see for yourselves that the level of respect and esprit de corps working together was extraordinary. There was nobody angry, nobody upset. We're able to help them, and that's what we're all about. We want to help. We're doing things that a lot of people wouldn't be able to do. But the relationship with governors and states is, I think, very extraordinary, especially under the circumstances where this just came upon us. We're working with Canada and Mexico to prevent the spread of the virus across North America very closely. You heard what we did yesterday with Canada. And Secretary of State Pompeo will be making a statement in a little while having to do with Mexico and the border. And Chad Wolf will likewise be making a statement. There's a joint comprehensive effort in collaboration with our neighbors. The measure and all of those measures that we're putting in place will protect the health of all three nations and reduce the incentive for a mass global migration that would badly deplete the healthcare resources needed for our people. And so we are working very closely with Mexico, very, very closely with Canada. The relationship's never been better. We're all working for toward the same goal. Our nation's top healthcare officials are extremely concerned about the grave public health consequences of mass, uncontrolled cross-border movement. And that would be mostly, and even beyond, but mostly during this global pandemic. Every week, our border agents encounter thousands of unscreened, unvetted, and unauthorized entries from dozens of countries, and we've had this problem for decades. For decades, you know the story, but now it's with the national emergencies and all of the other things that we've declared, we can actually do something about it. We're taking a very strong hold of that. And we have before, but this is now at a level that nobody's ever approached. In normal times, these massive flows place a vast burden on our healthcare system. But during a global pandemic, they threaten to create a perfect storm that would spread the infection to our border agents, migrants, and to the public at large. Left unchecked, this would cripple our immigration system, overwhelm our healthcare system, and severely damage our national security. We're not going to let that happen. So we have a lot of information, and they'll be discussing that in a moment. To confront these public health degrees, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has decided to exercise its authority under the Title 42 of the U.S. Code to give Customs and Border Protection the tools it needs to prevent the transmission of the virus coming through both the northern and the southern borders. So we're treating the borders equally. The northern border and the southern border. It's being treated, they're both being treated equally. A lot of people say that they're not treated equally. Well, they are. As we did with Canada, we're also working with Mexico to implement new rules at our ports of entry to suspend non-essential travel. These new rules and procedures will not impede lawful trade and commerce. Furthermore, Mexico is taking action to secure our own southern border and suspend air travel from Europe. So we're coordinating very closely with the air travel going to Mexico and then trying to come into the United States. The actions we're taking together with our North American partners will save countless lives. At the conclusion of my remarks, Secretary Azar, Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Wolf, we're going to be also taking some questions with Tony and Deborah, who you've gotten to know very well. But they'll be discussing certain things, and I think you'll find them of great interest. We're going to be providing tremendous amounts of detail over the coming days, but a lot of it will be provided right now if you'd like to find out about it. There's been a week of resolute action, tremendous relationships have developed with people that frankly didn't get along, people that didn't like each other. They're now working together and maybe even in some cases learning about each other and liking each other. It's a nice thing. I invoked the Defense Production Act, and last night we put it into gear. We moved the National Response Coordination Center to the highest level of activists. I mean, if you take a look at what we did, the level of activation has been increased to a grade 1 level, which is the highest level. We're providing historic support to small businesses and to the states. The states need support. Normally, they do this themselves, but because of the magnitude of it, the federal government has gotten very much involved in terms of getting the equipment they need. So we're helping them. It's a responsibility they have, but we are helping the states a lot. That's why the governors, I think, in every case have been impressed and very nice. We enacted legislation guaranteeing paid sick leave for workers at no cost to employers. And I think it's very important. So they get paid sick leave at no cost to employers. We're accelerating the use of new drug treatments. We're advancing legislation to give direct payments to hardworking families. Throughout our country, Americans from all walks of life are rallying together to defeat the unseen enemy striking our nation. In times of struggle, we see the true greatness of the American character, and we are seeing that. A lot of people are talking about it. We're at 141 countries from what they're telling me, and some of those countries are really working in a unified manner, and they're working very unified with us, almost, I could say, a good number of them. Doctors and nurses are working nonstop to heal the sick. Citizens and churches are delivering meals to the needy. Truckers are making the long haul to keep shelves stocked. We've been dealing with the big stores and the big chains, Walmart. They've been fantastic, and others. They've all been fantastic. We've made it much easier for them to stock in terms of travel and travel restrictions. We're lifting restrictions so they can get their trucks on time. You're seeing very few empty shelves, and yet the amount of volume that they're doing is unprecedented because people want to have what they have to have, what they feel they have to have. And they're also buying in slightly smaller quantities, which is good, because we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. So I want to thank all of those very great companies for working so well. Americans from every walk of life are coming together. And thanks to the spirit of our people, we will win this war. And we're winning, and we're going to win this war. America will triumph, and America will rise higher than ever before. We'll be stronger than ever before. And we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about relying on other countries. And I can say that I think in both a very good and a very bad way. Some good things came out of it, and some not so good things came out of it. So I'd like to move now to invite our team to provide information on the new measures to prevent viral spread at our borders. And I'll start by asking Secretary of State Pompeo to speak. He's doing a fantastic job, and like everyone else, he's been working very, very long and very, very hard, and he's doing the other more normal jobs of a great Secretary of State. But he got tied into this like everybody else, and he's been really doing a fantastic job. Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I address the efforts that we've been engaged in to push back against the Chinese virus, I want to assure the American people that, as President Trump just said, your State Department, your entire national security team is staying focused on the other diplomatic challenges around the world. Those include reducing risk to America from Afghanistan, holding the Iranian regime accountable for its malign activity, and our counterterrorism efforts against ISIS remain a priority for our team. Our number one priority across those mission sets remains the protection of the American people. The President and our team are very focused on it. I'll take this moment, too, to thank my team, State Department team, who is working long hours all around the world to take care of Americans who are stuck at places around the world. I'll talk about that more in just a minute. You've all seen Dr. Birx with me, State Department official who's doing great work, but I want to give a shout out to all of the State Department team here in Washington and around the world that are working overtime to help us push back against this pandemic. Under the President's leadership this week, we've taken two important steps. First, as President Trump announced on Wednesday, the United States and Canada jointly agreed to restrict all non-essential traffic across our border. This decision goes into effect tonight at midnight. The restrictions will be reviewed after 30 days, and they exclude traffic and movement across the border for work or other essential reasons. We're grateful to have such an outstanding friend to the north who is committed, as we are, to defeating this virus. I also want to announce today that the United States and Mexico have agreed to restrict non-essential travel across our shared border. Both our countries know the importance of working together to limit the spread of the virus, to ensure that commerce that supports our economy continues to keep flowing. Here, too, the United States is glad to have a friend who's working side by side us in the fight. Secretary Wolf will talk a little bit more about the details of how we're working alongside our partner in Mexico to keep our southern border safe and secure as well. On another note, yesterday the State Department issued a Level 4 global travel advisory. This means that all international travel from U.S. citizens should be avoided. In countries where commercial departure options remain available, U.S. citizens who reside in the United States should arrange for immediate return to the United States unless they're prepared to remain abroad for an extended time. If you choose to travel internationally, your travel plans may well be severely disrupted. And finally, I want to talk about the disinformation that people are seeing, both on Twitter and around the world, some of it coming from government, some of it coming from other individuals. Just urge everyone, as they're seeing information that at one time suggested somehow this virus emanated from the United States Army, this information about lockdowns that are taking place. Every American, indeed people all around the world, should ensure that where they turn to for information is a reliable source and not a bad actor trying to create and flow information that they know is wrong. This is a tough fight. The American people are tougher. Our diplomatic teams are working around the clock to help them keep safe both home and abroad. And we're showing once again the global leadership that America has always delivered. And it's been great to see countries around the world rally behind what President Trump and our team are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. And we'll take questions right after this. Chad Wolf. Yes?
Right behind you. Well, let me start off by thanking the President and the Vice President for their continued leadership and commitment for protecting the American people during this crisis. Early on, the President, again, took unprecedented actions to restrict travel from areas affected with the coronavirus. And to date, DHS has screened over 200,000 individuals coming back from those affected countries. This has been an immense undertaking, but one that the men and women of DHS have successfully accomplished. Today's announcement is yet another example of the extraordinary steps the administration is taking to ensure the safety of the American public. Before I comment on the CDC order that I'm sure Secretary Azar will later elaborate on, let me first address the progress as Secretary Pompeo and others have made with our Canadian and Mexican partners regarding cross-border travel. As we continue to evaluate common sense measures that reduce risk and prevent further spread, it only makes sense that we have looked at the measures that our neighbors to the north and south are undertaking. And so we've been working closely with those partners since the earliest days of this virus and the outbreak. And again, as the President said earlier this week, and Secretary Pompeo, we've reached an agreement with both Canada and Mexico to limit non-essential travel across our land borders. Let me be clear that neither of these agreements with Canada or Mexico applies to lawful trade or commerce. Essential commercial activities will not be impacted. We will continue to maintain a strong and secure economic supply chain across our borders. A few examples of essential travel include, but certainly are not limited to, individuals traveling for medical purposes, to attend educational institutions, for emergency response, public health services, and individuals engaged in lawful cross-border trade. As the Secretary said, the agreements with both Canada and Mexico will go into effect on Saturday, March 21st. Furthermore, we're also working collaboratively with Canada and Mexico to take decisive joint action regarding individuals seeking entry between our ports of entry. The CDC order directs the department to suspend the introduction of all individuals seeking to enter the U.S. without proper travel documentation. That's for both the northern and southern border. The CDC director has determined that the introduction and spread of the coronavirus in the department's border patrol stations and detention facilities presents a serious danger to migrants, our frontline agents, and officers, and the American people. It's important to note that the department currently apprehends foreign nationals from over 120 different countries around the world, the vast majority of those having coronavirus cases. Many of these individuals arrive with little or no identity, travel, or medical documentation, making public health risk determinations all but impossible. It's also important to note that the outbreak on our southern border would likely increase the strain on health systems in our border communities, taking away important and life-saving resources from American citizens. Tonight, again at midnight, we will execute the CDC order by immediately returning individuals arriving without documentation to Canada, Mexico, as well as a number of other countries without delay. And so, again, CBP is positioned to execute these measures as we continue to keep our borders secure and safe. Before I conclude, let me just wrap up by thanking the brave men and women of DHS, specifically CBP, and across the government for the work that they do day in and day out to keep the American people safe from the coronavirus. The department has a number of frontline officers that have tested positive, as well as others who are self-quarantining, and that I am doing everything that I can to protect these patriots as they continue to defend our homeland during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Dear Secretary.
Today's announcement is just the latest in a long line of bold, decisive actions the President has taken to protect Americans from the coronavirus spreading across our borders. In January, within 2 weeks of China's notifying WHO about the virus, and with only 45 cases in China, we began screening travelers from Wuhan. Then, over time, as the outbreak evolved, the President restricted travel from China, Iran, and Europe. Our health experts say that these measures have been truly effective at slowing the virus's spread to our shores. Just think about this. Italy and the United States both saw their first travel-related case of coronavirus around the exact same time, the last week of January. And yet we have had precious time to continue our work around vaccines, therapeutics, and other preparations, while Italy has tragically been overwhelmed with critical patients for several weeks now. The President today is taking action to slow the spread of infectious disease via our border. Under Section 362 of the Public Health Service Act, the CDC is suspending the entry of certain persons into the United States because of the public health threat that their entry into the United States represents. This order applies to persons coming from Mexico and Canada who are seeking to enter the country illegally and who would normally be held in a congregate setting like a Customs and Border Protection station. It does not apply to U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. During this pandemic, a number of health challenges arise when illegal immigrants arrive at our northern and southern borders and are taken into immigration custody. We're talking about significant numbers of illegal immigrants. From this past October through February, DHS has processed more than 21,000 inadmissible aliens at the northern border and more than 151,000 inadmissible aliens at the southern border. CBP facilities were never designed to hold large numbers of people and to protect agents and migrants from infection during a pandemic, nor to treat them for a novel virus if large numbers are infected. When held at border facilities, these migrants risk spreading the virus to other migrants, to CBP agents and border healthcare workers, and even the United States population as a whole. In such circumstances, the kind of social distancing measures the CDC and the President have recommended are simply not possible. On top of that, any resources that we are using to reduce the risk of infection among CBP agents, healthcare workers, and migrants in these facilities are drawing on an American healthcare system that is already fighting the coronavirus pandemic. That's why the President and his administration are taking these important steps to keep Americans and our immigration system safe from these health risks as part of our whole-of-government approach to combating the coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. President, for the work that you've been doing throughout this crisis to slow the spread of the coronavirus and to keep our country safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Maybe I ask Tony or Deb, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So we continue to review the data very carefully from around the globe, as I know many of you are. We continue to see signs that, again, individuals under 19 and under may have severe disease, but majority and all have recovered to date. We still see that same trend And frankly, from Italy, we're seeing another concerning trend that the mortality in males seems to be twice in every age group of females. This should alert all of us to continue our vigilance to protect our Americans that are in nursing homes. This requires all of the community, and when you see the sacrifices that many Americans have made, the sacrifices that the service industry has made to close their restaurants, close their bars, and so that the spread is discontinued, and then you really understand how all of Americans must make the same sacrifice. We continue to ask you to follow the presidential guidelines of no groups coming together of more than 10, that if anyone in the household is sick, that everyone quarantines in the household together, and that we continue to focus on those who have the most vulnerability to this illness. Now, to the moms and dads out there that have children with immunodeficiencies or other medical conditions, we don't know the level of risk, and I know you will also protect them in the same way. There just is not enough numbers at this time to really tell them if they're at additional risk or not in the same way that adults are. I don't have any new data. I can see the look on your face of saying, is she seeing something new? I don't have any new data, but I think it's important for us to be as honest with the American people as we can. And when we don't have data, be very clear that we don't know. Finally, no one is immune. I sometimes hear people on radio or others talking about, I'm immune to the virus. We don't know if the contagion levels are different in age groups, but we know it's highly contagious to everyone. Do not interpret mild or moderate disease as lack of contagion or that you're immune. You just happen to have a better immune system and the ability to fight the virus in a way that maybe older people or people with existing medical conditions can't. And that's why it's very important at this moment that all of you carry that message about the sacrifices that many have made, particularly our service providers and our frontline healthcare workers. They are making that sacrifice every day so that every American can move through this well. But we need every American following the presidential guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tony, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to underscore a couple of things that I've said a few times to this group. You may recall that just a week ago or so, I said the two pillars, the two elements of our capability to contain the infection and the surge of infections in this country rely on two things: keeping infections from coming from without in. We've been very successful in doing that with China and with Europe. Now we have the northern and southern border issues. There's a fundamental public health reason for doing that, because we cannot be preventing people from coming in from one area when they can actually go into the other. So that's an important reason. Understand that there's a public health reason for doing that. The second thing I think is really important is what happened in New York today, what Governor Cuomo mentioned about an hour ago, some rather strong issues that have been addressed with his recommendations, not recommendations, essentially orders. Now, we have a group of recommendations and guidelines that are applicable to the entire country. You know them. We've been over them. Yet there are places, regions, states, cities in this country that are being stressed much, much more than the country as a whole. Clearly, one of them was Washington. Another one was California. Governor Newsom made some very important, difficult decisions. Today, Governor Cuomo did the same thing. And I want to say I strongly support what he's doing. And one thing, as a New Yorker myself, for those of you who haven't figured out from my accent that I'm from New York, as a New Yorker, I know what New Yorkers can do. We're tough. I was in New York City on September 11th, 2001. And I know what the New Yorkers can do. So please cooperate with your governor, cooperate with your mayor. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met this morning. We continue at the President's direction to bring the full resources, not just of the federal government, but in full partnership with our state governments, businesses around America, and a partnership with the American people to respond to the threat of the coronavirus. And I know I can speak on behalf of the President with confidence when I say how inspired we are
by the way the American people and American businesses are coming together to help defeat this virus in our country. Millions of Americans are putting into practice the President's 15-day guidelines, and we encourage everyone, even those that are not in areas with significant outbreak, to review these guidelines over the next week and more and put them into practice, and you'll continue to do your part. Later today, we'll be talking with manufacturers around the country, and the President and I continue to be inspired by the way American industry is stepping forward. We have businesses around the country that are literally volunteering to retrofit plants to help us meet the needs of our healthcare workers and our healthcare system in confronting the coronavirus. As the President mentioned yesterday, following his decision to put FEMA in the lead, the emergency declaration, we actually met with all the nation's governors from the FEMA National Response Coordination Center. The President and I, our entire team at the federal level, couldn't be more grateful for the efforts of all of our governors in implementing the guidance that is being issued, not only from our task force, but also in taking strong measures in their own communities to protect their citizens. We want to urge every American to heed your local authorities, listen to their guidance, and also do your part to slow the spread. We reiterated to all of the governors that the President, by putting FEMA in the lead, will continue to implement a plan that is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported, that puts the health of America first. We have received a report today, as the President mentioned, on our legislative team on Capitol Hill. We're
Session
working with
list.
Republicans and Democrats at this very hour to pass an economic recovery package that the President described, and we hope to see the Congress act on that early next week. On the subject of supplies, we continue to make steady progress on testing. Thanks to the President's involvement of commercial labs, the public and private partnership, more and more Americans are being tested every single day. And tomorrow, Admiral Gua and FEMA will update the American public on the status of testing and our support of state-based testing efforts that are literally expanding by the hour. On the subject of medical supplies, we continue at the President's direction to pursue every means to expand the supply of personal protective equipment for the extraordinary and courageous healthcare workers that are ministering to the needs of people impacted by the coronavirus. We have a policy of procuring, allocating, as well as conserving the resources that we have in our system. And now that the President worked with the Congress to make industrial masks fully available for hospitals to be able to purchase, to be able to use as protective equipment, we're more encouraged than ever about the availability of those important N95 masks to our healthcare facilities. And over this weekend, we'll be announcing a major procurement from the federal government of N95 masks as well. We're also encouraged that we're finding new alternatives to increase the supply of ventilators. We've mentioned that we have a federal stockpile, some 20,000 ventilators on standby, but that doesn't count the tens of thousands of ventilators that are in our healthcare system around the country. But the President has challenged us to work to free up other ventilators from other sources around the country. And there are two different ways that we're doing that. Number one, in our recent discussion with anesthesiologists, we've literally identified tens of thousands of existing ventilators that can be retrofitted and converted to be ventilators for people struggling with the coronavirus. But also, on the President's behalf, on behalf of all of our task force, we want to continue to urge every American and every American hospital and healthcare facility to postpone any elective medical procedures. This will free up bed space, free up hospital capacity for people that are struggling with the coronavirus, and it'll also free up equipment that our healthcare workers need. It is inspiring that we continue to receive reports that businesses around America are donating N95 masks to their local hospitals. Businesses large and small are donating hundreds, in some cases millions of N95 masks. And I know how grateful the President is, and we all are. And let me close by saying, as all of our experts have said many times, while the threat of serious illness to the average American from the coronavirus remains low, every American can do your part to reduce the burden on your health, on your family, the burden on our healthcare system, and especially the threat to the most vulnerable among us by putting into practice the President's 15 days to slow the spread. And as the President said at the outset of his remarks, I know that millions of Americans are doing that just now, and the greatness of the American character is shining forth.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You had a call with Senator Schumer. He says you've now agreed to invoke the Defense Production Act to actually make those medical supplies that hospitals say are in severe shortage. So 2 questions. Is that what you're doing now?
It is. I did it yesterday. We invoked it, I think, the day before. We signed it the evening of the day before. And invoked it yesterday. We have a lot of people working very hard to do ventilators and various other things. Yes.
So you're using it now to tell businesses
We are
they need to
using
make
it.
ventilators, masks, respirators?
For certain things that we need,
Okay.
including some of the very important emergency. I would say ventilators, probably more masks to a large extent. We have millions of masks which are coming and which will be distributed to the states. The states are having a hard time getting them, so we're using the Act. The Act is very good for things like this. We have millions of masks that we've ordered. They will be here soon. We're having them shipped directly to states.
So you said you were signing this but not invoking it. This is what you said yesterday, and that you would only do so in a worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So are we now at a worst case scenario?
We need, no, it's no different other than we need certain equipment that the states are unable to get by themselves. So we're invoking it to use the powers of the federal government to help the states get things that they need, like the masks, like the ventilators. Yes, Steve?
Given what Governor Cuomo has done in New York, is there any more consideration to a national lockdown to keep people in their homes?
I don't think so. Essentially, you've done that in California. You've done that in New York. Those are really 2 hotbeds. Those are probably the 2 hottest of them all in terms of hotspots. I don't think so, because you go out to the Midwest, you go out to other locations, and they're watching it on television, but they don't have the same problems. They don't have, by any means, the same problem. New York, California, Miami, the governor's doing an excellent job. Governor DeSantis in Florida. We have some pretty hot spots in Florida, too. But we're general, and the state of Washington, of course. But that was largely, if you look at it, it was one nursing home that had problems like you wouldn't believe. So no, we're working with the governors, and I don't think we'll ever find that necessary.
We're about a week into your 15-day guidelines. Are you happy with the progress? Would you like to see?
I am happy. I am happy with it. We'll have to see what the results are at the end of 14 days. Let's say we'll know by the 15th day to see what we do. But I'm certainly honored by the way the American people are working, because it's work. It's work not to work. This is the first time this has ever happened. And we're working out a tremendous financial package for them so they don't work. Who ever heard of this? Usually you work out a financial package to get people working. We're asking people not to work. Social distancing, a new term that's become probably the hottest term there is. So, no, I'm very honored by the way the American people are taking this, I mean, so seriously. Yes, John?
Mr. President, a question for you and a question for Dr. Fauci, if I could. There's been some concern among Democrats on Capitol Hill that the Phase 3 fiscal stimulus is weighted too much in favor of corporations and not enough in terms of individuals. What did your conversations with Senator Schumer yield on that front?
Well, I think that really all of that is being discussed right now. We talked about, as an example, buybacks, stock buybacks. I don't want to have stock buybacks. I don't want people spending, I don't want some executive saying we're going to buy 200,000 shares of stock. I want that money to be used for the workers and also for the company, to keep the company going, but not for buybacks. I would, I mean, I haven't spoken to a lot of the Republicans or Democrats on it. We discussed it, and I don't like buybacks. I didn't like them the first time.
Are you and Senator Schumer?
So we're
discussing.
We're discussing that. We're discussing many things.
Are you on the same page with Senator Schumer?
We're not so far away. I'll tell you, we're not very far away.
And to Dr. Fauci, if I could, Dr. Fauci, as was explained yesterday, there has been some promise with hydroxychloroquine, this potential therapy for people who are infected with coronavirus. Is there any evidence to suggest that, as with malaria, it might be used as a prophylaxis against COVID-19?
No, the answer is no, and the evidence that you're talking about, John, is anecdotal evidence. So as the commissioner of FDA and the president mentioned yesterday, we're trying to strike a balance between making something with a potential of an effect to the American people available at the same time that we do it under the auspices of a protocol that will give us information to determine if it's truly safe and truly effective. But the information that you're referring to specifically is anecdotal. It was not done in a controlled clinical trial, so you really can't make any definitive statement about it.
President, on that on those therapies.
I think without seeing too much, I'm probably more of a fan of that than maybe than anybody. But I'm a big fan, and we'll see what happens. And we all understand what the doctor said is 100% correct. It's early, but I've seen things that are impressive, and we'll see. We're going to know soon. We're going to know soon, including safety. But when you get that safety, this has been prescribed for many years for people to combat malaria, which was a big problem, and it's very effective. It's a strong drug. So we'll see.
Fairly effective against SARS.
It was, as I understand that, is that a correct statement? It was fairly effective on SARS.
John, you've got to be careful when you say fairly effective. It was never done in a clinical trial that compared it to anything. It was given to individuals and felt that maybe it worked. So
was there anything to compare it to?
Well, that's the point. Whenever you do a clinical trial, you do standard of care versus standard of care plus the agent you're evaluating. That's the reason why we showed back in Ebola why particular interventions worked.
Sir, on that topic, Mr. President, about the possible therapies, yesterday, Mr. President, you said that they were for, quote, immediate delivery. Immediate, we heard.
We're ordering, yes, we have millions of units ordered. Bayer is one of the companies, as you know.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Wapner. This is the Halftime Report. We've been watching, of course, the president and the White House Coronavirus Task Force. The headlines thus far: waiving interest on federally held student loans for at least 60 days. Tax day official.
All right. So yeah, a lot of selling during the presser. 2369 on the S&P got as low as 2365. It is back down to those critical support areas where you could certainly see a bounce. Just enough bounce to ruin FYX's plan. Imagine thinking you're safe with a put after touching 2350. You didn't even touch it yet though, right? I guess not. So it's kind of interesting. Touching it would have been a few more dollars lower. So that's definitely a bounce area where you bounced yesterday off this support. There's one more. So I don't know, man. It's not looking good, but look at Bitcoin. What a sell-off. And what did I say when the press conference was going on? Right as the 4-hour candle closed, a hanging man confirmed. Hanging man confirmed into now reversing your price action. And what else did we talk about in the stream earlier today? The 60-minute bearish divergence, a high on price, a higher high on price in the golden zone. Impending price action, reversal of the downside. Well, you're getting it right now. So, whatever, man. Whatever. Sorry, FYX is over, man. It's over for you. Incoming huge rally that will destroy your puts once and for all. 63.77 on Bitcoin right now. NASDAQ 7,097. Dow Jones Industrial off its session lows 19,862, and again the SPX at 2373 and starting to climb a little bit. I believe there were people that got triggered during the conference. I don't know. Way earlier though. Hmm. 2376. The rally starting now. Sorry, dude. No flush. Because you've already back tested support twice and you kind of just went back down to kind of test it again. In a way, I wonder if I'm off a little bit on my touch point. I'm off a little bit of the downside. It never came back to touch. Where am I? Yeah, it never came back to touch this. Actually, which is weird, right? And now you're climbing more. What are you going to say, FYX, huh? What now, dudes? Time to get wrecked. Look how far away you are. What a bounce. Three hours, 24 minutes to your daily candle close. Is he going off? It sucks, man. I don't have like the link to it. We could play the rest of it. I just CNBC took it off, and I have that through Thinkorswim. So you know that's kind of like my thing. If you have a link, you can post it in Discord and ping me or something. That'd be great, and I could put it on. All right. Thanks, future affiliate pro man. I appreciate it, dude. Well, it's like it's kind of my responsibility if people around the world are out of work and people can't leave their homes and stuff. It's like more important than literally ever that I'm live, right? I think so. What now? Did I say that? Did I say what now? What now, dude? 2375. It's all over for you, dude. It's all over. Your tendies are evaporating before our eyes, and soon we'll be at the end of the day session highs with another huge green candle or something. Maybe I don't really know, but it's kind of, you know, we're envisioning it. Dang it, dude! I'm missing the crazy press conference. Anyone have a? Oh, thank you, Psycho. GHP, we'll put it on. Okay, chat.
Collecting data that will ultimately show
All right.
that it is truly effective and safe under the conditions of COVID-19. So there really isn't different. It's just a question of how one feels about it.
Is there any reason to believe it's not safe?
Well, certainly as a drug, any drug, John, has some toxicities. The decades of experience that we have with this drug indicate that the toxicities are rare and they are, in many respects, reversible. What we don't know is when you put it in the context of another disease, whether it's safe. Fundamentally, I think it probably is going to be safe, but I like to prove things first. So it really is a question of not a lot of difference. It's the hope that it will work versus proving that it will work. So I don't see big differences here.
I agree.
Sir, your message to Americans who are working at home, who have their children in their homes right now, who are homeschooling, doctors who say they don't have the masks they need to do their jobs, your message to them?
My message to the American people is that there is a very low incidence of death. You understand that. And we're going to come through this stronger than ever before. If you get it, if you happen to get it, it is highly unlikely. It's looking like it's getting to a number that's much smaller than people originally thought in terms of the ultimate problem, which would be death. My message to the American people is, number one, you've done an incredible job. Incredible what you've gone through. It's been incredible. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't the fault of 140 other countries where this has happened. And there is tremendous hope. And I think we're going to come out stronger, better, bigger in every way. I think we're going to be a better country than we were before. And we learned a lot. We learned on reliance, who to rely on, who not to rely on. But our country has been incredible, the way they pulled together, including the fact that I just spoke to Senator Schumer. We had a wonderful conversation. We both want to get to a good solution. But it's been really, for me, watching and seeing people that weren't speaking, getting along well, because we all have one common aim, and that's to get rid of this invisible enemy, get rid of it fast, and then go back to the kind of economy that we had, and maybe even better. Yeah, please, in the back. No, in the back, please.
Mr. President, I have two questions, if you'll indulge me. The first question is, many small businesses are concerned that they have weeks, not months, and are worried about how long it'll take.
We're going to be helping them a lot. We're going to be focused, a big focus, and including my conversation with both Mitch and with Chuck, a big focus of that conversation with small businesses, because they are really the engine behind our country, more so than the big ones. They are the engine behind our country.
Second, if I may, sir, are you concerned about members of Congress that may have used information they learned on updates to sell stocks and profit off of this?
I'm not aware of it. I saw some names. I know all of them. I know everyone mentioned Dianne Feinstein, I guess, and a couple of others. I don't know too much about what it's about, but I find them to all be very honorable people. That's all I know. And they said they did nothing wrong. I find them, the whole group, very honorable people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, so
the whole group would include Richard Burr, the head of the Intelligence Committee, and it also would include Senator Kelly Loeffler. And so the question is whether or not they should be investigated for that behavior.
Well, it also includes Dianne Feinstein, a Democrat. You didn't mention her name. Why didn't you mention her name? And I think she's a very honorable person, by the way. So I'm not saying, but you know, it's interesting that you mention two people, but you don't mention one that happens to be a Democrat.
Any senator, should they be
I don't know, because I'd
investigated
have
for
to
this
look at it, possibly, but I find them to be honorable people, yeah.
You said the other day you see yourself as a wartime president right now, leading the country through this pandemic that we're experiencing. Do you really think, going off on Peter, going off on a network is appropriate when the country is going through something like this?
I do, because I think Peter is, I've dealt with Peter for a long time. And I think Peter is not a good journalist when it comes to fairness.
But he's asking for your message to the country.
Oh, I think
You
it's a
went
good
off on
message,
Peter.
because I think that the country has to understand that there is indeed, whether we like it or not, and some of the people in this room won't like it, there's a lot of really great news and great journalism, and there's a lot of fake news out there. And I hear it all, and I see it all, and I understand it all because I'm in the midst of it. So when somebody writes a story or does a story on television, and I know it's false, I know it's fake, and when they say they have 15 sources have said, and I know there's no sources, they're just making it up. I know that, and I call Peter out, but I call other people out too. And, this is a time to come together. But coming together is much harder when we have dishonest journalists. It's a very important profession that you're in. It's a profession that I think is incredible. I cherish it. But when people are dishonest, they truly do hurt our country. Yeah, in the back. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, China has been in communication with the United States and also WHO about coronavirus
Right,
in
that's true.
January.
That's
and
true.
the U.S. shut its border to travelers from China on February the 2nd. Also, Wuhan has been in lockdown since January the 24th. And this all happened almost 2 months ago. Why did you still say if you could have known it earlier? And also, you have been calling coronavirus.
Well, I have to say this. We have, and I can speak for myself, but I have a very good relationship with China and with President Xi. I have great respect for President Xi. I consider him to be a friend of mine. It's unfortunate that this got out of control. It came from China. It got out of control. Some people are upset. I know President Xi. He loves China. He respects the United States. And I have to say, I respect China greatly, and I respect President Xi. Okay?
Coronavirus.
Can I ask more about stock buybacks? Many of the airlines and Boeing did stock buybacks. Is this a deal breaker for you in this?
No, but I never liked stock buybacks from their standpoint. When we did a big tax cut, and when they took the money and did buybacks, that's not building a hangar. That's not buying aircraft. That's not doing the kind of things that I want them to do. And we're now talking about buybacks. We didn't think we would have had to restrict it because we thought they would have known better. But they didn't know better. In some cases, not in all cases, obviously. Some people did an incredible job. They built plants all over the country. I mean, you'd see what's happened. I mean, we were doing, until this invisible enemy appeared, we never had an economy like this. But there were some companies that used that money to buy back stock, driving up the price of the stock artificially in many cases. I don't like that. I don't like it. And as far as whether or not we'll have that, allow them, when we give them money, because we have to keep these great companies in business because of the workers, frankly, for the most part, because of the workers. The workers are my number one concern. But the way we take care of the workers is we have to keep the companies going. I am fine with restricting buybacks. In fact, I would demand that there be no stock buybacks. I don't want them taking hundreds of millions of dollars and buying back their stock, because that does nothing. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. One for Dr. Fauci, and then hopefully one for you.
Sure. And one thing, Secretary of State Pompeo is extremely busy, so if you have any question for him right now, could you do that? Because you know what I'd like to do? I'd like him to go back to the State Department, or as they call it, the Deep State Department, if you don't mind, I'd like to have him go back and do his job. So does anybody have any question? Please.
Mr. Secretary, can I ask you?
Go ahead, you want to call somebody?
Yeah, how about you? Only for the secretary.
The exemptions on work travel, can you define that? Is all work, anyone with a work visa can still cross the border? Can you define what, like, the measures that you're taking?
It's a great question. We're working, we're very real concerned about H-2A visas, in particular agricultural workers need to get across. We're going to make sure that we do everything we can to keep that part of our economic lifeblood working between our two countries. DHS and the State Department will work together. We want to make sure and keep commerce between Canada, the United States, and Mexico alive, functional, and prepared for the day that this economy bounces back like we expected it will.
Mr. Secretary, the Mexican government has not announced any travel ban on Europe. Where have you been in touch with them as to when they're going to do this and what it is that they're telling you? And then a second question, they also are telling us and said in a press conference this morning that they will not take back any non-Mexican citizen. Any other third parties will have to, we don't know what will happen to them. So can you address what will happen to those third country immigrants that you are saying that will not be allowed to enter the U.S. and Mexico is saying that they will not be allowed to stay in Mexico either or sent back from the U.S.?
If I may, I'll take the first one and then, Chad, I'll give you the second one. With respect to travel into Mexico from outside, I spoke with Foreign Minister Ebrard a couple of times about this. I'm very confident we're going to get to a really good place that protects the Mexican people and the American people from those who might be traveling into places where we've got designations, the Schengen zone from China, so that they're not coming into Mexico and then coming into the United States. I'm very confident we'll do that, and we'll make that announcement shortly together.
And again, as we implement the CDC's order, again, we're going to take a number of individuals that cross the border illegally and repatriate them or remove them quickly back to Mexico, back to the Northern Triangle, and back to any other country. So we're going to do that in a rapid fashion. We'll continue to work with Mexico to make sure that Mexican nationals go back as well as other populations.
But are you sending Guatemalans back to Guatemala or Cubans back to Cuba? What would you do with those third countries that are not Mexicans?
So we're doing all of the above. We're going to be sending, again, individuals back to Mexico, individuals back to the Northern Triangle countries, Cuba, Haiti, all of the, 122 different nations that we see, nationalities that come across that border. We'll be sending them back individually to their countries, but also working with Mexico to send additional populations back there as well.
And just to put it, when you said before, you said the non-Mexicans going to Mexico. We're not sending them to Mexico. We're sending them back to their own countries, not to Mexico. Why would Mexico take people that aren't from Mexico? We're sending them back, in the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, a lot of other countries, they go back to the country from where they came. Okay, and Mike, please.
Secretary Pompeo, on the issue of disinformation, is there any particular locus for this disinformation, or is it diffused?
It's pretty diffused, unfortunately, but we've certainly seen it come from places like China and Russia and Iran, where there are coordinated efforts to disparage what America is doing in an activity to do all the things that President Trump has set in motion here.
Other than what you're doing this morning, what are you doing to fight back?
Lots of things, lots of work. One of the things we want to make sure is the American people go to trusted sources for that information. But we've made clear, we've spoken to these countries directly that that they need to knock it off, that we don't approve of it. And then there are a handful of other things we're engaged in to make sure that the right information is out there and accurate information is given. This idea of transparency and accurate information is very important. It's how we protect American people from something like this ever happening again.
Mr. Secretary, the Peace Corps volunteers.
You want the American people to be coming to trusted sources of information. Does it undermine you at all when the president stands up here and he attacks news outlets calling us untrustworthy?
Somebody else have a question?
Mr. Secretary, the Peace Corps volunteers have the Peace Corps volunteers.
Secretary.
Please.
In terms of Americans who find themselves stranded in places where there are no longer flights to get back to the United States, what efforts are being made to help them?
I appreciate that question. So we're doing lots of things. We've had a couple places in particular, Peru and Morocco. I think we've had the first 2, maybe 3 now flights out of Morocco. We're going to work to get people back. We're urging individuals when they can get back on their own. They traveled there on their own. When they can get back there on their own, they ought to try to do that. But we have a team stood up at the State Department, the Repatriation Task Force, that is working each of these instances. So we've heard from individuals, members of Congress, We're trying to get Americans back from these places where air travel has been disrupted. And we'll get that done over time. We'll get it done
Do
successfully.
you have any sense of how big that problem is?
How long
Is there any sense of just how big that problem is? How many people?
We don't know the full scale of it yet, but we think we have the largest number identified, and we're working. If there are those who are watching that are someplace, and you can go on the State Department website, you can log into, I think it's step.gov. You can go to STEP and log in, and we'll track it, and we'll try to get everybody back just as best we can.
Secretary, how long are these border restrictions likely to last along the south and north borders?
Well, they'll last as long as we need to do it to protect the American people from the virus. I couldn't tell you how long it's going to last.
Since we have you determined whether Iran is responsible for that rocket attack last week?
So
Maybe we shouldn't say that.
So let me just get back to you on the answer to that. And what we can say with certainty is this: we've made clear all along that the Iraqi Shia militias are funded, trained, equipped by the Iranians, and we've urged the Iranians not to do that, and we've told the Iranians that they will be held responsible for those attacks when they threaten American lives.
The Peace Corps volunteers that are in 60-plus countries, have they all been returned?
I don't know if they're all back or not yet. I know that they were directed to come back. I know that most of them are back. I couldn't tell you if we have all of them back yet.
And then Secretary Esper's not here, but to get tests to the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, are you able to give us a progress report on the status of that if they're all able to get tests?
I don't know the answer to that. I know we have State Department officials, too, who are concerned, want to make sure we get them tests, our team as well, and we're working on that. We've had significant success on that to date. There are a few places we've not been able to get them, but we will. We'll get them there.
Secretary Pompeo, how exactly are you going to get those Americans back, and do you have any plans to get the military involved in that?
We're going to use all the tools we can. These first efforts are combined commercial, private flights that will fly in, bring them back to a destination here in the United States. So we'll do that. There are some that will travel back other ways as well. And we've worked with the Department of Defense to say where there is space available, we'll be able to bring them back on those flights as well. It's a whole government effort to make sure we get them back. They're going to help us every place they can. Secretary Nesbitt, I've talked about it a couple times.
Thank you, Secretary. Question on Iran again. Is there any consideration to relaxing sanctions on Iran during the coronavirus crisis instead of being particularly hard hit?
That's an important question. The whole world should know that humanitarian assistance into Iran is wide open. It's not sanctioned. We've offered to provide assistance to the Iranians as well. I talked with Dr. Tedros from the World Health Organization about this. We're doing everything we can to facilitate both the humanitarian assistance moving in and to make sure that financial transactions connected to that can take place as well. There is no sanction on medicines going to Iran. There's no sanctions on humanitarian assistance going into that country. They've got a terrible problem there, and we want that humanitarian medical healthcare assistance to get to the people of Iran.
But the sanctions themselves, no movement.
We are working to do all the things we've had in place for the first 3 years here to deliver security for the American people.
They know the answer. Iran, they know the answer. Iran, the leaders, they know the answer to your question.
Was it appropriate for the president to call your department the Deep State Department at a time when thousands of diplomats are working very hard around the world to combat this pandemic?
I've worked with the president for 3 years now. I know how much he values the people that work on my team. I know when I was the director of the Central Intelligence Agency how much he valued the work we did. I know that he watches our team, Dr. Birx, all the team that's working to push back against this virus, to keep America safe. I know how much he values them.
What a good answer. Yes, go
Mr.
ahead.
President, can I ask a question?
Mr. President, very true, too. Go ahead.
Mr. President?
No, behind you.
I apologize.
Please, go ahead.
The news, I have two questions. The first is to Secretary Pompeo. The news hours learned that the CDC picked up that there was some sort of virus happening in Wuhan, the coronavirus happening in Wuhan as early as December. When did the CDC start letting other agencies know that there was something in China happening, that this coronavirus was happening? And then when did the whole government approach start to happen?
So I'll let the CDC or Dr. Fauci, you want to talk to that? Dr. Secretary Azar, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were alerted by some discussions that Dr. Redfield, the director of the CDC, had with Chinese colleagues on January 3rd. It's since been known that there may have been cases in December, not that we were alerted in December.
Then, Mr. President, the other question I have for you.
Excuse me, we'll do it in a second. Let Mike, yes.
May I just have one more thing? There's been some discussion about China and what they knew and when they knew it. And I've been very critical. We need to know immediately. The world is entitled to know. The Chinese government was the first to know of this risk to the world. And that puts a special obligation to make sure that the data gets to our scientists, our professionals. This is not about retribution. This matters going forward. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We need to make sure that even today, the data sets that are available to every country, including data sets that are available to the Chinese Communist Party, are made available to the whole world. It's an imperative to keep people safe. We talk about the absence of data sets, not being able to make judgments about what to do. This is absolutely critical. This transparency, this real-time information sharing isn't about political games or retribution. It's about keeping people safe. And so when you see a delay in information flowing from the Chinese Communist Party to the technical people who we wanted to get into China immediately to assist in this, every moment of delay connected to being able to identify this the risk vectors, creates risk to the people all around the world. And so this is why it's not about blaming someone for this. This is about moving forward to make sure that we continue to have the information we need to do our jobs.
Mr. Secretary, what message do you think it sends to other countries when you have the President of the United States lashing out at reporters?
I've had my frustration with reporters too. All I ask when I talk to the media is that you listen to what we say and report it accurately, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you see that doesn't happen. It's enormously frustrating. We have a responsibility to tell the American people the truth, and those who are reporting on what it is we're doing and saying have an equal responsibility to report accurately.
What message does it send to countries when you're lashing out at reporters?
Being reported, that the news media.
I've seen many things at the State Department be reported wildly and accurately on multiple occasions, and I have spoken to those reporters about it each and every time, and I will continue to do so.
Mr. President, Senator Johnson has suggested.
Well, I'd rather have, if you could finish up with the Secretary of
I
State.
think I've worn him out, Mr. President.
Well, let me
Is
ask
everybody
you both.
finished, Secretary of State?
Let me ask you both, if that's all right. Mr. Secretary, Senator Johnson has suggested that you and the administration may be overreacting. He said, we don't shut down our economy because tens of thousands of people die on the highways. We don't shut down our economies because tens of thousands of people die from the common flu. At worst, 3.4% of Americans will die from this virus, he said.
Real.
What do you say to people that have that view? That's 11 million people he's talking about.
Well, I can just say the entire world is agreeing with us because they all have their choice, and everybody's doing the exact same thing. We want to shut it out, and we can do that. And we'll see what happens in 2 weeks and 3 weeks. But if we can save thousands of lives, and even millions of lives potentially, you don't know where it goes, but you could be talking about millions of lives. So if you look at the world, I mean, you have some very smart people in the world. You have some smart leaders in the world, and everybody's doing it the way we're doing it. I think we're doing a better job than hopefully most, if not all. We're doing a very effective job, but we'll know better in 14 or 15 days. But, you know, you're talking about hundreds of thousands, and maybe more than that, numbers of people. And, you know, we can bring our finances back very quickly. We can't bring the people back.
Mr. President, to follow up on that, there are millions of people out there that share that view, that say, I don't really need to shut things down. I don't really need to stay away from the stores. I can go to the beach. And those people making multiple actions exponentially, it's the difference between life and death.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think I'd like to have Anthony answer that, because to be honest, that's what he does. And we had a lot of very talented people telling us what they think we should do.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I think that's a false equivalency to compare traffic accidents with, I mean, that's totally way out. That's really a false equivalency. When you have something that is new and it's emerging, and you really can't predict totally the impact it's going to have, and you take a look at what's going on in China, and you see what's going on right now in Italy, and what's happening in New York City, I don't think with any moral conscience you could say, why don't we just let it rip and happen and let X% of the people die? I don't understand that reasoning at all.
Okay, so Secretary of State will be leaving. Any other question? Go ahead in the back, please. In the back for Mike.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, I didn't call on you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. In New York, where cases are doubling every day, they fear that supplies are going to run out in a matter of weeks. Yesterday, Mayor Bill de Blasio called on you to mobilize the military to deliver urgent supplies. Yesterday he said, quote, "The fate of New York City rests in the hands of one man. He is a New Yorker, and right now he is betraying the city he comes from." I've personally spoken to emergency department nurses who say that they're being told not to wear N95 masks because supplies are so low. So how do you respond to those remarks by Mayor de Blasio?
Well, I just think this.
I'm not
dealing
with supplies arrive?
I'm not dealing with him. I'm dealing with the governor, and the governor agrees with me, and I agree with him. So far, we've been very much in sync. I guess they're not agreeing with each other necessarily, but the relationship with New York, I love New York. I grew up in New York, as you probably have heard, and the relationship's been very good. And I think government and the governor have been getting along incredibly well with the federal government. Okay.
Question for Secretary Wolf, if I could. Just on illegal entries of people who are OTM, how will the turnback process work? Will they be taken to a common area and then put on a plane and sent back to northern countries or others? I mean, how would that process work?
Again, it's a public health crisis. So what we're trying to do is limit the amount of contact that we have with these individuals, not putting them in Border Patrol facilities, ICE detention facilities, and the like. So it's going to be very rapid. We're going to obviously take them into custody and then send them back to a port of entry or other means. So it'll be very quickly. It won't be the 6 or 7 or 10 days that we currently have. It'll be much more rapid.
But if they are OTM, will they be taken to an airfield
That's
nearby?
correct.
Or?
That's correct.
And sent back on the
Absolutely.
Anybody?
Mr. President, can we ask
Mr. President,
the checks to Americans, the bill as proposed creates sort of tiers of checks for incomes. Do you believe philosophically that makes sense?
Well, I believe in a lot of things. I want to get workers' money, and whichever way, the best way to get it. And I want to keep the businesses open too, because without the businesses, they're not going to be getting money for very long. But we're going to be talking.
As it's written, is there enough, or do you want to see it
If there's
juiced
not, we'll
up?
do something later. I'm sure. I'm sure we'll do
The Wall Street analysts are predicting that unemployment numbers could skyrocket next week. By some analysts, say as many as 3 million people applying for unemployment, which would be a historic number in a 1 week spread. So is $1,000 check going to cut it? Is that going to be
We're
enough?
not talking about $1,000 check. We're talking about much more than that. We're also talking about doing phases. If this doesn't work, we're going to keep doing until we get it going. And frankly, once we get the economy back, and once this enemy is defeated, the invisible enemy, as I call it, once it's defeated, we get the economy back, it's going to all come back to us very quickly. It comes back very quickly. We have a tremendous economy. We do numbers like no other country has ever done before. #1 in the world, if you go back 2 weeks, and still, obviously, but if you go back 2 weeks, #1 in the world by far. That money comes back to us very rapidly. We want to keep it, we want to have it so that when we, not if, but when we win the war with the invisible enemy, when we win it, these companies can immediately start. Not that they have to start rebuilding, which takes a long time. Steve?
You're confident that those are jobs that'll come back if someone applies for unemployment next week?
What projections for job losses in March and April are you hearing?
Well, we're looking at different numbers. We have a best case and a not best case, but the big thing is to defeat the virus. Once that virus is defeated, Steve, I think everything else falls in place very rapidly. I think you're going to have a tremendous upswing. A lot of people agree with me. If you look at your stock market geniuses, and some of whom are not geniuses, but they think they are, a lot of people think that I'm right about that, that once we defeat the virus, I think you're going to have a very steep, like a rocket ship, it's going to go up, and everything will be back. And I really believe we're going to be stronger than ever before. Yeah, go ahead.
President, on the issue of supplies, you've told governors to try to find whatever supplies they can on their own.
Absolutely.
But some of them are now saying when they go to try to buy them, they're being outbid by the federal government.
Well, you heard my news conference yesterday. So not
Those
that,
governors
that
to
was
do.
sort of yesterday's news. No, that does happen because they want to buy supplies. We want to buy as a backup to them in case they can, and sometimes that will happen. But regardless of who gets them, when they need them, we're getting them to them. Now, we're doing the Production Act. We're doing it very much, and we have a lot of things cooking right now at a high level. Remember this. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Over 140 countries. And you have supply chains that are broken down for two reasons, because they can't supply that much and because people are sick. And they can't be on the chain. So you have a lot of interesting things all over the world. You have supply chains that broke down because of the illness and also because of the quantity. But we're getting it ordered, we're getting it done, and if you just have to look. Some of you were at the call yesterday where I spoke with the governors, almost all of the governors, and every one of them was very impressed with what we've done. Go ahead, in the middle, please.
There are reports saying that the Labor Department has told states not to disclose their unemployment numbers. Do you agree with that decision?
I'd have to talk to him. I would have to talk to him.
Just one more clarifying question, if I could. On the DPA, I just want to be clear. Are you saying that the administration is requiring these industries to create these products, or just asking?
You know, so far we haven't had to. It's an amazing thing that happened. We're getting calls from automobile companies. We're getting calls from other companies saying they have plant capacity. They want to make ventilators. They want to make other things. We are literally being besieged in a beautiful way by companies that want to do the work. They want to do the job. They want to help us. They want to help our country. So we haven't had a problem with that at all.
President, how do you help out states and localities that are trying to bid on things like ventilators and other items but are being outbid by the
Well, when they call us, they let us know. If there's a conflict, they will call us and we will drop our bid because we want them to go first because their point of sale. So we've had 4 or 5 instances where literally that was happening because, you know, we're both trying to get stock. And if we're going against, they will call us. The smart ones, frankly, will call us, and we will immediately, we want them to buy it because it gets to them quicker if they buy it.
Okay. Do they know that
We're really there. They know that, and it's happening more and more where they're calling and they're saying we're bidding against each other. They want to get it. They'll get it much quicker that way.
Go
ahead, please.
Mr. President, this is a question for Secretary Azar. There are labs across the country that don't have the testing supplies they need. What specific actions is the administration taking?
I tell you what.
What specific actions
We inherited
are
an
being
obsolete
taken?
deal, and we made a good thing out of it. I haven't heard that question in a while, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Why don't
so first, we're making tremendous progress in terms of lab testing. Tens of thousands of tests are being done every single day, both through the CDC and the public health labs, as well as now through the private sector commercial labs. They're getting to scale. They have supplies. They have high throughput. We do hear anecdotally occasionally of, say, a public health lab or another one that has a concern about this supply or that supply. Through FEMA, we actually are standing up a laboratory task force to answer those questions. Usually it's that the lab people do not understand that there are actually alternative supplies in the marketplace that they are perfectly free to use. We've actually had to put out some common myths and truths about that. For instance, the other day, we were getting calls from governors saying, we don't have swabs, there are no swabs, there are no swabs. Our supply people went in the open marketplace and bought 200,000 swabs in the open market, and I just sent a letter to every governor sending them swabs. So some of it's just they aren't listening or checking with us about all the freedom, all the capacities out there. It's a complex system with 330 million Americans and all of these labs. So sometimes there's a lab that doesn't understand how much flexibility they have and how much supply there is out there. And we're working through the new FEMA Integration Center to help correct that for folks.
Secretary Azar.
Be happy to.
How well that's working.
Well, as I said, more and more tests are being performed every day. And as we learn about the results that are being reported around the country of coronavirus tests, our experts continue to look at the numbers and see that some 90% of Americans that are tested do not test positive for the coronavirus. And so it can give you a sense of the magnitude of testing that's going on. We have the number of cases that we've reported today, but it's in some cases near to 10 times that have been tested. But let me also emphasize how important it was in answering these questions for governors and local officials that the President stood up FEMA and the National Response Center, where we briefed governors yesterday. Now, every governor and their state health departments have the ability to reach out to our regional FEMA administrators. And that's how, as the President said, we're sorting out those potential conflicts between very significant federal purchases and procurements and as hospitals and state governments are purchasing as well. I think the new streamlined system operating now in all 50 states and our territories of governors and states going through their regional administrator for FEMA is going to make it more possible for us to ensure that our hospitals, our healthcare providers have access to what's available on the open market and elsewhere.
Mr. Vice President, you're the head of the task force. You've seen the numbers. You've spoken to average Americans. You're a former governor. What do you say to Americans right now who are watching and who are scared?
I would say do not be afraid, be vigilant. All the experts tell us that the risk of serious illness to the average American for the coronavirus is low. But we need every American to put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines, 15 days to slow the spread, because the coronavirus is about 3 times more contagious than the flu, according to our best estimate. And you can contract the coronavirus, have very mild symptoms, if any, not even be aware that you have it, and expose someone who is vulnerable to a very serious health outcome. That's the reason why we're encouraging people to avoid groups of more than 10, to not eat in restaurants, but to use drive-thrus, to wash their hands on a regular basis. And particularly, we're going to continue, as the President has directed us, to focus on the most vulnerable population, which are seniors with serious underlying health conditions or anyone with an underlying immunodeficiency. It's those people we need to care for, but it's going to take all of us working together to make sure they're safe.
Mr. Vice President, on the issue of ventilators, Mr. Vice President.
Because you just said that you haven't had to require companies to up their production of medical supplies. But you said last night you invoked the DPA. I'm confused.
When we need something, because of the act, when we need something, we order something. And as you know, 2 days ago, I invoked the act, which was a big step. I'm not sure that it had been done before, certainly not very much.
Pump it.
And when we need something, we will use the act. What has happened is, before we even go out, many, many companies, great companies in a totally different business are willing to do things and make things, because that's what they do. They make product. They're willing to make product for us, medical product, that we need very badly for the states, that the states can't get, they haven't been able to get. And you know, most of the states, in no way did they do anything wrong. They were stocked up. They were all equipped. Unfortunately, they've never had a thing like this. So they need help from the federal government.
But you haven't actually directed any Secretary. This is important. You haven't actually directed any companies to start making more ventilators or masks, right?
I have, yes. I have.
How many?
A lot. And they're making a lot of ventilators, and they're making a lot of masks. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, partially following up on that, are there automakers right now who are retooling their production facilities to make ventilators or masks?
I can't say they are, but they will be very shortly, because we're working with one in particular that wants to make ventilators. They called us yesterday, and we're working on a transaction. They're going to make ventilators. They say they've done it before, which surprised me, but they can do it very easily.
Secretary Azar, this is partially for you, partially for Secretary Azar. You said yesterday that you had spoken to Carnival Corporation's chairman.
Yeah.
Yes, and he said that he could donate some ships.
No, not donate. That's not the word donate.
Okay, lend.
He's not giving them. He's going to let you use them.
Okay.
I spoke with Mickey Harrison, who's the president, chairman, CEO. And owner.
And he could lend some ships to potentially be hospitals.
He said to me that he was willing to, if we need ships for helping people, that Carnival would be absolutely willing to help us in Los Angeles, in New York, wherever they may be, in Miami, where they're very big. If we needed something, they would be willing to. So far, we haven't needed to, and we're bringing the big hospital ships up in California. We're working with the governor of California, as you know, with Gavin, and we haven't made a determination. We're also talking to folks who would like it in Seattle, so we're discussing where it can be most useful. We've spoken with Governor Cuomo, and we're bringing the big hospital ship up in 2 weeks, and we're going to have it in New York Harbor, someplace in New York Harbor.
So my question is, one, it sounds like you haven't taken them up on it yet, but
no, I have taken them up. I said if we need it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
That's called taking them up.
And secondly,
right now we don't need it.
Ships have a lot of frequently contacted surfaces, and so this is where you come in, Secretary Azar, potentially Dr. Fauci. Do you have concerns about the cruise ships being used as hospitals?
Well, I can tell you they're very clean, and also those surfaces, the germ, as you know, the virus disappears over a period of time, and these ships are very clean. They've been kept very clean. They've been gone over, but the virus, as you know, if it's on a surface for a certain, they have actually charts, different kinds of surfaces, it disappears over a period of
Why
time.
not just use hotels?
I mean, what are you trying to get at? Go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Why not
It
just use hotels?
disappears, the virus disappears when it's on surface after a certain number of days, or in some cases hours, depending on the surface it's in. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. So can you name any of the companies that you've asked to start making these ventilators or face masks?
I will be, but first I want to get the approval from the company, because I don't want to be doing that.
Okay, well,
I assume they'd like it, but I'll let you know.
Okay, well, thank you. And this is for Dr. Fauci.
I mean, one company that has openly stated it is General Motors.
So that's one of the, did
One of
the government
companies, but
ask General Motors?
I didn't speak to them about announcing it, but I'll announce it. I'm sure they wouldn't be, but we have others also.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so for Dr. Fauci, there's new research out that the CDC has released that many of the people that 13% of the people with the coronavirus got it from someone that was asymptomatic. So my question is, does that change the way the approach that should be taken? And do you think that's the case, or do you think that, or do you not agree with that research?
The recommendations that are here applies to whether you're in physical contact with someone who could be infected with symptoms versus asymptomatic. I don't really think it changes anything. Certainly, there is some degree of asymptomatic transmissibility. It's still not quite clear exactly what that is. But when people focus on that, I think they take their eye off the real ball, which is the things you do will mitigate against getting infected, no matter whether you're near someone who is asymptomatic or not. It's the same thing. Physical separation and the care that's outlined here is going to take care of both of those things.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about testing. When will every American who needs a test get a test and be able to get a test? And why not have medical equipment being shipped right now to hospitals who need it?
You're hearing very positive things about testing, and just so you understand, we don't want every American to go out and get a test. 350 million people. We don't want that. We want people that are that have a problem, that have a problem with they're sneezing, they're sniffling, they don't feel good, they have a temperature. There are a lot of different things. You know them better than I do. So ready? We don't need that. But what we are having is these private labs have come in. They've been really fantastic. And we also have a great system for the future. Because as I said, we inherited, meaning this administration, an obsolete, broken system that wasn't meant for anything like this. Now we have a system that you can see, because look, we're well into this and nobody's even talking about it except for you, which doesn't surprise me.
There are Americans, though, who say that they have symptoms and they can't get tests.
Well, okay.
What do you say to the Americans who are
I'm
scared
not
that they
hearing
have
it,
symptoms and can't
but
get
we don't
tests?
want everybody to go out and get a test, because there's no reason for it. Yeah.
Americans who have symptoms.
We'll do
and
one
can't get
more
a
after
test.
this.
Dr. Fauci, because Kevin Hassett is one of the people who is now suggesting that the real way to get to the end of this, for life to return to normal, is for every single person living in this country to be tested. That way you could see who's contagious, and you could then have people who don't have it go back to work. Is there any possibility that this country could ever get to a point where every single person could be tested, and how long would that take?
Thank you for the question. I've heard that before. I don't connect the dots there. I don't see how testing everybody in the country is going to help you to implement this. This should be implemented universally, at least at this level for everyone. The things we spoke about a while ago, that you want to really ratchet it up, like Governor Newsom is doing in California, like Governor Cuomo is doing in New York, or how you put an end to this outbreak. Testing is important. It would be nice to know, and there are certain things you could do, but let's not conflate testing with the action that we have to take. Whether or not you test, do this. I'm not putting down testing as an important issue, but people seem to link them so much that if you don't have universal testing, you can't respond to the outbreak. You really can.
But I do think, and that's after listening to Tony and everybody else that's an expert, I do think it's important that not everybody be tested. If you feel great and if you have no symptoms whatsoever, it's a It's just not a good thing to be doing. All right, Steve? Please.
A question for Dr. Fauci. Yesterday, you mentioned the possibility of aerosol transmission of the virus. How likely is that to happen?
The possibility of aerosol transmission always comes up when you have situations like that. It comes up with influenza. It came up with SARS, in which there was a documented, one-off episode of some aerosol transmission. Aerosol means that it can stay in the air for a period of time because it's in a droplet that's very small and doesn't go down. Is it possible that there is aerosol transmission? Yeah, it certainly is. But clearly, what we have seen in the situations where people have gotten infected from the areas that we have experienced, China, South Korea, now Europe, most of it is in a situation where people are close enough to each other that a symptomatic person will have a real droplet transmission. So I'm not ruling out the possibility that it's aerosol. But again, it's not going to substantially change doing this.
Dr. Fauci, a quick follow-up just on the testing issue. Let me just ask this in a very simple way. What is the demand pressure on testing in this country, and are we meeting it?
I get the same calls that many of you get, that someone goes into a place who has a symptom and wants to get a test, and for one reason or other, multiple, logistic, technical, what have you, they can't get it. That is a reality that is happening now. Is it the same as it was a few weeks ago? Absolutely not, because as the Secretary and others have said, right now that we have the private sector involved, the availability, not only just availability, but the implementation of the availability is getting better and better and better. Having said that, I understand and empathize with the people who rightfully are saying, I'm trying to get a test and I can't.
So is that a way of saying we are not yet at a point where we are meeting the demand pressure?
Well, the answer is yes, John. We are not there yet, because otherwise people would be never calling up saying they can't get a test.
Well, I just can't emphasize enough about the incredible progress that we have made on testing. All of your reporting, and media outlets around the country are as well, that many, many more tests are being performed every day, literally by the tens of thousands. And this has only been made possible because several weeks ago the President brought in the commercial labs, these enormous companies, Quest and LabCorp, working with companies like Roche and Abbott Laboratories and Thermo Fisher, and said, we have this existing system of state laboratories and the CDC processing tests for certain infections. But given the magnitude of this outbreak, the President apprehended early on that it wouldn't be enough to meet the need. And I just want every American to know that literally hour by hour, in partnership with these extraordinary commercial labs, we are making more and more tests available every day. We'll detail the way that we're working with states to distribute those tests. We've obviously focused on states that have been dealing with the most serious outbreaks of coronavirus: Washington State, California, New York, and others. We've been making sure the tests are in those areas, working closely with those governors. But I think the American people should be encouraged at the progress that we are making. Tomorrow we'll take some time to detail that progress for you, but I would say to any American who might be concerned that they have symptoms, as the President said so well, we don't want every healthy American to get a test. But if people feel that they have symptoms that they identify with the coronavirus, call your doctor. Their doctor can call their state health authorities that can work very closely with our entire team through HHS and FEMA and work to identify the more and more tests that are available every day.
Just so you know, just for the probably 100th time, this administration, inherited an obsolete, broken, old system that wasn't meant for this. We discarded that system, and we now have a new system that can do millions of people as you need them. But we had to get rid of a broken old system that didn't work. It worked only on a very limited basis. And we're very proud of what we've done. It's incredible what we've done. And this system will now serve for the future, for future problems. Hopefully you don't have a problem like this, but something will come up. We have now a great system, and it's almost fully in gear, but it's able to test millions of people. But we inherited a broken, old, frankly, a terrible system. We fixed it, and we've done a great job. And we haven't been given the credit that we deserve, that I can tell you. But the one that really deserves the credit are the American people, because they are doing things that nobody thought they would do. What they're doing is incredible, and we're making a lot of progress, and we'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Bruh. Oh my God. How long was that, presser? Pretty nuts, man. I don't know how long it was, but it was a while. And I'll tell you this live stream is 4 minutes away from 4 hours uptime. So marathon stream is imminent now, assuming my internet doesn't go out in 4 minutes. So another one, chat. This is my 10th trading session in a row being live at open. The stock market has been, at the beginning, or I guess somewhat in the beginning of the presser, the stock market started selling off, the S&P 500 Dow Jones, and they reached their session lows before rallying and getting all the way back up to, around 2,400 to 20,000. But as you can see, we're beginning to slide just as that press conference ended. At the same time, during the press conference, Bitcoin has pulled back pretty well, way off its highs, if you can even believe it. Bitcoin exceeded or touched like the Jesus. Well, did it even? Not quite. It almost touched $7,000 on Coinbase, but you can understand if you're at 6,400 from when you hit 7,000, you're off a lot. Okay. And so the culprit, we think, at this point, and this may be it. Like, you may get another run up, but let's be real here. You had 60-minute bearish divergence up here. The 4-hour painted a hanging man. As soon as that hanging man was painted and confirmed, the new candle was born, and the selling just started picking up. So below 6,400, really, I think kind of support is like 6,100. Possible to hit that before rallying again, or not, right? Because 60-minute divergence, it's playing out, right? If you lost $600+ of value, that's divergence, all right? So it's impending price action, reversal to the downside. You got it. But 60-minute divergence only takes you so far. Normally, you're looking for 4-hour divergence or daily divergence, because that's going to take you much further in price, right? That's the rally or the sell-off, whatever divergence you're looking at is going to, again, be more significant. So good to see y'all. If you enjoyed that coverage of the presser, maybe not the content, because politics is extremely polarized. And we know that half of you hate Trump. We know half of you love Trump. All right, so we are bigger than political polarization here. We are united in the TA, the technical analysis, the charts. That's what separates us from other communities that are just purely sports team communities with they love or they hate, right? So unfortunately, politics intertwines in economics sometimes, not always. And we just have to get through it. But I'm telling you, if we do get through it, we'll be stronger for it, all right? My dad just texted me, am I feeling okay? Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys. I don't know about that, man. It's not even about that at all. I appreciate your opinion. But just doing all I can, because this is like, I should be live as much as I possibly can. If you don't know, at this point, I believe we're going on 45 46 to 47 hours of uptime of my live stream. I've been live, like in front of this camera or like, you know, on the quad screen during pressers for 7 days now. I've had 47 to 48 hours or 46 to 48 hours of uptime, right? So you can't say I'm not doing everything I possibly can to cover these markets for you at the worst times and some of the worst events that have, I mean, this is like quite possibly the worst thing that's ever happened to the world economy, okay? The lockdowns. So, yeah, man. Is it 50 hours of streaming now? Well, I mean, it's like 46 to 48, I think. Can't remember exactly. So yeah, I mean, it's good that Bitcoin's holding on to 6,400. You're hoping that maybe the divergence has played out enough because it's kind of, you know, not that significant of a time scale. But let's go to the 4 hour, and you know, you think about this played out. See, look, man, I'm still concerned a little bit about Bitcoin. It has not seen negative momentum on the 4 hour since March 14th, which was like about the day after the huge crash. So eventually you're gonna lose that positive momentum. As you can see, it's like pretty nice respect up there, not going higher. So 1, 2, 3, rule of 3 is that the probability is increased that now it is time. All right, understandable that we could lose the positive memo and go into negative. So what can happen is you sell off, you get back down to 6,100 or so, maybe even lower, and then you show negative momentum for the first time, man, maybe. All right, but we know we are in reversal, major reversal areas now. We know that. You could sell off, run again before really majorly reversing. I mean, we're looking at significant time scales, so you got to be patient. But we know between the 382 and the 618 on Bitcoin and all other assets, that's where they commonly retrace to after huge dumps before reversing majorly the downside again. 2386, holding on, man. FYX trying so hard for 10Ds, but the S&P is just not going to give you 10Ds on a triple witching Friday. No way, dude. I mean, he's kind of got some 10Ds, but at any moment, this tornado could shift to the upside and obliterate him. And we'd all be eating popcorn watching. Thanks, Schwab, man. Jam Bins, call me Patrick. Someone remembered. Hey, Crypto Len. Good to see y'all, seriously. Had to be quiet for a little bit for the presser, but that's okay, man. We've still been monitoring the charts. We've been monitoring the futures charts on less significant time scales where it's like in a downtrend, but selling, it's not as, the lows aren't as bad. And, you know, maybe you saw it make a higher low before rallying. I don't know, man. Again, it's Friday. This is where traders close their positions for the week. And if you think about it, most traders probably have had shorts, or, you know, if their contracts have been puts. So if they're offloading those and all the liquidity has been injected in the market, I mean, you know, it's unprecedented amounts of liquidity. So in record time. So, I mean, that could be a recipe for a huge move up on the stock market soon. And it's not because the recession's over or canceled. It's just because it's technical and sellers get exhausted. And you're talking about the S&P 500. All we have to do is go to it on the 4 hour. And you look here and you can see it. So let's just think about it, and this could fail because if you have world economy collapsing, that's kind of.
Mitch, small end of week. Thank you for all the hours you clocked this week, brat.
Thanks, Garrett, man, for the 3s. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I live to serve you, fantastic people. So you got to think about the S&P. All right, let's just try to use some TA here, even though it's not been going well because many bad things fundamentally. But all right, 2350, extremely critical support. Ice line, you gotta hold it. All right, extremely critical support after losing 30% of your value in the fastest pace in history. At the same time, you've now matured. You have matured bullish divergence on the MACD for the first time since March 6th, chat. Listen to me right here. For the first time since March 6th, we're showing positive momentum. It is March 20th, chat, on the 4 hour, right? Showing bullish divergence. You're making lows on price, you're making lower lows on price. At critical supports with higher levels relative strength, the recipe is there. The stage is set for bulls to commonly retrace to the upside. I'm not kidding. Of course it can fail, and it hasn't even broken the geometrical trend line yet. You see that. But for one to say there's no argument for bulls here is someone who is a perma bear and extremely opposed to TA right now. Understandable if you're really risk averse, if you're scared, I get it. And this thing could, right? It's all about probabilities. But the argument I just gave, that is like the probability thing. You're looking for an edge. This is the edge, right? This is the process of finding an edge on the market, is doing what I'm doing right now with you live. Okay, so a common retrace, 2,700 to 2,969 before reversing majorly the downside and into the abyss we go to hell and recessions and millions unemployed and dead down here. All right, but for now, you get it? So let this be clipped and noted. Let me eat crow in the next couple weeks. If it breaks to the downside, I get it, man. It's like TA just can't work because conditions are too bearish. All right. Understandable. But in stable, normal conditions, this is the exact same way I'd size up any other chart on any market. Same way as now. This just happens to be the heart and soul of the stock market, the S&P 500. Okay? Are we cool, chat? Give me an update. Again, because we're living in an unprecedented time with the fundamentals so bad, I mean, World War II type crap because the whole world economy shutting down, it could be an extenuating circumstance where my argument is invalid. Sure. Just trying to be a simple TA, man, in an insanely bad world that's going on right now. Okay? Nothing wrong with a reflexive rally. But yeah, you gotta hold 2350. That's certain. All right. Just reading a little chat. The future's dumping a little bit. S&P 2377 and falling. It was just around 2400 moments ago. Volatility still, volatility's kind of real today. I mean, it's not as bad as other days, but it's still elevated. Dash leading another pump. Yeah, 14.5% is probably someone out there was watching my stream when I called it a whipping boy, and they're like, okay, time to make Mitch eat crow. Dude, I could have picked any of them. I did pick. I used Dash, and then I picked like 3 others, XRP being one. And I'm like, this is the area that, yeah, you might, hey, you bounce here, great. When you come back down to it again, more methodically, less violently, you break that ice line, you're going down to lose half your value. S coins, man. They're holding on by a thread. And if we get another wave of selling on the stock market and a Bitcoin dumps, then what? Let's pull up the other daily quad screen. There it is, 2379. Dow Jones 19,861, Bitcoin 6429, the Nasdaq 7119. I'm out of coffee, man. I got to get another coffee. It's hilarious that somehow, after streaming for over nearly 11 hours yesterday total between the 3 streams I did, going to bed late, I'm up, and I'm only surviving on 1 cup of coffee. I can't even believe myself right now. I should have gotten one during the presser, but it was so many tendies. I mean, you know, how about textual tendies in the chat, man? It was polarization can be entertaining, all right, from an observation standpoint when you're on either side. Oh, man. We here, chat. We got lurkers. This is some sort of podcast, man. What is this, the Joe Rogan show? Do I have Jimi Hendrix behind me? I don't think so. I've got the Bitcoin Night. You can't even see it, dude. It sucks, dude. You know, like no one ever knows what that is. I might replace it with something else. I might get myself a custom sign made soon. Like a TA with Mitch Ray, like LED. Well, maybe not, because they're probably out of business like everything else right now. Closed down. How much do I get paid per hour of streaming Flip to Whip? It all depends on, I guess, the audience, right? That's what that tip jar is. I guess you could see it. YouTube pays me literally $0. I don't monetize anything. I probably missed out on well over a couple $100,000 because I don't monetize my streams. Because I want you to have the best viewing experience. So I play copyright music in the background. Good music from good artists. So you don't have to watch ads and your viewing experience is better. How about that, man? How much time have I saved you over these past 2 years not having ads on my streams? Just do the math on it. It's insane. You would have spent hours upon hours watching ads. WrestleMania's been canceled, man. Uncertain times for everyone, dude. What hasn't been canceled yet, dude? Airline companies haven't even been grounded, and look at them. They're dumpster fires. Dude, I'm getting thirsty, man. This is getting bad. Okay, so that's good news, man. I mean, that's breaking news, chat. That's like we have to do it. Like, we do the Truman Show, cue it stuff, but like, this isn't a news show, but this is breaking news on the charts for the 4 hour for the SPX. Or, again, for the first time since March 6th, it's showing positive momentum. That's interesting. That's good. What's up, D-Zam? Thanks for the $5. Really appreciate it. Everyone that's not a part of the Discord should join. What's happening in the zoo, Probst? Yeah. Sorry, I was going somewhere. I don't know if this link works. Let me know if it works. It might be expired. I'm gonna click on it. No, it is not expired yet. Perfect. So join the Discord if you haven't. It's the best way to get in contact with me and anyone else in this community when the live stream inevitably ends. This is where the conversation keeps going. It doesn't stop. Our general chat is incredible, dude. It is stupid active. Do it, Edwin, man. T-bones during Corona apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, like, in the community. Is that a joint? Discord, we've got educational resources tab, too.
Leroy Jenkins.
That's right, Spencer, man. Leroy Jenkins. You want me to do it? I'll do it for you, man. There it is. Thanks, dude. That's right. Thanks for the new members joining right now. Don't stop joining, man. $23.87 SPX. 19,930 on the Dow Jones. Kind of ping-ponging around. What wasn't very volatile started becoming a little volatile. I mean, between $23.50 to $24.50, that's a $100 range, man. That's for a Friday. Whoa, triple witching. Again, on a day that is called the triple witching, if you're out there and you don't know what it is the quarterly expiration of stock options stock index futures and stock index option contracts. They're all occurring today, and it only happens 4 times a year. On the 3rd Friday of March, that's where we are now, June, September, and December. Become learned, understand the triple witching, man. John T, that's right. Posted that a little earlier. Federal Reserve says it will conduct $1 trillion in daily repo operations for the rest of the month. And that's when I said, why don't we just build a Death Star? My God. You just kind of hanging around. Hello? So that's the argument with technical analysis. I don't think anyone would argue. The only people that would argue are those that feel that the volatility is still too high, the VIX is too high, and that we're going through an unprecedented event that is, that is doing so much economic damage. It's unreal. It's never happened before. So I get that. And that's like why, hey, one doesn't have to do anything. But if you are bearish on the market, and I presented this argument, the best thing to do would be to do nothing, right? Close positions, not be short, not have puts because of the technical analysis argument, right? That's because you think it might go down more. And then it's like, fine, but don't be short. Don't be, trying to find lower prices after all this dumpage.
I'll subscribe to the Patreon in April also. Thank you.
Crypto Steve, man, thanks for the 3s, dudes. Well, I'm looking forward to it, and I appreciate the consideration, dude. Yeah, joining the Patreon is the absolute best way of supporting what I do. It's like if you want me to keep coming back every day, the best way to tell me is by joining the Patreon. Filled to the brim with educational resources, trade setups when it's applicable, when the markets are stable, and of course Discord exclusivity is great, man. Leon, staying calm, man. Exactly. Xerex says it's mostly the reaction of everyone than the virus itself. Certainly. We are freaking ourselves out into the crash, but the crash may be subsiding just based on technical analysis that I just went over, right? Again, we don't know. There's 2 hours, 13 minutes to go until your weekly and daily candle close. Maybe we get an end of day rally. It's very possible. But again, I don't know, man. 13 trillion, man, on top of everything else. I can't even believe it's like not even real. It's just Rudy poo. You say 13 trillion, you might as well just be saying 50 trillion, dudes, or 100 trillion. Just make up numbers now because it's all bullcrap. That much US dollars so bad. You realize we will pay for it with inflation in time. That is the negative consequence of this stuff. And that's why Bitcoin, gold are very decent plays for the long term now. Like, I don't care who you are. Just, you think Bitcoin can go down more. But in time, I don't know, man. I don't know where Bitcoin's going to be in the long term. But how can you be like saying Bitcoin's going to 0 or something or 1,000 with what the United States is, or it's really everyone in the world, all central banks doing this crap, man. Everywhere. Yeah, 100 gazillion, 1,000 gazillion, dude. Yeah, just might as well print out all the world's debt, pay it off, wipe it clean. Boom. We did it. We're geniuses. Heath, VFF been looking interesting on the 4 hour for like 3 years now, dude. Oh my god. I don't know, man. VFF, might as well just go with CGC. I'm picking CGC over VFF. We looked at CGC earlier. today, it actually does look interesting. Look, man, go back at the beginning of the stream and look for that huge Gartley in yellow, like on the, you know, the little thumbnail when you're scrolling, and it's CGC. And dude, they're coinciding variables at an 88% retrace, bullish divergence on the weekly at a critical support looking left that I'd plotted way back. So can it be growth? $23.80. FYX is looking for tendies, chat. We're trying to take it away from him. Just not easy. Oh, look, Anatoly Dyatlov is in the general chat. Trying to tell people that the core is not exposed and telling them to go look at it. Yeah, we looked at Snap yesterday. I'm gonna look at it again, man. Snap was setting up for some sort of harmonic, it seemed. But I know Jeff went long on it. Wow, nice. He's getting paid today. He went long at the 786. I'm trying to think here. Why did I have the 886 when it's a higher low? No, dude, that 786 is the PCZ. But what I worry about, oh yeah, that was my argument. I don't like how, you know, the negative momentum, of course it's going to wane, you're going to get a rally, and it's going to, you know, you're going to get a retrace, but eventually it could dump, and you dump again, and you're resetting the oscillators, you're pulling a Bitcoin, you're running up, and eventually you'll sell off again and get another wave down, and that's when you'll start getting that seller exhaustion that we look for and covet. So that's what I was saying. Maybe the 886 could be, you know, an entry for a long, once we get there, 650 or something. Look, man, it's only been bearish until the breakout, and it did the higher high stuff, XABCD, all right? I mean, it's possible, you know, that this, dude, you normally want like divergence with the harmonic, but yeah, that is PZZ, and like if you're just talking about the real targets, I mean, yeah, 1365, $15, the 50% and 618 from the high to low at this point. You're just about to be at the 236, 1049. You never quite got there. So, you know, the golden zone. Let's just talk about the golden zone. That's the common retrace area before major reversals to the downside again, okay? Yeah, so William, thanks, dude. Imagine working your whole life to make very little savings for yourself and it gets made worthless overnight. Yeah, I'm sure this, a lot of people got, I mean, obliterated, man. Can't imagine. I feel so bad for boomers. Dump Connect, dude. What are you talking about? 2382 is not a dump, man. We're well off our session lows. FYX trying to create a panic on the market, dude. Oh, maybe it's working, dude. Yes, Leon, it was a 1618 fib extension confluent with the 88.6% retrace, dude. It was gorgeous. Friggin' gorgeous. And the meme bullish bat we had, that was it. It hit it. Dude, there was a meme bullish bat pattern idea we had back from like freaking late July, August. Dude, nothing's dumping. What are y'all talking about? That's right, John T. I've been live now 4 hours and 20.
Is that a joint?
3 minutes. If you're enjoying it, or at least enjoying the coverage, maybe not the price action, hit that like button, that bell, that sub. Thank you so much for being here on a Friday afternoon. Somehow, it's somehow where I live 1 o'clock. I can't even, or almost. I can't believe it, dude. 445 likes. Thank y'all. Next target 500. Can we do it? Would be lit as F. I do declare. Sorry, FYX, man. Your 10D ritual failed miserably. In before huge rally end of day, just because, just to spite you. All right. I think that's how it works. Oh, you meant Snap got dump connected? Oh, yeah, of course it did dump. Yeah, like everything else. So now it's starting to rally. I mean, it's up tremendously, like 30% from its low point. They hit that 786 perfectly. The bump. Sure is Friday. can't believe I'm live right now. I can't believe this, dude. I can't believe I got up this morning and went live. So 64.23 on Bitcoin, still selling off because of that 60-minute bearish divergence inside of a golden zone. 6 hours till the daily close, 2 hours till the 4-hour candle close. No, I haven't got my coffee yet. I need to. Gosh. God, gold's dumping. There you go, man. Well, she got a little room. Yeah, gold going down. I can see it, man. I figured, though, in the 4-hour it looked great, dude. It really did. I mean, dumping, you know, not moving much, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't call that dumping, but you got to see on the 4-hour what's going on. And, of course, you know, it could fail again. Yeah, man, you found a base, you found one bottom, two bottoms, you've rallied, but the rally's crap. I don't like that. I hate when the potential double bottoms will rally like that. So as long as you make a higher low, good. And that's why having stop losses below, you know, the two bottoms is key. So as long, I mean, you got room to run, even if you're above entry or something, or below entry, until you get stopped out. But it's, you know, measured move of this on gold, 1658. Could happen. So William, he says, you've been watching me for a year and a half. Got you into TA from Bitcoin. Just a marketing guy for a newspaper. Hey, man. I hope you're doing okay. Newspapers. That's Dinosaur World. How is that affecting your business with everything going digital, man? Yeah, I'll be looking to add to Bitcoin for long-term holdings once I get a buying signal at the bottom. A real buying signal. What I mean is when momentum is diverging from its price, that is when I will feel more comfortable buying versus just a crash and then a retrace. That's not how I do it. I wait. But it's not to say I don't own Bitcoin, man. Come on. Need to get this freaking coffee, man. All right. Y'all, just sit back, relax, enjoy the sights and sounds of the open market, the sights and sounds of the coffee and brewing and the music. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Somehow, 4 hours and 30-minute live stream. Gotta finish strong. Hang tight.
Is that a joint?
Oh yeah, hey, sorry about that, Jet. Had to eat a little bit, get something on my stomach, and make that coffee. The only thing that fuels me through these streams, man. Tired, I'm dead. I mean, I'm running on fumes now. Fumes and coffee, with it being Friday, after such a long, drawn-out, emotional week. Looks like y'all were talking about all kinds of stuff in the chat. Talking about having babies and, I don't know, not being retired by the age of 20. Like what? It's so bad long term. Yeah, it is. The $1 trillion scrubbery stowing in, and like the gold, yeah, not doing too hot after finding a second bottom yesterday. We'll see how that goes. We'll keep our eye on it. Bitcoin, just for the update, is below 6,400. You know, making its common retrace. You made it to the zone, the golden zone. Hit resistance at 6,800 and pulled back, and now you're selling off some. It happens, man. It happens when you appreciate and value a crap load over a short period of time. All right, so I look exhausted. Dude, I am exhausted. It's not an act. I don't need to look at the 1-SPX. All I have to do is look at the SPX and hit Alt-I. Same thing. Alt-I on TradingView inverses your charts if you didn't know. The more you know. Bruh. 2386, S&P 500. Dow Jones Industrial, 19,916. NASDAQ, 7150. Oh, music's loud, sorry. So I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stream just based on pure exhaustion. I'm going to do everything I can to stay live. Y'all have been extremely supportive in these past couple weeks with just so much blood, so much volatility. It's insane, man. Remember to join the Discord when you can. Here's the link. How many members we got now? We have 5,560 Discord members. Extremely active. Join it if you want to be in the know. Anything planned for this weekend since I'll be able to sleep and not cover the market openings? No, not really, man. I've kind of killed my social life with how much I work, you know. I've murdered it. And not only that, you've got coronavirus that has made everyone introverted.
Hi man, great content. Much appreciated. Could you take a quick look at the disaster that is Tilray?
Sure, Paul L. Thanks for the €9.99 across the pond. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Tilray, dumpster fire, all the pot stocks eviscerated, decimated, obliterated. What, I already said that. I don't know, man. Yeah, we'll look at it. $23.80 SPX. FYX wants his tendies, but he may not get them. But he might. We just don't know yet. Tilray, man. See, I have an updated chart real quick. 2 seconds. I think I do. I do. Right? The only way I think you can look at it now, dude, I'm serious. Like, the only way you can look at Tilray at this point is in log scale. There is absolutely no possible way to look at it in linear. I've tried it. It's disgusting, right? This was the insane pot stock bubble that popped, where it got as high one time, yes, $301, and now $4, and it got down to $243 before a huge pop just yesterday on high volume, and you got a gap up today. You fill the gap, you even rallied all the way up to $5+. But dude, I don't know what to tell you. This is awful. I mean, I guess we could do some fib extensions and log from your IPO price to the high point of the bubble. You exceeded the 1.618 gold mean ratio. It's terrible. There's no structure here. There's no more TA to even do on this thing. So much technical damage. Cataclysm. A gap fill at $6. Maybe you'll fill it in time. There's all kinds of gaps on the way down, dude. Look. One here. One here. I mean, there's a couple smaller ones too. We'll worry about $6 and $10 first. There's your Tilray. Paul, really appreciate it, man. Bearish engulfing on the SPX.
Can we take a look at ZM? At major fib reversal and bear div on 4 hours. Not much data, which I think already played out.
Zoom that had been a king. Alright, today. Alright, like the Jesus man hitting the 1414 fib extension from your previous all-time highs to that major low where you double bottomed. Bearish divergence is in development, but we just don't know when it's gonna stop. 1414 could be it, but what if stocks keep crapping out and we eventually get up to the 1618? You know, like, I get it, but remember, it's like your first positive histogram wick since March 9th. So normally it's not just one positive histogram wick, even though it happens. You normally get a few more and you get some follow through price action, and maybe we might get lucky and find some sort of bearish Japanese candlestick pattern to go along with some divergence that's maturing once it does. You see what I'm saying? So I get it. It is, you are at a potential reversal Fibonacci extension. But I just don't know if the divergence is mature enough. You could reverse here, yes. 2369 FYX 10Ds coming home. Getting crispier and crispier. Dow Jones 19,789 and falling. Bitcoin still below 6,400, but only by $3. This coffee is amazing. You traded the gap, but it fell off a cliff today. Dude, it's so volatile. That's like what I'm saying, man. Like, the whole market's just volatile. The swings are just in stable conditions. They just don't happen like this, you know? Volatility could last for a while, but eventually it will subside. But dude, again, it could be a while, okay? But the question, the SPX daily bearish engulfing candle. Well, if the day closes, we got an hour and 42 minutes, man. You know it's Friday. You know it's the triple witching. Yeah, for now. Yes, for now, maybe bullish engulfing, or bearish engulfing, excuse me. But dude, so much time left. You know how it is. The last 30 minutes of trading for the past 2 weeks has been unreal. It's like complete turnaround reversals. When you were at your lowest point, you all of a sudden are at your highest point of the day. Like, that's what's been going on every last 30 minutes of trading. All the trading sessions, man. Till right TA with Mitch Ray. There you go, Tatum King, man. You did it, dude. Sorry, getting a little loopy here. Spy tendies. What about Q tendies? Q's tendies. 2367. Near the session lows, but not quite there. The lowest low of the session today. 2353. Copart re. Tech. Ooh, man. 176.06. It's only down less than 1% though. It's the same thing here, just like the SPX, right? If the market conditions weren't so unprecedented, if there wasn't like the world economy kind of in a way collapsing, in normal market conditions, this could be a good trade setup. But the fact that there are still so many unknowns makes the trade setup not as strong. You get that, right? Like that's real life. So taking along in these conditions, you got to do it at your own risk, and you got to understand you're not in normal stock trading conditions. You get that, right? So the S&P, you're thinking down here is low risk because look, the divergence, you're showing positive momentum. But if there are no bids, if there are no buyers, that positive momentum is just going to go red again. You're going to go to lower prices. And maybe if you're lucky, you'll get even lower levels of negative momentum on the 4 hour, and you might get triple MACD bullish divergence. Maybe. Dude, again, these are the times to be cash heavy. And any positions being taken should be taken on no leverage. I'm just saying for the sake of what can happen in a day where, oh, reflexive rally wants to start? Okay, $3,000 up on the Dow. Boom. But I was short, or I had puts. Wrecked. Bitcoin 63.90 still. Sure thing, Edwin. Are y'all here, chat? Everyone? Is there, I think I lost like 3,000 million viewers or something. Yeah, down to 608 viewers, chat. Dropping like flies. None your business. What's up, dude? Thanks for the sub. Welcome. So I don't know, man. It's in the eye of the beholder. Is it a volatile day? Well, 24.50 to 23.50 so far. $100 swing. Yeah, that's not normal market conditions. It doesn't do that every day. Megan thinks they pumped the market before close today. Well, I mean, you think about it. It's very possible. People will be closing out their positions, and most of the positions are bearish. So if you're shorting and stuff, it's like when you short something, you're buying minus shares.
Coverage this week.
So you have to buy them back.
Appreciate your dedication to streaming and covering the markets.
Thanks, Schwab, man, for the 1337. I live to serve. You know that. Thank y'all. Man, well, the support y'all show for me is unreal too. So right back at you, everyone. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like, it is possible. All right, you think that's like theoretical. It's like logical thinking. But at the same time, Megan, it's like, well, the world economy is collapsing, like for real. So that's the issue, right? If it was any situation except for now, logical. But maybe now it's not logical. We don't know because it's just the economic damage is so bad. And people just don't want to be in this market. And no one's buying it. You know, that's just... Ooh. Britain has basically been put in a lockdown. It'll be interesting to see how the FTSE reacts tomorrow. Tomorrow? Saturday? We have any more, what's it called? You know what I'm talking about. Any more cue the Truman Show guy? Of course, New York Fed adds $15 billion to MBS purchase operations today. Go ahead and cue it. We'll see any more. No, not really. Not. Go ahead and cue Pennsylvania coal mines shutting down. They must shut down. From the governor, mandated. Anything else? Yeah, I mean, like playing into our friend what he just said. Go ahead and cue UK pubs, restaurants, gyms, and cinemas being ordered to close down. Go ahead and cue Brookfield-backed Convene laying off 20% of its workforce. Perfect. Not really, but you get it. That's what he would say, the Truman Show guy, because he's orchestrating it, right? Yeah, that's about it for now. That's your top of the hour Truman Show update or something. 2363 and getting lower. The Dow Jones now is, believe it or not, at session lows. So Megan, looking like, I mean, we got an hour and a half left. Plenty of time. You know, our team's down by 17 points. But we're late in the third quarter, so we could still come back. Football stuff. You remember football, that thing? Remember those sports that we used to play as humans? We don't do it anymore. It's kind of weird. Creamed corn hoarder, that's nasty, dude. 6360, soon we'll be seeing FYX come in saying something. Thing is, we didn't backtest. Like, I would figure even if we bounced it and rally, you'd think 23, 46, 40. I made it pinpoint accurate touch. And that's it, dude, right? This is what you'd think we'd touch one more time before bouncing. If we're going to hold it, right? And I'm just going to leave it like this. Where you can see the price action. It's kind of scaled out, so it's kind of dramatic looking. Well, that's the way it's going to look. But you can see it. I want to see if we can touch it and if we bounce off of it and hold it. Or if we break it. Plan trustees rewarded, like always, the tendies, man. Bright side, maybe this will fix global warming. Oh, I don't think we can fix global warming by shutting everything down, but we can certainly slow it down a little bit, maybe a couple of years or two. Earth taking a vacation. That's interesting. Does anyone have, is there any information like on the emissions of CO2, like, I don't know, some sort of chart or heat map, you know, that shows like compared to this time last year, what it looked like and what it looks like now on Earth? And maybe it would look even better coming up like in the next few months when things start really playing out. All right, 2346 looms. We just got it up, you know, because this is back Christmas Eve 2018. What were you doing? You were caroling. Oh, it was 20. I can't remember what it was. This was 24th. This was the 26th. The dump. Remember, it was like Merry Christmas, pump, V-shaped recovery. No one has a social life right now. Yeah, well, welcome to my world. I've sacrificed a social life for this world. The tendies and the memes and the dreams. That's right, U.S. tax day has been moved to July from April. Yep, July 15th. Accountants everywhere, sighs of relief. All right, anyway, we'll go back to it. You get it, though. That's what I was trying to point out. If you've missed it at this point, sorry. It hasn't touched it yet today. Why not? Why not touch it, if only to touch it and then rally like the Jesus men? Stop flirting around. Stop flirting with us, SPX. Do what you must. Do what you were destined to do. In before global cooling. So yeah, let's say like if the market closed right now, it's not. And it got an hour and a half. But if it did, this would be the lowest point where traders have settled up of this entire crash, meaning the bottom really isn't in yet. That's kind of concerning. Chad Martin said it very well. The S&P technicals are crying for a bounce. I agree. Big time. But this is just chilling sideways, where technicals don't, it's like technicals can't work. It's falling on deaf ears because there's no bids. No one's buying it, right? 2300 hype. No, dude, 2353. Sorry, dude. No tendies yet. 6271. Bitcoin's continuing to pull back. No surprise at all. Let's look at it on the normal screen. Sorry, dude. I'm slouched down like a slob. It's just because you're looking at a man who's been live all week, like Truman Show, like nonstop, okay? So this thing was up to $7,000, right? Imagine FOMOing in to Bitcoin at 7K, and now it's at 6272. Whoa, volatility, very real. This is just the 4-hour chart. We have the daily chart up on the quad screen, so you're not missing action, but you can just see the difference. Can't see as many candles below the golden zone, dude. This is where major reversals occur to the downside. Matt, that's probably, but you definitely want to find out, talk to your accountant. That seems very possible what they're doing. Yeah, you should be able to contribute 2019.
Qmit streaming 50 hours of streaming in the last 7 days.
Yeah, we're about to be there. Hey, the stream has now officially been live for 5 hours on the dot. Sweet Mother Jesus. 6278, still near the lowest point of the sell-off. The S&P 500 still decided to not test that 2346.40 area before climbing. Come on, what are you doing, dude? Get it together. At least respect the TA trend line. $23.63 FYX's tendies are slowly fading away. Get wrecked, dude. That's like a good question about the contributions to your Roth IRA. Yeah, for the previous year, you can do it until April 15th. But now, with that changing, you should be able to do it, contribute for 2019 until July 15th now. Yeah, that seems extremely reasonable since they're changing everything, right? But again, like, you got to get clarification because maybe not, right? I mean, they could just be like, nope, sorry, that didn't change. Which would be weird. I think it would be really weird if you couldn't contribute for 2019 IRA if they changed the date for the cutoff. I got you beat FYX. Longest ever streams 13 hours. Destroyed. Yeah, can't do that. Gotta be social distanced. They're turning the whole world into incels, chat. What have they done? As if there weren't enough incels already. I've been a volcel though, voluntarily, because it's like, screw it. Like, imagine a girl in Alabama understanding and more so respecting what I do for a living. Huh. Never gonna happen, dude. What happened, Clyde, man? What are your predictions? We don't do predictions. We wait for technical analysis to give us an edge on the market, and then we take positions for a trade. That's all TA is. What's up, Garrett? Full Soul Gang. That's right. Thanks, Daniel. 2353. Dow Jones at session lows right now, 19,600. Bitcoin 6282. NASDAQ 7,051. Ouch, Megan. Too bad you're taken. And then throws in the just kidding. Like you're not taken, or... Yeah, I don't know. It's all good, dude. No worries. That's like, believe me, dude. I know my worth. 62.66 on Bitcoin and falling, just hit its lowest low of this 4-hour candle. 6,100 is the next real support. Just saying, man. Power blasters, good question. I don't know. Probably not. It could. It certainly could. That's a great question. Y'all answer this. Chat, do you think this event will bring the world more together and away from materialistic BS priorities in life? Good question, man. 19,597 just hit those session lows a second ago. So we got 1 hour, 25 minutes, plenty of time for a rally, but here we go, dude. Finally. I'm like, about time, dude. Wait, you didn't even. Oh my God. Just hit it. Just hit it. I don't care what happens after. Just respect it, okay? Just respect the support. And then we can go home, man, okay? We're so close, man. 2349. Here it comes, chat. It's like watching a sporting event. We're so close. Bitcoin at its lowest point right now, 62.50, 47, 44, 43, 41, 40, 38. Starting to dump a little bit more. Understandable. Completely understandable on Bitcoin selling off. We know the wave. We know what's going on. You knew not to FOMO. Nope. Cue it. Cue the pump for FYX loses tendies, man. That's the only cue I know. Sorry, man. Getting there. How do futures look? Oh, man. Dampen. Lower lows than your previous lows. Not by much, though. About the same now, right? Selling pressure, not as much. Now, none. Oh, okay. But the Dow Jones is definitely lower. Weird. Excuse me. Gosh, man. I can't believe how close. And you know we've got the microscope out for this, too. To make sure it's like pinpoint accurate. Shooting star with Bitcoin? No, Bitcoin had a hanging man, and we announced it live on stream. And as soon as the hanging man was confirmed, when the selling started, 65.25, which is a resistance area, you know that. Here we go. Come on, FYX, let's get our tendies crispy. Just hit the 234640. Thanks so much. Bots are just effing with us now. Dow Jones, bad news, man. Real bad. Why? Different situation over here. Because you're below the same type of ice line. Oh, it's a different ice line, but it was one of those critical. You realize where the Dow Jones is, right? Nothing. Straight Twig and Thatch. We done it? We're so close, chat. Come on. There it is. All right. Now you're breaking it. 23.45.80. We're getting a Friday sell-off with an hour 21 minutes to go before the weekly daily close. Dow Jones is dumping at its lowest point right now, 19,530. Bitcoin still at 6250. NASDAQ dumping 7,028. So you've hit an ice line and you've fallen below it, but maybe you can do what you've done before and reject a close below it. Very possible, right? Because it's never about breaking a trend line. It is always about the follow through price action, and it is certainly always about candle close confirmation, which you have not gotten. You have to close the day or week below this trend line hour and 20 minutes from now. So anything's possible. You could go down here to 2300 and then rally and then close above it again, right? I mean, that you got to get confirmation and you got to get follow through price action after the breakout. That is most important, not the act of it actually breaking a trend line, okay? I try to, mention that as much as I can because it's very important information. Because that's like how you get killed trying to be a breakout buyer, man. So we're okay though. As long, you close the week and day above 23.46. All right. Climbing. Bearish engulfing candle is possible, but again, with an hour 20 minutes left, this market could rally like crazy and we could close in the green because the volatility is so high. It's insane, man. But to close like this would be bad because, again, if you close like this, it'd be the lowest low of the entire crash. The lowest level where traders settled up of the entire crash. What you'd want to be looking for eventually is a freaking high or low close, which you're not getting. All right. Go ahead and cue Illinois locking the state down. Perfect. So, all right, man. 23.46 above the support. Barely. Nope. Gonna right below. You see where we are. 6,200 on Bitcoin. Now you're falling below 6,200. Lowest low of the sell-off since it started. 61.88, 61.85, 4. Almost going red for the day on Bitcoin if you see it in the bottom left of your screen. $19,518 session lows on the Dow Jones are right around it anyway. Remember, Dow Jones, man, you are in the abyss. You are literally in an area with no support. So technically, very bad. You could see 18,690, 18,700 at some point. You almost got there before falling below here. But I think it was the end of the day, and traders were settling up, and he rallied. And so you get into the rally like that today. But man, it's crazy, man. Straight up. It's like altcoin moves, okay? So that's like no support. Just needs to be noted. Again, if the day closes with a rally and you close above 19,684, but that'd be the third rejection, right? But right now, not looking too hot. S&P 500 barely holding on, like barely, man. Imagine trying to take it easy this week streaming because of price action not being insane. Oh wait, it's like every day is insanity. Somebody sued that Dow Jones guy, man. All right, this might be it. This might be when FYX gets destroyed. Because he's stuck in his puts. He's deep in the green now, though. I mean, depending on how many contracts he has, he could be up a lot. But again, that could turn into into nothing soon if it pumps. If we get an end of day rally, that is. What's up, Alan? It says dump eat man. I don't know, Stadium King. Someone said it like it might have been joking after the stream, but it just, I don't know, it resonated and I thought it was hilarious. So it stuck in my mind and now I'm just saying it all the time. No, we're setting up for the best case scenario where FYX has all the tendies that he could dream of, but then it gets taken away from him in the last hour of trading. Because that's far better than us just pumping today. Remember that time when SPY was green? I remember. Like 3 months ago, right? Yeah, J-Dinks, man. Still going. Not strong. I'll tell you, I'm not going strong. I'm going exhausted. How's that sound? Of course, the technicals all about the blocks certainly say that. The technicals do say that the S&P 500 is at a perfect position for a long, but you have fundamentals that are unprecedented that have never happened before, right? Look at this. You're holding above very critical areas from December 24th, 2018. All right. Holding it. Trying to rally a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. See how many bids we get. My God. There you go. There. See, sorry, FYX. Get wrecked, dude. Hello? Yes, MT. I'll try to stay rested and hydrated for sure, man. For sure. Oh my God. Do I think life in general for the average person will be different after this virus is gone? Yeah, I do. I think for the general average person, they probably have a, I mean, there's a good chance, a coin flips chance probably, they'll have a different job. So there you go. Their life will be different. But I think industries are changing. I think this is the final nail in the coffin for the retail sector. You know, like the Macy's, JCPenney's, the GameStops, you name it. And I think other sectors might thrive. I think the sector I'm in, which is just live streaming, virtual entertainment, is having a bullish breakout. Where I think because people are confined to their homes, that more people are going to be inclined to look for other people for entertainment and stuff and live streaming and engagement because they're isolated. And again, bullish breakout for live streaming, IMO. I always knew it was something of the future, but this is accelerating its legitimacy, IMO, in my opinion. What water do I drink? Refrigerator filtered water. Frigidaire. You ever heard of it? $23.49. Just off session lows, but just above a critical ice line. Very, very critical. It's interesting. Tech is actually performing pretty well in this big sell-off for the major index. Right, tech is holding on. Right, I kind of like this, man. Where the Qs, as you can see, if it closed right now, you would not be at your lowest point of the entire crash. Not at all. S&P, yes, you would be at your lowest point of the crash. So understand that this sector is outperforming the major indices. Tech. So it seems almost unfathomable that we would close below 2346.40, right? Cool. So it seems like the impact on the California lockdown is going to be around $3 trillion. That's what I'm talking about. Everywhere. It's just economic destruction, potential economic destruction too. Bitcoin 6248 off its lows of the day, or of the 4-hour candle anyway. It almost got to the red. It almost got lower than where it opened at when it closed yesterday on that really nice move up. Where are the bids, man? You're at this support and you're holding it, truly. But the bids aren't really coming in yet. You want to see some violent moves to the upside that just haven't happened yet, so. Dude, I bet you, I know people would said that back in the day. Blockbuster will never go bankrupt. Dude, their own arrogant insiders, their own arrogant team. They had, did you know that Blockbuster had the opportunity to buy Netflix when they were still in power? But they didn't. They scoffed at it. Futures are at 23.33. Are they? In real life? 23.43 now. 23.44. Rallying a little bit out the lower low. That's the waves, man. So they were. So yeah, a little bit lower than spot price. Understandable. But now climbing somewhat. Dow Jones. Futures, 19,507. SAMT, it might not be. It might not be. You just don't know. It's like we have nothing really so similar to this. This is unprecedented. This has never happened before. This much economic damage in a short period of time hasn't happened like this, man. Not really. So getting a few bids right there, but not many. NASDAQ 7,055. See, NASDAQ too is not at its lowest point like the S&P and Dow Jones. NASDAQ's holding on better. Tech holding on better. Everyone's gonna be working for Amazon, yeah, for sure, man. Oh yeah, we got well, you know, oil had that bounce, so now it's crashing again for sure. That makes that's reasonable. We understand that on oil, dude. Good music. So you have futures right now 23.33, as our friend said earlier. Texacoats. Now we're at 23.31 and falling. Dow Jones 19,394 on futures. Goodness. They're not supposed to be selling on a Friday, man. What's going on? We definitely, you know, at this point, you're getting close to where we could call, if it closed like this or lower, we could call it Black Friday, man. Every day is a Black Friday, Black Monday, Black Wednesday, Black Thursday. The only one we haven't had is Black Tuesday because of the Black Fridays, or Black Mondays, excuse me, or the turnaround Tuesdays. Thanks for the 700 people still here. I know a lot of y'all have been with me most of the day. The stream has been live for 5 hours, 24 minutes. My life for you. $23.35 session lows on the S&P. The Dow Jones 19,462. Below critical ice line support. You are in the midst of twig and thatch. It doesn't make sense to bounce off anything. Not really. I mean, the next real support on the Dow Jones, it's been this way. Hadn't changed. 18,700 or so. You're in no man's land at your lowest point today. Tech beginning to slide a little bit more. 173.89 on the Qs. Coming back down to that crazy, that curved upsloping support that you bounced off initially, but little demand has come in. Even with divergence, doesn't matter. What's up, Ricardo, man? Thanks for the sub, dude. Welcome. Hour and 4 minutes to go. Power hour is 4 minutes away, chat. If the audio is too loud, the music's too loud, let me know. A couple people said turn it up. I'm just going to keep my mic close to my face so it doesn't drown me out. I don't know. Yeah, dude, imagine me not streaming today because I was tired. Pfft, what a joke, dude. They thought they could get me, they couldn't. $23.30 and falling 19,420.
Is that a joint?
Certainly not. You're everything but high. Volume's good. Music's fine. Seems like it might be a little loud, but I know. Yeah, I know, James. It's definitely, it's good. That's good news, right? Real good news. Score one for the humans. They finally need one, right? Oh my God, we're not going to get wiped out by an asteroid. Don't worry. We find other ways for collision. We're looking at it right now. 23.28. Session lows.
Is that a joint?
Volume cell? Are you talking about the drunk tank on the University of Tennessee football game day? GVO, tangerine, tangerine, tangerine.
Is that what it's called or something, dude? I don't know much about Tennessee's history except, you know, their record against Alabama in football. And the streak we have. What is it? A 12-year, 13-year streak or something on Tennessee in football? The drunk tank. A bunch of... Are you just saying a bunch of drunk Tennessee students in the drunk tank are Volcel? Okay, Volcel, I get it. And that's like voluntary celibate, because what's the point of knocking up some girl that you don't like or something, and then all of a sudden you're in jail for 18 years? You know? I don't know. It's just weird. When you get older, I think your priorities change. You stop wanting to slay the dragons. You just want to find that one dragon display over and over again. 2324, we are crashing chat. This is literally Black Friday if things don't turn around soon, and you've only got an hour and 1 minute to go. Where is this? Where is this? This is another support, but it's not a critical one. It's this kind of scrubby one back from March of 2017. Again, Dow Jones, absolutely nothing but the abyss, man. Straight line up, straight line down. You're hanging on by a thread with the S&P. And if the S&P bounces, Dow Jones probably would bounce too with it. And so you're praying, if you're a Dow Jones fan, this is the way it happened the last time, a couple days ago, where the S&P was falling. You're like, crap, dude. When the S&P started rallying, Dow Jones started falling behind it, and it saved it from hitting that support down here. Oh, man. Very chill. Yeah, following or patterns on the 5 minute is it's not a good idea. They're not reliable. They're not even patterns. You've been oversold. All right, climbing back just a little bit off the session lows, but barely. It's like Bosnia's screwed. Anyone under the age of 18 or over the age of 60 can't leave their homes. New York going on lockdown, of course. We know that. No news from the Truman Show guy yet. Not lately anyway. Bitcoin 6,196. Still just hanging around where it opened yesterday. I know this is a little loud, dude. It's gotta be. So you're telling me this is too quiet, man? I want to get right in between that. Hold on. 25 and 30. That might be better right there. $23.28. 19,400 Dow Jones. All I'm trying to do is give live price action updates because that's what's going on, dude. We're doing things. Black Friday could be here. All right. So that mini ice line is holding for now, but not many big bids yet off of it, right? No spring, no real bounce. This is what I'm talking about, dude. You can see the price action right there, that red line. And this is it, dude. March 2017. It's all you got left. Who knows? That might be all you need, dude. And look what happens when the S&P bounces off that support. It's like the Dow Jones doesn't have to have support. You get it? So what drives this market? What owns this market? It's the S&P 500. It's the driver. Dow Jones follows it. Now it's been performing worse, but it's not like you're going to see the S&P 500 hold and rally and see the Dow Jones continue to crash at the same time, right? Nah, I don't think so. So this thing's already climbing back up. Nice. Remember, it's all about the close. We have 57 minutes until your daily candle does close. Your weekly candle too. Well, it's not about unheard. It's just like, I know some people don't prefer music, but it's like, it needs to just be there as background. You know, it's not dead air. That's all I want it as. It shouldn't be loud enough for someone to be like, this song sucks, dude. I hate this. I'm out, you know. Nasdaq's fallen below 7,000. Wrecked. right? You notice how the S&P bounces Dow Jones, and then the S&P starts selling off the Dow Jones. Like, yeah, I'm going to with the S&P. Go figure. Q's still sliding, and they're at their session lows pretty much. 173.15. Positive Momo, that was all you got. No demand. Like, if there's no buyers, divergence won't play out. You'll just sell off again. Maybe you'll get low prices and you'll get even more bullish divergence, right? Dude, I don't know if I like this song. It's kind of weird. I'm sorry, chat. Sometimes it happens. Okay. Weird, like just random people making robot beep noises. I don't know. It's just weird. This is good though. Well, JP, I'm glad that you watched, man, because you had to give me a chance. You know, giving me too much credit. I mean, it takes two to tango. Critical areas. Cue up the song, dude. Yesterday we bounced off of it. Today, will we be able to bounce again, or is it time to crash for real even more? FYX's tendies really need a break here to the downside. If you don't want FYX to have tendies, you need the rally to blast. You need the sell-off to stop, right? Wishful thinking. It's bad, dude. The market's real bad. There's very little demand. Even on a triple witching, all the options are expiring today. It doesn't look like it matters quite yet, but maybe they're all waiting till the end of the day, right? So 54 minutes, people are waiting to close their positions. And that's maybe when the rally comes, if it does. Just don't know yet, man. It's weird times. Unprecedented times. Next support on the S&P, you're at it. You're at 23.22. You fall below 23.22, there is no support until 21.94. Look left. Not really, I don't think. It's kind of like the mini lows. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, any of these can play a support role, right? I mean, down here, you'd think like 22.38 could be one. Oh, here's the peaks. You got one over here at like, yeah, right, 2,300. I guess we could plot that. You know, it's just like this one little high. Any of them can play roles as supports now. Even this, you see this one? I mean, the highs and the lows. There's a decent amount of small, but dude, I mean, it's like, you'd think here. 2,200. I think just where we are, falling below this for real is so bad. It's like so much damage being done to the chart. Structural damage, dude. Still holding. See, still holding this support. You're not below it yet. So, and again, options expiring. So they're mostly all going to be like bearish options. So people are going to like close them out. They want to push it down as low as they can before closing. And there you have it, dude. Just don't be surprised if we bounce off this and rise. But who wants to hold longs? That's the problem. Who wants to hold longs going into the weekend when the futures could just limit down on Monday and it could be awful again? Volatility hour, that's right. What you think is going to happen most of the time doesn't. So when you think there could be more selling, there might not be. You notice how there's no support at all for the Dow Jones, but it's rallying? It's the S&P, man. Dead chat. Live stream uptime now. 5 hours and 39 minutes, man. We broke support, but there's more support. You're at it, you bounced. This is the second day you've touched it. It's really the third day. I'm sorry, it's the third day in a row you've touched the support. Less than an hour to go. Oh my God. Still holding. FYX, sorry dude. Get wrecked. You only have partial tendies. You don't have complete crispy tendies yet until you really break that 23-22 area. Sorry, man. Just go back and vacuuming. Oh yeah. You're vacuuming, man. Alright, so maybe it's time to pump now because FYX is back at a screen. Just to freak him out, okay? But maybe not. I mean, you're so close to session lows, dude. It's stupid. Bitcoin is still just barely above 60, or yeah, 6205. Remember, we thought that 6100 would be the next support. Seems like, you know, definitely reasonable. What's up, Patrick Sullivan? Tough times indeed. Wish you well, too. The real Black Monday coming. Oh my God, dude. We said that 2 weeks ago, and then that's the real Black Monday. And then last Monday was even worse. Or 2 Mondays. I can't remember. Good God, there's too many Mondays. FYX, I think you're screwed, dude. Q's outperforming the major indices. Boom. No tendies, dude. I mean, you're at 233 right now and you're climbing. It might be all over for FYX, man. Take a look at the futures real quick. Why not? Futures, yeah, 2315 and 19,281. Oil futures 2308. Black Monday 3.0. Good God, that would be the weirdest, craziest thing of all time, man. Really. Dude, I'm exhausted, man. More says all over it. 2350. Well, I'm saying it again, man, just because it's fun messing with you. It's like a hobby of mine now. Picked it up. It's like collecting stamps. F with FYX in his position. Talk about it. How it's all over, dude. Fund run for attendees for FYX, exactly. We can't leave our house, man. I am tired, man. Really. It's bouncing, I mean, is it even a bounce? It's just, it's respecting the support and being like, hi, this exists, this is real, but I don't know. I mean, you did that twice. You know, you did that 2 days ago and yesterday. you've regarded this 23-22 as support. So it's like, Third time, more methodical, not really good when you're hugging support like that, even though anything can happen, right? Not trying to make you nervous, but we are just covering live price action, okay? And the fundamentals are real bad, man. I mean, you know what's going on. Tool will make Pro Day virtual. Oh, really? Color me surprised. 46 minutes, chat. We're in power hour. And we are near session lows in that power hour. And we could definitely call this Black Friday now. Not for amazing savings. Imagine how Black Friday is going to be affected this year by coronavirus, that will be coming back in a second wave, and it could be more devastating than the first. Imagine us not having a vaccine out by the second wave of the coronavirus in the winter. Super scary, man. The disruption in the economy will be unprecedented, and it will last for 18 months. Maybe, Anderson. We just don't know, right? We're just holding. I know you'd rather see the charts than my face. Okay. Believe me, dude. I'm not put together right now. It's like I got out of bed, made coffee, brushed my teeth, contact, started stream. Turbo witching should be, I mean, like, theoretically, it should have been decent. It should be, all right, so there should be volatility, I guess, because people are closing their positions. But in this particular situation, you think, because most positions are puts or shorts, or not shorts, but, you know, contracts that are, like, calling for lower prices, whichever way you have it, you know, whichever, you know, there's many different ways to trade options. Anyway, it should be where people are closing out massive amounts of those positions today. Therefore, you'd think that there'd be mass amounts of, like, buys, like buying to close. So you would have some sort of, you know, the volatility gets, the selling gets wiped out by that volatility with people covering, and then, like, you know, it's neutral, or you have a green day. But again, man, market conditions are so scary and so bad. Like, it is reality. It is not like people are overreacting. No, they're not. No one's overreacting to this, economically speaking. World's shutting down. Stock market trading on Monday, there won't be anyone on the trading floor. I don't even know the last time that's ever happened, if that's even happened before. Can someone find that out? And who knows, right? The weekend lately, I said this to Megan, the weekend lately is terrible because there's multiple days for bad news to come out and to compound, to scare the market. You know what I'm saying? 2320, session lows. Oh my God. Breaking through 2322 for the first time today. You just did anyway. Dow Jones 19,361 and falling. NASDAQ 69.57. Tech is now at session lows, $172.76. Still okay, holding on, not at its lowest point of the crash. So Tech's still outperforming the major indices, 2318 and falling, chat. Oh my God. 2300 seems like the next target. All right, you've just broken that. Look left. If there's to be follow through price action, I mean, that shouldn't really play a role as support, but everything will play a role, kind of. You'd think, just to touch it before bouncing, and if it bounces, then it falls below it later, right? But you'd think that might be the next area, the next checkpoint, if we get any more follow through price action, where you could just fall below it and just rally again back above it. It's always possible, right? Follow through is important. By repeating that a lot, but it's just like, what do you want me to do, man? But understand 2300 is not really a very strong support at all. $23.16. Whoa. There it is. That's session lows, dude. And if we 41 minutes to go. We are in power hour. Power hour is turning out to be a bloodbath. 23.14. NASDAQ 69.40. Bitcoin 62.40. Bottom left of your screen. There it is again. 23.14. You just hit it, man. Lowest lows. Now the Dow Jones is 19,309 and dropping pretty fast. If you don't get any relief in the next 40 minutes, it will be a certain huge bearish engulfing candle. $19,281 right there. Dow Jones continuing. 2311 on the S&P. Session lows. And if you closed right now, it'll be the lowest low of the crash, meaning bottom's not in yet. Just trying to keep you covered, man. God forbid I take a day off, because every single day has been jam-packed full of news, emotion, action on the markets. So starting to come off those lows a little bit. Notice how the S&P moves, so does the Dow to the upside. Not so sure what the circuit breaker is. What are we down right now? Nah, dude, we're not hitting a circuit breaker today. We're only down 4%. You got to go down 3% more. Just probably not going to happen, dude, okay? And no, it's definitely not happening. It's certain it's not happening because the last 30 minutes of trading, you can't trigger a circuit breaker, so... How's that VIX doing, though? That's the question. Let's take a look at it real quick. Volatility is pumping. It's still down 6.22%. It gapped down, but as you can see, it's climbing, man. It opened today. It opened at 68.20 after gapping down, fell all the way down to 57 bucks. Now you're at 67.65. Still well off your highs. Risk is still high, man. Market uncertainty. That's what this is, the VIX. All right, good stuff. The S&P is climbing. Probably going to get back. You think we're probably going to get back about 23.22? I mean, this is the third day we're dancing with these supports, man. Third day. It's like, when will you break it, or when will you hold and reverse? $23.17 S&P. Dow Jones 19,325. Bitcoin 62.78. NASDAQ 69.42. FYX is in Tindy Town right now, but 37 minutes to go. Lot can happen, more than you actually can think. Yeah, just wait till that 7 minutes. It'll be the last 30 minutes. You wait and you'll start seeing some serious volatility, man. Well, you'd think. Even if it's Friday. Bots. Good music. climbing again. Just a little bit, not much. Some bids coming in, just a few. But dude, not many. Yet. Not many yet. It's bouncing a little bit. Yeah, barely is the word. Yeah, we can leave the SPX on that 4 hour. Sure. SPX. Here you go, dude. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. And this is what's so interesting, right? You hit the downsloping resistance again today, and you failed. And you're starting to sell off again. So demand is still very weak. But you're about, I mean, it seems like you were about to go positive on your momentum, and it just didn't come. You're starting to build negative momentum right at neutral territory. Jeez. Okay, this is the S&P 500 on the 4 hour, and this is the channel that we are in for now. And a breakout, if you were to have it, which there's no demand, no buyers right now, so it can't break out. But if it was to ever break out, at least you have common retrace areas, but unprecedented economic damage being done to the world right now. That's not a joke. So if you're enjoying this extended coverage of the stock market melting down again on a potential Black Friday, depending on how the close goes, is the determination of if we'll name it that or not. But so far, if it closed now, it would be Black Friday. If you are enjoying it, hit that like button, that bell, that sub, the coverage, not the price action, okay? Thank y'all. I'm leaving it all out on the fields because this stream has been live for 6 hours now. Or 4 minutes away from a 6-hour marathon stream. And yesterday I streamed for well over 10 hours, 3 different streams. And every day this week, we've been here for the open. You get it, man. Stream Connect. Okay, nice. Support's holding 23.22. That's what's up, dude. For now. It's like real hard to believe that this stuff will get broken going into when the day that traders are all settling other positions. You know, the triple witching. So, I'm telling you, 30 minutes. The things you don't think can happen can. And look at this, man. And it could go high. Dude, you understand like how fast it could climb, right? Don't think you do. Yeah, buyers are scared. What buyers want to hold going into the weekend? Because, like, dude, the Truman Show guy will be orchestrating all kinds of scary news events this weekend. That things that haven't happened yet. We know they're going to happen. Again, we just don't know what exactly it's going to be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to 731 here. 556 likes. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Sorry. 2333. S&P. Dow Jones 19,491. We're living it. We're living the markets, dude. And good news is you're starting to see a little bit of bids coming in, a few bids. But when this 30-minute mark hits, you're going to start seeing a lot more up and down a lot faster. Because that's the rule, man. Trading is at its highest volatility, or for the most part, in most normal conditions, in the first 30 minutes of trading. Highest amount of volatility comes in the last 30 minutes. It's really the first hour and the last hour, but I mean, I'm saying based on the short history of the 2 weeks of this crashing, it's been the last 30 minutes. So you could see some serious fireworks very, very soon. All right. FYS could lose all his tendies. Or he could be even deeper in Tendy Town. Go ahead and queue up NBC's Larry Edgeworth dying of complications from coronavirus. Thanks. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. This is like, we'll probably close above 2350. Like, no doubt. Like, come on, man. It's like this every Friday. It's like, look at these wicks, man. I mean, it's like, oh, dude, we're all screwed. Huge rally. Look, we're screwed. Huge rally. I mean, you went all the way up. This was like one of the only days where it just like closed at its low. And then look, you like gapped up anyway. Huge run for dumping again. I mean, I would be pretty surprised if you closed the week below these supports. Like, legit, dude. Here it is, the SPX on the 4 hour again, trying to hold on to 2350. You're diverging, still got divergence. Like, this is like normal condition long areas.
Thanks for the continuous coverage during these tough times. We will be kings again soon. I am Sukal.
Thank you, Leroy Jenkins, for the 8s. Much love. Notice this, we will be kings again as you say that. The rally starts. 30 minutes to go. Power hour. Not surprising. Based on the short history, these 2 weeks of history. Up, down, up, down, up, down. You're going to get volatility. It's going to be up, it's going to be down. FOX is going to lose his mind. That's the best part of this. You hear that? Not everything is what it seems to be. Pump it. Look, I told y'all, right? 30 minutes to go. Volatility picking up. Go ahead and long it. Close out all those shorts. The triple witching is now in effect, right? They've had them all day. They hadn't been closing them. It's time to close the positions, chat. Respecting the supports, though, for now. Yeah, MK, but not today, right? We could see green today. I mean, it's like, look at this, dude. 30 minutes, it works like a charm. Like, you know the volatility comes now. No more tendies. Cancel the tendies for FYX, because we're going up. Man, rejecting lower prices. I mean, it's like sucks because futures control it and can ruin everything. Any kind of decent trade setup or strategic entry, which you are at a strategic entry spot right now on the S&P 500. You are. Like normal market conditions, this is where one will be taking longs. Okay. For swing trade. It really is. I might buy one SPY. I'm just talking about one share, not even leveraged, for the memes. So I can say, yes, sir, we were here. When it diverged, we were here. We respected the TA, even in the worst storm. Right, you were right at it, man. And no lower. Let's just see how it's very interesting. Critical areas, that's an understatement right now. It's like, what's even more? What is a word for more than critical, you know? Exactly, futures. Why we can't have nice things. Exactly, dude, because you can't even... Nope, sorry. Futures dictate it. Futures just dump, so no chance. Growth forecasts plunge. Really? I'm surprised, man. Jared, I've explained it multiple times. I can do it again if you want. A triple witching is the quarterly expiration of stock options, stock index futures, and stock index option contracts all occurring on the same day. It happens 4 times a year. On the 3rd Friday of March, hello, that's where we are now, June, September, and December. There you go. So, this is what, volatility, and you'd think that you would not have such a bad day on a Friday, because most of those contracts positions are like making calls to the downside, saying lower prices. So they're all like exercising. They're all like closing their positions. Right. So we're just all over the place. We're right above. We're right at a support that must be held. It's so critical. Remember, December 2018. You know. Town in jeopardy for FYX, but go figure. We thought he was screwed anyway. He got bonus tendies, but those bonus tendies have certainly been taken away, and they could all be wiped out because there's 25 minutes left. Volatility is high. You'll see, man. I'm hungover, not so much, just tired as F. Didn't get very good sleep last night. 2352 and rising. Get wrecked, FYX. Just sitting with you, for at least 24, 25 more minutes until close, so I can at least, I'm this far in anyway, right? So, you know how it goes. Trump did mention deep state today. Dead chat. 750 here. What's up? 750 lurkers. Real talk. If you're just gonna lurk, you might as well hit the like button, Whoa, this song's weird. 2344. Starting to, you're just cracking back below the support now. How will it close? Sorry. T's working from home. Well off those session lows now. Yes. Close your positions, everyone. Your options because of the expiration. That's this day. That's what is so special about it. Oh my god, 2 likes away from 600. So that'd be 100 likes per hour at this point. Because I've been live now for 6 hours and 7 minutes, if you can even believe it. Bitcoin is recovering a little bit from its low of the 4 hour anyway. It was down to 6190s, 6180s. Now it's at 62.77. Nice. $22 minutes to go. Holy crap. 616 likes. Y'all just killed it. Thank you so much. Incredible community. Truly grateful to be able to cover this for you live. All these past 2 weeks, man, archived. These streams will be here forever. So we got to witness history, and we got to all witness it together. And our community is stronger than it's ever been. And I'm just so freaking proud of that, man. $19,498 on the Dow Jones, starting to slide again. Same with the S&P. Maybe it's going down to test again. But dude, I'm telling you, like on a triple witching, you'd think that cracking critical support like that and closing below would be insane, man. Liking the stream's good for engagement, so YouTube algos favor. It's like a form of engagement, and algos, that's like, they respond to that positively, and they push your channel, and I get recommended to other people that haven't found me yet, and so then they find me and watch me, and then they like, and and it's like, then I'm able to positively affect other people on YouTube. That's how it works. Growth. That's why liking's so important. Oh, FYX is back, man. Oh, S&P starts selling off again. Look who shows up.
Bruh.
Apple getting wrecked. Yeah, go figure. Everything kind of getting wrecked right now. You don't have to look at those individual assets. All you have to do is look at the indices, and they can kind of tell you, give you a good glimpse of where most things are going. Yeah, Zen Chicken still here. We've been talking about chicken tendies all day. Is Big One looking strong? Not really. It was at $7,000, now it's at $6,250. Now, comparative to what the stock market's doing right now, yeah, sure. That's the only way. But by itself, Bitcoin does not particularly look strong, no, with rejecting 7K so much. It's okay. What's up, 5,000 Quaaludes or Quatloos? Same thing, I don't know. Maybe. US 10, how's it faring now, man? We were looking at it, it was below 1. It was very volatile today, and that's a bad sign. You don't want the yields to be volatile. You want them to be stable, and they can't. They're trying to stabilize it. Everything they can. You just can't. Look, yes, here's your 10-year yields. Dumping today. Dumping hard. Again, below that 1. Oh, I think we were looking at the weekly. The weekly was volatile. Spinning top. Yeah. So you had a big rally last week. I mean, I think that's like government intervention. And then look at this. This week you got as low as 0.63% to 1.278%. That's wild, man. Real wild. 2331 S&P. NASDAQ still below 7K. Surge, the drink, the soft drink from when we were children. I remember, dude. Used to drink all kinds of Surge and start running around, with all that sugar. Ring everywhere. Screaming for tendies. $23.25. Uh-oh. All right, so you're right back to that support, that just one of the supports, not very major. The 2350 is the major one. These are like kind of scrub supports that could play a role as a reversal area, certainly, I guess, right? I mean, they're there. We are identifying them and showing them on screen. That's all we're doing. So your price action is correlating with them, as yesterday it hit it and bounced immediately off it, right? So this is a, hold on, make sure. Yeah, you got FYX about to give an acceptance speech, even though we got 17 minutes. Leave it to FYX to literally do his acceptance speech, and just seconds later, the S&P 500 bounces off that support again, 2337 now. Here we go. Let's read it up.
Well, I'd like to thank Pepe and my mentor Jeff for the tendies. And of course, trusting the plan, gangs.
Obliterated, man. What does Monday bring? Oh, Adam, dude, get a coin, flip it. There's no idea. It could gap, but we could limit up or limit down on Monday, Adam. It's stupid. This volatility is like, it's like kind of there to destroy people in trying to take guesses, dude. There's no edge on the market, really, still. Like, You think this is an area for a long because of all the divergence, but again, you're talking about fundamentals and unprecedented events that are destroying our economy, our world economy. It's like worse. I mean, economically speaking, it could be worse than war. Economically, get that. I'm not saying it's worse than war at all. I'm saying just on one spectrum, one side of it. It is. Everything's shutting down, man. When you're in war, there are countries all over the world that are still producing things and doing stuff, going to work every day. This is different. No, FYX is going ultimate 10D Town route. He is going to be holding over the weekend his puts that are in green. They're in the green right now, but my God, dude, you know, you can only do it the Wall Street bet way. You can only gamble. Hey, you're in the green, time to double down. I'm like a little loud, dude. Is it? It's gotta be loud. It's just... Whatever. 2326 right now. S&P 19,449. Dow Jones. I'm giving these updates because there are many people that watch that are driving, right? There are many people that have me in their pocket and they're not watching the stream, so they treat it like a podcast. So I do all I can to be very descriptive on the charts I'm looking at because, again, you get it, right? The whole point. $40 hours? No, it's like 50 hours now, I thought. Oh, 50 hours since last week, Jake. Or close to it, anyway. 14 minutes, chat. Alright, so a new 15-minute candle. Whatever, who cares? So I'm trying to be the most stable thing in these markets. My reliability as a live streamer. That's what I'm going for. So when you know gold is dumping, the US dollar is pumping to insane levels so fast, S&P's dumping, Bitcoin's pumping, then dumping, all these things, one thing's certain, I'm here, I'm live, covering it for you. Glad to hear. What's up, Catterday, man? What's up, C. Astuva? Thanks, man. Glad you're watching. All of y'all. Seriously, grateful. Big time. You gotta understand, though, 6 hour, 17-minute uptime on a stream when I went to bed real late last night after streaming, you know, you could understand why I might be a little off right now or a little loopy or just tired, man. Just leaving it all out on the field for you. Gold did, if we get market crashes, you know, yeah. Now, physical gold, silver might be lit still, but anything that can be sold on a computer, not looking too hot. Which is the paper gold, paper silver. That acceptance, you have to clip it, man. Someone clip it. Sean Casey, bro, he drove from Omaha to Kansas City. Listened the whole way. Let's go, man. I love it, dude. Will I stream tonight? I don't know, man. I can't really go anywhere, and dude, one of my buddies is like, he works in like a hospital. He was the guy I went and hung out with a couple weeks ago in Bitcoin at 3,800, and he's like sick. And he hasn't updated me on if he has coronavirus because he said he got tested for it. I want to find out. I just asked how the test results go. How about that, dude? Shook his hand too. So it'd be like, hey, I'm immune to coronavirus. Kappa. $11 minutes, chat. I'm almost out of your hair. All right, 69.40 on Nasdaq. Lows of the day, but not lows of the low. Lows of the run. What's up, Arn Hellish Lucas? Sorry, my stream element is losing its mind right now. Thanks for this up. Oh, believe me, I can't get corona. I mean, like I'm saying, like I can't for the sake of streaming. Like I have to have massive amounts of energy to stream, so I can be here, because like the need or the demand for me as a streamer is at its highest point ever now, right? It's never been this high. Even, believe it or not, even when here we go, session lows, even when Bitcoin was going near 14K and all that, like, you know, there's extreme euphoria, and I had a lot more people watching, right? Back then I had like between 3,000 to 4,000 people watching me when Bitcoin was hitting its highest levels. And I don't have anything like that, but now. But still, just for 6 hours, 20 minutes, I've got 700 people watching me the whole time. So I'm down with that. Chat, 2308. FYX is making his way to Tindy Town. Dow Jones session lows, 19,247, and dropping like a rock. Holy crap, chat. We just hit 2,300, the next support. Will it hold? 19,221 on the Dow Jones. We're dropping. We just hit our session lows again. Nasdaq 68.73. Bitcoin hanging on. 62.45. No big deal. 19,200. 22.96 on the S&P. Cracking that 2,300 support, but for how long? It's a question. We got 9 minutes left, chat. Whoa. So Black Friday, seeming like it's gonna be a real thing. The QQQ, the tech sector, just hit its session lows, but not the lowest low of the entire crash yet. 170.27. Hype in the chat because of volatility and selling session lows. Oh my god, dude, insane. Be sure to join our Discord. I'll post the link right now. Join it, everyone. We have just one of the most active Discords out there in this world of trading, technical analysis, crypto, stocks, you name it. We got one of the best, dude. So it would be, you know, and we've got educational resources and content there, all kinds of stuff. No, don't get cocky. 8 minutes, dude. 8 minutes, you could see a stupid run that could render all your attendees stale and disgusting, okay? And definitely dry. But I'm just saying, man, don't get cocky yet, kid. 8 minutes. Yeah, dollar index on track for its strongest weekly gain since 2008. He's holding through the weekend. National Lockdown Connect. Yeah, right, dude. I'm telling you, I can't wait for the last 8 minutes to have a stupendous, miraculous rally where FYX is crying, singing the blues. Hey, so, some good guy Truman Show guy. Netflix, go ahead and cue Netflix creating $100 million fund to help displace film and TV workers. Do I count, man? Is that me, man? I'm on your TV. Help me, man. Cap. Okay, so here's just a stat. It's not really like cue it, but it's like 60 million people in New York and California are restricted. Like that's like 60 million wallets can't spend this weekend or for the foreseeable few weekends, right? That is so much economic damage. U.S. consumerism has been the bastion of light of this entire world economy, and now it has been crippled, and not even crippled, it has been paralyzed. It is unable to move its hands, its feet, its mouth. It's just sitting there. Can't do anything, dude. God. Here we have an update. Go ahead and cue the CDC reporting 15,268 coronavirus cases in the U.S., 201 deaths now. Go ahead and cue up the WHO, the World Health Organization, messaging youth, people, you Zoomers. You are not invincible. That's what they said. Here we are near session lows, right at that 2,300 mark. More kind of a psychological support than anything else. Pretty scrubby, but at these levels, man, any support can act as a reversal. But they're not strong. Please don't think they're strong supports. Not really. So you're climbing. 5 minutes, dude. Watch the 5-minute rally destroy FYX like a movie, dude. It's not crippled. It's worse than crippled, MK. It's been brought to its diabetic knees. No, don't. I mean, if you're diabetic and you don't take care of yourself, you can lose your limbs. So here we go. The 5-minute rally that will destroy FYX's soul. Just kidding. But I mean, we're just messing. We're memeing at this point. Okay, I have become a chart. I have been covering charts for so long now. I am now inside the chart. Okay, chartception. We're all rooting against you, FYX, man. Holland Lane. Yeah, but pneumonia doesn't shut down the whole world economy and put millions of people out of jobs, right? Isn't that true, Holland? So that's the difference. Goal getting a pump. Good. Good. Give me 23 close. 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Is that a joint?
We're at the, here we go, 19,189. That is the session lows on the Dow Jones Industrial right now. If we close right now, it will be the lowest low of the entire crash. Remember, our target, 18,700 or so. It's been that. Look at that. Dow Jones crashing while the S&P's not moving. Whoa. We haven't seen that all day. Seldom do we see that. With Dow Jones crashing, S&P just not moving. Whoa. Kind of impressive. Hype in the chat for volatility.
Hype in the chat!
2.2 million people have filed for unemployment this week alone. FPS saying it's going to quintuple next week, right? Probably. Remember the joke. The 5-minute rally to end FYX's tendies. That's right, Matt. All day, been waiting. 2307, 3 minutes. Until this long, drawn-out, terrible week for bulls comes to a close. The weekly candle will close too, if you don't remember. He's locked in till Monday. Oh my God, 19,159 Dow Jones, your session lows. You're crashing right now. Dow Jones is crashing with 2 minutes to go in the week on a triple witching. This is insane, dude. This is a characteristic. We've been monitoring this all week. This seldom happens. You're watching. I mean, this has to be like maybe Boeing or something. Like some individual assets in the Dow Jones are getting destroyed right now. Whoa, 19,100. You just broke 19.1. So it looks like the Tendy Town really was the Dow Jones more so than the SPX. Seems like for now. Less than 2 minutes, chat. So let's just go ahead and do it. We hadn't done it all day. You're local on the 8s. Oh my God, man. 2 minutes to the weekly close. Back to the quad screen. This is Battle Stations, everyone. Boeing's at 95. You're off your session lows now, thank God. Whew. Taking a breather, at least for a few seconds. Hold on, man. Thanks for the 5, dude. I'll let it play.
That's true, but COVID-19 seems a little too hype. Less than 3 you thanks for all the coverage.
Well, if you have a... I don't know about too hype, man, because there are different strands of this. The Italy strand it seems far deadlier. It might be a correlation with healthcare or something, but... no, man, this virus is so weird in how it can infect different skin receptors, and it can, any kind of chronic illness you have, it amplifies that and can shut.
My portfolio was down 26% till the corona started. Now I'm plus 35% by swing trading oil and NASDAQ alone during the crisis by simply swing trading on news and Trump's speech. No financial advice though. Take care and have a beautiful weekend all.
Hey, Non, thanks for the 690. Really appreciate it, man. And that's great. Anytime someone's making money with all this blood, you got to look out for yourself, right? Thank y'all. FYX, man, he needs to put his Michael Burry cross-eyed, or not Michael Burry, but, well, it is, but it's Christian Bale. Put the cross-eyed Christian Bale back up, dude. It's time. You know it is time, dude. Because you did make it to Tindy Town now, but you can go back to the Rees when we gap up, we limit up on Monday, dude, right? Does what amplify hangovers? Eternal Death Slayer 3. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Yeah, Gareth said, dude, too hype. Italy lost 600 plus today in the richest part of Italy. Hospitals there are top in Europe. Well, there you go. See, it's like, it is not too hype. Bitcoin, 6,165. The 4-hour candle just closed on it. Just so you know. The market has closed, chat. And it will go down in history as Black Friday. Where you closed at the lowest point of the entire crash that started back in February. Just when you thought it was over, man. Just when you thought people would be closing out their options, man. There are more options, and they're still short. They're still buying puts, it looks like. FYX is in Tindy Town. At least he's safe for at least a few days, a couple days. But we did it, chat. Again, 6 hours and 30 minutes. The length of the duration of the trading session, I've been live. So it's been a freaking honor, a pleasure. It always is, man, with y'all. Best freaking community out there. The Q's closed down near their lowest point of the entire crash, but not quite. See, overperforming a little bit. Very bad, man. You've closed for the first time below 19,687. That's very bad. That is technical support. Has officially, with confirmation closed not only on the daily but the weekly, you close below that January 2017 low.
Thank you for all your hard work. Smiley face.
Mitzi Moon, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. What a freaking week, man. So stocks, we're done. Bitcoin, we're not done yet. We're now sliding down to that support we've been talking about, 6,100. You're falling below 6,100 now, 6,081. Your lowest point of this sell-off. It all started with a hanging man that was confirmed today. We announced it live during Trump's press conference. So here we are, back to critical supports. Can we hold? And guess how it started, chat? There was a reason, and it was the 60-minute bearish divergence on both oscillators, also identified on stream long before the selling started. Thank you very much. So that's it, man. The support from the triangle or the structure you broke out of is down at 6,000. So you got a little bit further to go. Again, 6,100 is more of a look left support from way back in 2018. Oh my god, dude, Chad, I'm dead, man. I'm like... And so Bitcoin on the daily, looking back at the quad screen in the bottom left, you are now at lower prices than you opened yesterday. Monk ass. Francisco Lorea, thank you so much for the sub. Lorea, isn't that something to do with El Chapo's name? Lorea? Guzman Lorea? I don't know. Oh my god, man. So yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do, man? What do you mean, what am I gonna do? The markets never close. Because I'm going from stocks to Bitcoin now dumping at pretty fast speed. The speed and acceleration of selling started picking up when the stock market started crashing, right? So more than it was. Remember, huge bearish engulfing candle on the major indices. Bearish engulfing. Lowest levels, weekly, also lowest levels, very bad. So you've got supports looking left. I just don't know how they will hold, man. Gold holding on, the gold kind of staying and sitting where it was, unaffected by that change, but the market's closed pretty much. Hey, Emrys, man, thanks for the sub on Twitch, dude. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you, dude. Yeah, Lorea, that guy that subbed had the same last time. I knew it, man. I knew it was onto something. They're related. I haven't started season 3 yet. I might binge it this weekend or something while I try to recover. Wait a second, chat. Omar, what of this? Remember this morning, Omar? What about Omar now? Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. Omo, no mo. You'd be underwater if you listen to that guy. All he said was buy now. He didn't tell you when to sell. He just said buy on the way up like an idiot. That's what mouth breathers do. Yeah, dude, seriously, join if you want more FYX tendies, jokes, memes. Oh my god, dude, we're a meme manufacturership, right? We are a manufacturing plant for memes in our Discord. That's all we have right now. Some tendies and memes. Okay. Well, Monk S. El Chapo's watching. What is Spanish for Monk S? Probably Monk S. Stay at Home Kangs gets it, dude, because you were like one of the first people this morning to say something about Omar. Well, good, it's the Tron Connect kit, dudes. That's what I'm talking about, dude. We got tendies, chat. Tendies and the general. Alright. Dude, are you serious? Nearly 800 of y'all are in this Discord. Does the link even work? Is it broken? 6,066 on Bitcoin, down 2%. Can you just not be volatile for a while, man? So I can rest? Monkey essay. That's it, Stay Them Kings, dude. Exactly. It works. Just no one's joining. Thanks a lot, chat. Wow. Well, what HG win? No, never mind. Win 25 times long, dude. Wait, what about the Tindy? The Tindy emoji. I gotta pull it up. Here it is. Tej, all inputs, man. Jake says he's been in Discord for weeks. This is his new favorite place. Yeah, dude, it's transformed into like Super Saiyan level Ultra Instinct. It's always been good, but now it's a new level of amazing, dude.
Don't get mad at me, Mitch, but should I sell Aaron? It'd be at a loss. Are we expecting a bounce back up?
Dude, I'm never gonna tell someone when to buy, when to sell, okay? That's just reality. You can't ever, like, right? You just can't do it, man. Financial advice type stuff. I'll tell you this. I knew we would have some sort of sideways action. It went a little higher to hit common retrace levels. It's okay. It broke some critical resistance. I think maybe the buying was a little bit overdone because the selling was so overdone. And it happens, like it's whipsawing. It's like, okay, it's like compensation for the crash. All right, well, you're getting a larger than normal pump. All right, well now, if things stay the same, we got 4 hours until the daily candle close on Bitcoin. Oh, let me stay around for that, Kappa. But look, yeah, things don't change. Could be painting a nasty shooting star bearish reversal pattern. My Streamlabs or Stream Elements is broken now. Nice. Bear party in the Discord. Yeah,
Bear
looking
party
like
in
it.
the Discord. Bear.
Post the memes, man. So, with that being said, in what I thought, the wave analysis, the way Bitcoin always becomes legendary, for the most part, is it sells off, it rallies, it resets its oscillators, it goes to neutral, goes to positive momentum, and then we get another wave down, whether it's a higher low, a double bottom, or a lower low, I don't really know. But I'll be waiting for that, and I'll be waiting and watching the oscillators every day. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take another week or a week and a half for all this to play out. It could be longer, but at the end of the day, I am waiting for the same edge I give myself every time I go long on Bitcoin: bullish divergence. Bullish divergence. Or, in bearish conditions, bearish divergence. But look, I mean, quintuple MACD bullish divergence turned into an inverse head and shoulders here. The tail end RSI divergence, great. 50% increase in value. Look down here, largest short squeeze in the history of Bitcoin right here. You had extremely beautiful amounts of bullish divergence. I'm waiting for seller exhaustion. Seller exhaustion is how I identify a buying opportunity. So right now, it could go up, it could go down, it could go all over the place, but I want to see another wave down before I take a strategic trade on this. Otherwise, I'm just a hodler like everyone else. I'm a holder, of another portfolio of crypto until we see buying signals, and then on another portfolio, another account, I'll be taking a long on Bitcoin at those levels. So, dude. Sorry about the broken stream elements, man. I'd have to clear the jar to fix it. Eddie B, thanks
Your
for
hard work is appreciated, Mitch.
Thank you, Eddie B, for the 1337, the leak contribution. Did the Neo even fall in the jar? I think it skipped it or something. It actually didn't go in the jar. Thank you, man. Uh-oh. So my buddy who works at a medical facility, I asked him about how the test results went. He said, still haven't heard. They have up until 72 hours, so he's hoping it's not a business day return and that, oh God, man, so he might have to wait till Monday. Like, FYX going to have to wait till Monday to see if his tendies are real or not. Otherwise, he'll have to wait till Monday. Yeah, fever, still not below 99. Whoa, he's had a fever for like 4 or 5 days now. Is that part of coronavirus when you have an extended fever? Someone let me know. Monka effing S. So that's it, man. That's been my analysis. My analysis, even like after we developed these 2 large volume candles, my analysis hasn't changed. Sideways, maybe up a little bit before another wave down, and that's when we reset our oscillators, and that's when we get divergence, and that's when we become kings, legends. So we're in the process. We're not ready yet. It's not mature. So yeah, bad fever is corona. Yes, 4 to 5 days. Oh my god. 99% of them have fevers, yes. What, Chicago just got closed down? Go ahead and cue that up. Thanks so much. Then pneumonia. Pneumonia, Gabo. Yeah, he's healthy, not old. He's like my age. We'll see if he has any, let's ask him if he has, cough would be bad too, right? I'm asking. I just asked him, so we'll find out. We'll tell you in a sec. Yeah, the average time for when you're supposed to start feeling symptoms is 5.8 days or something like that. But it can go up to 14 days, right? In some people. Just depending on immune system and all that. Oh my god, Grubman's in the general chat. Dude, I'm serious. Y'all are killing me. Not joining the Discord. Making me so sad in pants. Join it. And then, and like the beauty is, in general chat, you can spam emotes like Pepe. There's so many Pepe emojis there. That's what we have fun, man. Look, bat soup emojis. Just spamming them. So he said, just a fever. He doesn't have any other symptoms except a little stuffy nose, but nothing crazy. He says, I feel fine. It's just a fever. So what do y'all think? Dr. Chat? What is it?
Paging Dr. Chats. Please need to see a diagnosis for my friends. Thanks so much.
You know, it's like a PA at a hospital. You get it? Joke. Oh my god. United States auto sales between Monday and Wednesday down 33%. The source is JD Power. Oh my god, yeah, it's on CNBC. Jesus, dude. You see, like, why me saying, like, I try to be pretty not parabolic or use hyperbole, but when I say the world economy is like in the midst of crashing or like collapsing, it is happening. Like, this is when the whole world stops production of everything, people stop working. That is a collapse. It's not a crash, it's a collapse. There's no other word for it, dudes. Chat saying it could be Ebola. Yeah, you're right, Gareth. It could be Ebola. Careful. Win Panu. The Panu virus. Please don't infect me with it anytime soon, dude. Need more cowbell. Could be malaria. Yeah, dude. I needed to tell him. Alright. Well, got my chat to diagnose you. And you might have either Ebola or malaria at this point. Perfect. All right, I'll let him know. Bad news. It's not easy to tell people bad news. What's up, Aki? Thanks for the follow on Twitch. Yeah, I do have a Twitch account. Link is in the description below if you do want to follow me over there. If bad stuff happens, that's my backup plan. Twitch. And sometimes we go over there for tendies and memes. Twitch is a far superior streaming platform than YouTube. But for some reason, y'all just love YouTube. Y'all just love watching live streams on YouTube, not Twitch. It's so weird. Australian dollar was crashing too. Go figure. Oh my God, Joe Pano, we're just kidding, man. God forbid we meme. All right. Hopefully you're memeing too. No, Canatomo, I'm not doing fine. I need sustenance. I'm like out. I gotta order food or something. 6,075 on Bitcoin. Just hanging on, thinking 6,000 is the next target since you broke 6,100. I was reading chat slowly because I'm exhausted from the week. All right, you want to see bearish divergence on someone's energy? This guy right here. Good God, Gareth, man, I know Australian dollar. Just let's take a look at it again. Y'all are keeping me here. Like y'all are engaging. Y'all are like asking questions. It's just like it's hard to, whatever. I should be leaving. I'm six out. Oh my God, I'm 10 minutes away from a 7-hour live stream now. This is stupid, dude. Yeah, your Australian dollar capitulated, certainly. Good news though, right? It held the support. Some sort. What the? Huh? Here's my data. So oh yeah, that's right. You held that support from June of 2002, but you did fall below it. That's scary, dude. You fell below it for most of the day before it looks like rallying before the close. You realize the next support after that is 52 cents. Wow. Sorry, Australians. Bad days. Real bad days. Can't get corona if I don't ever leave my house anymore, ever again. I wanted to go travel the world, dude. I was gonna go sow my royal oats. But now I can't. Wasted oats, chat. Guess we make oatmeal. He said malaria. Saw a mosquito hawk fly around the basement the other night. Is Ebola the monkey brain soup from Africa? No, it's still from bats. Also call them cave chickens. What's up, Ziploc 45? Thanks for the follow on Twitch, man. Gas in Houston, Texas is 99 cents now. Oh my God. Bitcoin, $6,002. Just hit its lowest low of this sell-off. What's up, Toasty Brian? Thanks for the follow, man. Thank you all for following me on Twitch. I appreciate it. Dude, if I ever want to, date an e-thought, I got to get my numbers up over there. They don't care about YouTube streamers. They only care about Twitch streamers. Oh my God. All right, let's go back to Bitcoin. Sorry, man. Yeah, I need to have that up. All right, big bearish hammer in the midst now. That's not bullish, man. This is what I'm talking about. Trust the plan, the real plan of wave analysis and understanding what you're doing after a sell-off. It's only rallied that high because of how terrible the selling was, how severe it was before. You still haven't seen positive memo yet, and still could go sideways or begin selling off some. I'd prefer you go sideways so we could at least see green. You haven't seen positive momentum on Bitcoin since February 14th. It is March 20th now, dude. Talking 5 weeks. That's crazy. Back below 6K. Just now. Let's go to that 4-hour chart. All right, you're at the triangle that was once resistance is possibly going to hold support, but I don't know, man, because you haven't seen negative momentum on the 4 hour since March 14th, and you will see that. All right, look, 1, 2, 3, rule of 3. I mean, this you think, man. Third time's a charm. That's playing out. Hanging Man was nice. 60-minute bearish divergence along with a confirmed 4-hour hanging man. Those are a couple coinciding variables right there. helped us draw a conclusion. 5,950
It's brah.
falling.
Stay safe, stay well, and wish your friend all best recovery, brah. Tell him to long quinine.
All right, I'll tell him, Gareth, man. Thanks so much, dude, for the 3s. Dude, it's like, can I not? I mean, like, why must the volatility continue on a Friday afternoon on Bitcoin when? Why can't it just stop? Why couldn't the volatility on Bitcoin been like during the market, hours? 59.40. You're at session lows right now. You're at your lowest low of the day. 59.15 and falling. Omar, where are you, Omar? Omar said, chat, buy, you idiot, at 62.40. With no plan, just said buy in all caps. Like a mouth breather coming in here. Arms waving, screaming at the top of his lungs. Yeah. That's so wild, dude. Remember when gas was $5 a gallon? Oh, I remember, dude. I really do. What's up, Jimmy Survivor? Thanks for the sub, dudes. Stream Elements is screwed. So, no bueno, man. No bueno. What we would do now. Alright, what I think would probably be best. I know it looks pretty decent as we now, I think, have ourselves a channel. Right, we have ourselves this short-term uptrend. 1 and 2 on the bottom. What would the anchor point be then? Would that be, that can't be the anchor point. This has to be the anchor point. Because you go from the low and then the rally and then it starts right here. So you never got quite to that top point. So maybe it seems like an upsloping support or a demand line could be down at 54.50. But again, I don't really care because I'm waiting for daily seller exhaustion. And that means I know that Bitcoin could go much lower. Back down to 4,500. Okay. Cheers, Jimmy, man. Thanks for saying something in the chat. Good guy, subscriber, says something in the live chat. That's awesome, dude. Super tired. No changes on the input. Just make sure it's on close, Verve. Thanks for watching, man. Really appreciate the kind words, dude. Again, if you don't know, chat. If you're just tuning in, we got 700 people still here. It's about the same people, I guess. Dow Jones, S&P 500, they closed at their lowest levels. Traders settled up today at their lowest levels ever of this crash. Right, the crash has been going on for 3 weeks plus. Goodness. Let's go that daily. Itani's asking, what's the next support on Bitcoin? Look no further than 2018. Do you see this red line? That's the price action. Support. 58.77, 58.98, right? It's these lows down here. These don't hold, much lower prices. Easy. Oops. Crap. It's just like a couple lines now. Like traders settle up, Wix, this is it, dude. You don't hold, this is not good. Go much lower. You could not break any of this stuff. That's kind of expected with how you just went straight down. You don't go straight up and break through all this stuff. Sellers have to get exhausted first. Their momentum has to weaken. The sellers still have so much momentum on this chart, just like the macro too. So just think about it, chat. This asset, since this morning, is down over $1,000 after hitting the golden zone, the common reversal area, where you commonly retrace before major reversal. Get wrecked. I'm just gonna keep posting Discord till. Wait, that's not it. That's Pepe Bat Soup. Sorry. God. Can't take that back. Discord. Let's pump our numbers, dude. Pump the subs. Pump this general chat. We need a Fed injection of more activity, even though we have so much already. Zanch, we have no idea. It could gap up too. You just don't know. Vitamin C and D, product called Airborne Original Vitamin C. If you can find it, is it on Amazon? It's probably essential. 58.55 on Bitcoin, continuing to drop, down 5+% today, falling below support at 58 or so, 5800. You get it. Not much support below. Sorry, man. 5800. You just fell to your lowest low of the day. Look left again, just so you can see you are now at the last line of defense. This is a low back from June of 2018. June and July of 2018. You don't hold this, look out. You're now staring at the abyss again, Bitcoin. We'll plot it just so we know exactly where it's at, you know. That lowest point, 57.76, all right? You're holding it for now, but you can see the price action correlation with it. Not a joke, man. Ping-ponging around. How was my coverage of Bitcoin after 7 hours? We've done it. It's official. 7 hour and 1 minute live stream. I believe this is the longest live stream I've done of the entire week. Believe it or not, man. So you're breaking it. 57.77. Look, chat. You're below it now. Goodbye. Do you see this price action? Don't worry about the candle. Look at the red line. That's correlation. You saw what happened. As soon as you broke it, where'd you go? You're now at 56.85. Down $525 on the day. Whoops. What the heck, man? Sorry. Omar. Where are you, Omar? Can somebody get Omar on the horn? Thanks. S&P 500 is down almost 1% after hours. World Economy Connect? Yeah. Hey, MGD, thanks for the threes. Sorry, my focus is like all weird now. Okay, back above it. Nice. Back above 5,700. Volatility is here right now. Remember, there's not much real support until way down here at like 4,200. There's a little bit around 5,600. This is so weak, though. Look, you're just right at it, man. Can you hold? I just don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I think the wave, man, you go sideways for a little bit longer for me so we can get positive Momo. Then we can get low. Then we can go back to negative. That's right, Brett. Critical areas. Golden zone. Thank you, man, for the $7.01 super chat. Nah, dude, I don't like that song, man. Okay. Nothing personal. But maybe we could play critical areas, because we can do whatever the F we want, man. Isn't that crazy? Look, dude, it's perfect. Is it not? This is the best.
And then, just like that, Bitcoin going to zero.
It's true.
Bruh.
So tired, dude. Feel like I've been playing Diablo 2. When I was a kid, I used to go on like video game binges where I'd play and I'd be like, I'm thirsty, I'm hungry when I get done. Alright, critical areas. So right there, man, you know where we are. Kind of staring at the abyss a little bit, just like the S&P 500 was today, and we know what happened. It fell below it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Look, you just Fibonacci from your low point to high point, but as you can see, it's a critical area. Oh, there's so many lines, dude. Fibonacci, you didn't make it to the 50%. Get rid of it anyway. This is it now. Get rid of these until we need them again. Are we cool? You get what's going on? It's like channel now. Bitcoin. Doing things. 58.50 now. So volatile. Hit a low already of 56.40. Whew. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna end this stream with this song, man. I don't know what to do, man. Thank y'all so much for watching. 7 hour, 7 minute stream. Y'all the best. Friggin' love y'all. $59.20 now. What a bounce, man. You're holding. But for how long? So, you know, I'll just, I don't know when I'll be back, man. Definitely not going to be back for the 6 p.m. Eastern stream. How can I, dude? We just covered the drop. Volatility could go lower, you know. God. Alright, I gotta... It's not good. I gotta transition, man. The song. Figure it out. I can't even, like, focus, man. I'm just playing this. I don't even care. You're just gonna deal with it. It's chill. It's chill as F, man. If you don't think so, get out of here. Love y'all. Till next time. Respect the TA.
Is that a joint? turd nuggets.